What is up, YouTube? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free Texas Sports Unfiltered app. Today is Monday, April 8th, 2024, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, Texas softball wins a series against Oklahoma. We got to give some serious love to Mike White and the Longhorn softball team for making history over the weekend. Plus, bad timing for Tandre Sweat, a massive weekend for Texas football and Longhorn recruiting, a disappointing weekend for Texas baseball. We've got some Final Four to talk about. We've got some Rangers Astros to talk about. We might even get into a little WrestleMania on today's show. And oh yeah, it's Eclipse Day as well. So plenty to get into in the world of sports and beyond. But more important than anything, joining us for the first time in a week, the legendary Bucky Godpole. Welcome back, Buck.
Thank you, BK, and thank you very much for taking care of me over the last week, and for the guys that jumped in and took my place. But more so than anything, thank you to all you folks for all those wonderful prayers as I had my surgery in Tampa. I've always believed in prayer. You know, I've always believed in the power of God. And let me just tell you this: that was a very risky deal that I just went through, and just want to thank all the folks out there because I could feel it. It was a big deal. It wasn't just some surgery that I had. It was pretty delicate, pretty risky. I went all the way to Tampa to have this done at a facility that I just can't explain. I've never been around such organized people and such a unbelievable organization when it comes from top to the bottom. And it's not how healthcare should be done. It's just how business should be done and how people treat each other and how important the patient was to the folks who were there. But I'll just say more than anything, thank you to you folks and what you did. And I could feel it. I was very, my wife knew how nervous I was about this surgery and about over the last couple of months of getting this done. But a couple of people I want to thank. I want to thank Dr. Sparrick at the Norman Center. He is an incredible specialist in the field of thyroid care. And my doctor here, my just regular care physician here, Dr. Brent Bennett. I want to thank him for getting all this stuff organized. You know, when I had to do all this stuff, BK, with my insurances, his staff got everything straight, saying, "Hey, listen, you just get off to Tampa. Let's get this done. You have a problem, you have a disease, and it has to be taken care of because it's been sitting in your neck for quite a while." So it was time to get it done. And thanks to Dr. Brent Bennett and his wonderful staff, Dr. Amadia, who is my endocrinologist, the guy who said, "Hey, enough of this vampirism, taking this dude's blood. We know exactly what it is. Let's go. We don't need any more blood work. He has a hyperparathyroidism. We need to go get it, and don't take not another drop." He was the guy who took the bone density scan here in Lakeway and said, "That's it. He has what it is. Don't try to figure out some other rare disease. He's got what it is. Let's go find it." And once again, to Dr. Sparrick, BK, I've never seen anybody like this young dude. He was part Steph Curry and part George Patton when he sat down with me when I went there and said to me, "Here's what I got. Here's what we got here, dude. Here's what we're going to do. If I go into your neck, I'm taking something out. And I'm going to tell you, I'll find it no matter where it was." Well, this hyperparathyroid was down by my collarbone, supposed to be up near my vocal cords. They found it down by my collarbone. So they had to dig right below my Adam's apple and go down there and do it. But it was just the people that were there, BK, from the people that picked you up at the airport, the hotels. It was like one unit. They talked about teamwork. You know, I went into the surgery. When I went into when I was going to have surgery, as they pushed me in there, I was thinking, the lady kept saying, "It's going to get a little bit colder in here." And the first thing in my mind, I kept thinking, "You mean like the morgue?" I'm like, "No." So when I got in there, they gave me probably about 3 minutes of straight oxygen, just taking deep breaths before you go out. So I got about 3 minutes of that. And during the course of that, all I could hear from the people around me was, "You're in great hands, Mr. Godbold. Hey, Bucky, everything's okay." I mean, Dr. Sparrick he went and investigated my nickname. And so he was calling me Bucky there. And all the people around you in the operating room were going, "You're in great hands. You're in great hands. Take deep breaths. Go ahead, suck in some of this good oxygen." people put their hand on you and say you're in great care, you're in the best of care. And so then it was a couple more deep breaths, and you should start to feel, you start to feel a little looser. And after that, when I came back to, dude, it was deal over with. He said, I got it. He said, he got the hyperparathyroid out. It looked like a piece of sushi. And dude, by that time I was so hungry, I would have said, give me a piece of that. Give me some mustard. On this.
You don't even like sushi. You were
I
willing to
know.
eat your own internal organ, but you're not willing to eat actual sushi?
Yeah, it looked like a piece of sushi folded over. And I was like, damn, I'm hungry because I hadn't had anything to eat. But I'll tell you what was funny is after the surgery, because I had been doped up since 9:30. I didn't go into surgery until like 1:30, but I was out of it, all morning, couldn't eat from the night before. And it was just amazing, the teamwork. I mean, I had somebody that was just putting a deal into my veins to get me going, and she had a little bit of trouble, and a surgeon came by. No, not just anybody. A surgeon came and said, listen, here's what I used to do. He takes her, whatever it was, the needle, and he shows how he did it when he was doing this work. This is a surgeon. This is one of the best in the world. Decided to show her how to get this into my veins, because I have a lot of veins, but I have small veins. He took the time, came by, did that for her. And I mean, she thanked him, he thanked her, and said, hey, listen, just keep working at this. You're going to be fantastic. But all these people did was compliment each other all morning long. And they made you feel like it didn't matter what your insurance was. It didn't matter if you were, from Botswana living in a tent somewhere. If you got to them, they were going to take good care of you. I mean, it's just the way business should be run. It was an amazing place. It really, really was. But your prayers, I mean, folks, I could just feel it. I know my wife had been praying. I know she was taking care of me over the last couple of months and saying, we're going to get this done. Everything's going to be all right. And let me just say this. Within 24 hours of having that thing taken out, a lot of pain that I had generally had, I always had this back pain and stuff from surgery. Some of that back pain was gone.
Wow.
The next morning. Some of the joint was gone because I had so much calcium being built up. And for guys like, what your dad is, he's getting older, BK. For folks that don't have a primary care physician that just is dealing with somebody that's used to kids with earaches and stuff like that, you're too old for that now. You don't get earaches. We have real shit happen to us now. So I would say find yourself a real good primary care physician out there that you can trust that's going to take care of you, because olds don't take care of themselves. If I didn't have my wife around, there's no telling where I'd be right now, because I wouldn't do all these things, and then to have a primary care physician and then have people pray for you. And you could feel that power of prayer. I mean, I could feel it. I could feel it over the last couple of days going there, because I was a wreck. And it was, like I said, it was a risky deal that they didn't want to do here in Austin, but they've got a center in Tampa that's what they do. If you've got a thyroid problem, you want to go to them. You don't want to mess around. You want to go to somebody that's going to treat you like you're made of gold, no matter what, no matter who you are. That's the way they treat you. Bus service, hotel service, they're all like joined into one. It's one big unit, and all they talked about was team. Everybody that came in said, I'm a part of this team, I'm a part of that team. So I just want to thank you folks. So I really, really do appreciate it. And the care that I got was good stuff. And the big man, how about the 5 pounds the big man put on in just a matter of days after this stuff is gone?
You've already put on 5 pounds since the surgery?
Yeah, dude. And it's just, whatever that was in me was not good.
Wow.
It was a bad, bad deal. But good morning to the soldiers at Fort Cavazos, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you for what you do. It is appreciated. And do be safe out there.
I'm a little worried,
you, Tampa.
man.
Thank you, Tampa, Florida.
Thank you, Tampa. You're going to go from the big man to within the matter of weeks now that you can actually put on weight again. Well, that's awesome. I love that you compared your surgeon to Steph Curry and General Patton. I don't think I've ever heard that combination.
That dude sat on a chair, put his hands on top of the chair like this, and he said, here's what we're going to do. Here's some options for you. We can either leave it be, you know what I'm saying? Leave it be. Have you come back here another year from now, because you have the scar tissue from just, there was somebody who did a surgery on me here 2 years ago, BK. There wasn't this kind of specialist. There's a possibility that person took out 2 perfectly normal thyroids out of me, just healthy ones.
Yeah.
And so he said, well, we can wait to see, because we can't find out on these scans where this deal is. We can't find it. There's a little mass somewhere in your neck somewhere. We just can't see it. So they scanned me that same morning, just before surgery. We did it one more time. And he says, here's what I'm going to do. I can take a piece out of this deal. We want to get this piece of junk out of you, but we're going to leave a little teeny piece in there that will regenerate itself. But it may still end up being a hyperthyroid, years from now. He said 10 to 15 years from now, it still may be. He goes, but I still hope to be doing surgery. I know exactly where it is. I'll get it and get it out of there. Huh. But this deal is, dude, I have one thyroid left, one good one that's left. So I got to take these pills. But guess what? If they would have had to take 2, I'd have been on pills a couple hours a day for the rest of my life. And I'm like, no, dude. I'm like, let's take the shot. If you see it, go get it. Let's get this out of me. So the old Patton went in there. He said, I'm going to get it. I'll find it. It was down near my collarbone. I mean, gross.
How many thyroids do I have? And how many?
I think there was between 4 and 6. And they're about the size of a piece of rice. But when they get all infected and stuff and get whatever, they puff up a little bit, like sushi. They look like a piece of sushi. But this is, it's just different.
Yeah. Well, you look good. You sound good. Glad to have you back, and glad you're feeling good, more important than anything. And I know the people are happy to have you back. And yeah, a lot of folks were praying for you last week, and glad those prayers were answered, and glad that you felt those prayers too. Hyper.
Parathyroid. Yeah, I need to get that right, because my nurse just came up here and started to give me a bunch of crap.
You're saying it wrong. Come on. Make sure. Yeah. Well, glad. It was a scary sounding procedure, and I know y'all were a little bit nervous going in, but just glad it happened, and glad you're feeling better. That's what matters, and it's great to have you back.
And your vocal cords are down around that area too.
Yeah, that's the scary part, right? You told me like there's a chance that they get within inches or centimeters of hitting your vocal cords, and well, for our line of work, those are pretty important. So
well, and the good thing about it is the guy who did it here before, who wasn't really a specialist at this, the doctor there said, you know what? No matter what, thank goodness he stopped digging around in there.
Yeah, could have made it worse.
Yeah, because that could have been, cancel Christmas. So. But I'm good. My voice feels good. I got a little nasty little scar there.
Oh,
I got the gang. I'm a little bit of a gangster. That's right. Now I'm a little bit of a gangster because I got the gangster.
I don't know if you can say that.
What? I can't.
Scar from surgery, and you're saying you're a gangster now?
Come on, man.
You got to come up with a story. You can't just tell people you got that from hyperparathyroid surgery. If you're trying to be gangster, you got to say that you got that in a fight or something.
Yeah, by summertime, by my birthday, I have a new story.
You got in a street fight, and you were robbing this guy, and he sliced your neck open a little bit, but you walked away with all of his money, and now you got that nasty scar to show for it. That's what you need.
I didn't want to move over on the road because I wanted to pull over to the side of the road and watch the eclipse. And some guy said, hey, you can't park here. And I said, let's rumble. Let's go.
Yeah. An eclipse fights. Yeah, I don't know if that's very gangster. That's the nerdiest shit I've ever heard. If you're trying to impress Bill Nye the Science Guy, maybe that story would work. But anybody else?
And we got the eclipse today, brother. I'm out here in the valley. Oh, very nice.
Dude, I can't see shit with these things on.
They're worthless, aren't they?
I am so convinced that I got with these, and I am so convinced that this whole concept of eclipse glasses is a farce. Like, I feel ridiculous. I know I look ridiculous in these, but it's literally pitch black. Like, I cannot see you right now. I cannot see anything with these on, and apparently I'm supposed to be able to see the eclipse when I'm rocking these later today.
Dude, there'll be another eclipse in another couple months. Believe me. Remember, this is probably the last one you'll see in your lifetime. Are you buying that?
I don't even know where you are right now. Where am I supposed to be looking? where are you talking?
So stupid. Those things are. I got a pair for my wife. I got them at the corner store. I mean, and they got me for like $6 a pop for those things.
Oh, you paid $6 for these?
Yes. What are those, $3.50?
I was up in Dallas for a wedding over the weekend, of course, and I was staying with my buddy and his fiance, and they had bought in like a huge pack of them
Oh,
off
was
of
those parting
Amazon.
gifts for the wedding? Very nice parting
No,
gifts.
not from the wedding itself. That would have been hilarious if that was like the party favor from the wedding is a pair of
Yeah.
Eclipse glasses. But no, my buddy who I was staying at his house, he just had an extra pair, and he's like, "Dude, take them." And we tried them, and obviously the eclipse wasn't going on Friday, but like we went outside in his backyard and put these on and stared at the sun, and you couldn't see anything. So I
Let me
don't.
tell you, it was sunny this weekend. When that sun was out, it was beaming this weekend in
Yeah.
preparation for this cloudy crap that we have here today.
Are we getting any rain today?
There's a 50% chance of rain. I don't like the chances. I think we're good till tomorrow. It's going to rain tomorrow, DD. Remember, I did say last week that we would have rain on today. We're going to get some drizzle today, but we're not going to get the kind of rain that you're thinking about. Tomorrow, we're going to get rained on.
All right. Well, I think that's a good thing for folks who have traveled from near and far to try to watch the eclipse. As long as it's okay today, I think everyone can live with what happens tomorrow. Our guy CB says 2044 is the next eclipse. And apparently it's going to be a different one because the one that's happening today is once in a lifetime. So whatever is happening 20 years from now is very different. And that one will also never happen again in our lives.
But you'll see that in another 6 months, there'll be another one just like it. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. I mean, it's the biggest crock of crap. I'm going to watch. Like, I'm not going to protest this thing.
No, I will say this. Out of all these scientific and universal things and hemispheres and all that stuff, the best thing that I've seen so far out of all this, now I've seen a couple of these eclipses, the best thing I've seen, I actually saw the space station go over my house here in Dripping Springs. I think it was a year and a half ago. There was something I actually saw that I could believe that's truly out there. The space station did go over.
Well, what do you mean the space station went over? Like a shuttle?
The shuttle went over the top of the house, and I could see the streak where they said, you could see it tonight. You're going to be able to see it. I'm like, I never see that stuff. And I actually did see it.
Was it Apollo 13? You know, Vic Schaefer always compared the Texas women's basketball team to Apollo 13. Is that what you're talking about?
No, Coach, it was not. It was the one where the Russians are hanging out with it's a friendly, I guess. Don't they all live up there together, or the Russians have their own?
No, are people living in space these days?
They're up there, yes. We have a fleet there. Trump. We've got fighters up there too.
Oh, the Space Force.
The Space Force. Let's not forget that.
That exists? I thought that was just an idea. I didn't know if that actually turned into something.
We've actually got that. We've got them going on there.
Oh my God. All right. Well, we'll get into some eclipse talk a little bit later. The zone of totality is from 135 to 138 this afternoon.
The zone of total idiots, did you say?
I mean, that's what it feels like. But no, the zone of totality. That's, I guess, when the eclipse is the strongest or the effects of the eclipse are the strongest. I don't know. But that's when you're supposed to go outside and watch. I mean, the whole thing is from 12:17 to 2:58. But apparently for that 3-minute stretch from 135 to 138, that's when you get the greatest impact.
Oh, that's the total Diddy. That's what he meant to say. You get the total eclipse of the Diddy.
Well, keep your kids inside then. That's what is going on from 135 to 138 today.
Keep them away from Diddy.
Oh my God. I'll tell you what, like I'm going to walk out with these and I will start looking at the sky with these on. And then after I get pissed off that I can't see
just burn them. Take a match and just start burning that stuff.
Dude, I will be, here's what I'll be doing. And I'll just be staring up at the sun. I'm chancing it. I am taking my chances that I will not go blind.
I don't want to see Stevie Wonder look up there. He doesn't need to be doing that.
Well, that guy's not blind.
Okay, I forgot about that. He's not blind.
So, if I turn into Stevie Wonder where that's a good bit, I'll just pretend that I'm blind after today to get super famous and then I'll be able to see just fine.
Yeah, man, this is always, these kind of little bits are always kind of fun. Somebody's making money somewhere, right?
Yeah. Oh, always. I mean, look at these things. These are like movie theater 3D glasses here. And people have been spending hundreds of thousands, probably millions of dollars on these things over the last couple of weeks.
Foster grants. What about my Foster grants? Can I wear those? Or do I have to have special?
Apparently regular sunglasses won't get the job done. You got to have the stupid looking Eclipse glasses to make it happen today.
Totally
So
ridiculous. Totally ridiculous.
yeah, Gabe says use binoculars to look at the eclipse.
No, dude, your eyeballs will pop out. You can't.
Maybe
It's magnifying glass. Can't do that.
Maybe that's the move. Our guy Tom McKay of Audiovisual Consultations has texted in, on my way to the airport to get out of this stupidity. Going to watch some hockey tonight in Boston. Yeah, I don't blame him. Although my guess is Tom won't be in the air during the eclipse, but that's potentially interesting. Like, what if you're flying through the zone of totality while the eclipse is going on? You might get a better view than anybody, right? Or are they going to tell you you've got to keep the shades down?
Yeah, the shades will have to be kept down. I don't know if you know that, but they'll have to keep the shades totally down, BK. Can't do that.
All right. Well,
by the way, I have no plane stories.
Oh, yeah, you flew.
I flew American.
No problems with the Americans, huh?
I'm good with the Americans now. I'm back to Americans. Forget Delta, all the rest of them. The Alaskonians and all. I'm done with them. I'm back to Americana. Everything was on time, and the toughest place in the world. Of course, here's what happened. Some mechanic fell off the plane in Dallas, made us late. Dude fell off the plane.
He fell off?
Yeah, he fell. He was working. He was a worker as we were leaving Dallas Fort Worth to come back to Austin. We were delayed 40 minutes. Dude fell off the plane.
Mechanic. Was he on like a raised platform, like working on the plane?
Mechanic fell.
Oh no!
You don't think I was pissed at him? You know what I said? I said to the guy at the desk, I said, "Hey, is he dead?" And he said, "Oh no, he just hurt." I'm like, "Well, let's just move him aside. Let's stretcher him off, get another one, let's get going."
Yeah, we got places to be. All right.
I'm like, he's not. I said, he's not seriously hurt. And the guy goes, "No." I'm like, "Well, let's just wheel another one in here. Let's go."
God, and that's what they did, and you were off and running, huh?
Off and running. They were fabulous. I'm down with American Airlines again.
That's amazing that you didn't have any delays, even though a mechanic nearly died. And I love that
he didn't nearly die.
Didn't care to check on his health. He just wanted to make sure that your flight was on time.
Hey, slight delay. That's all there was. I love when they said just a slight delay. And then they said, "Oh, the guy fell off." I'm like, what? Like, what clumsy ass is up on top of the plane and falls off the plane?
How drunk was this dude?
Come on there, Sweat. What are you doing?
Man. Yeah. Well, we'll get into that story in a second, but we'd be remiss if we didn't give a ton of love to the Texas softball team. They made history over the weekend, becoming the first Big 12 team to win a series against Oklahoma since 2011. That stat sounds made up. It is not. Texas taking 2 of 3 from the Sooners at McCombs Field over the weekend. The Longhorns actually dropped the opener on Friday 5-2 and then put together back-to-back 2-1 victories on Saturday and Sunday to win the series. The first time Texas has beaten OU in a softball series since 2009. And it's the first time Oklahoma has lost back-to-back games anywhere in 5 years. The last time OU had lost 2 straight games was in the Women's College World Series final in 2019 when they lost the championship to UCLA that year. It's been 5 years since anyone's been able to do what Texas did. It's been 13 years since anybody in this conference has been able to do what Texas just did. Incredible stuff. Look, Texas softball was number 4 going into the weekend. Like, they're really damn good too. And at one point this year, in a couple of polls, they were ranked ahead of Oklahoma. So it's not like
it's almost to me like, ain't it about time? I mean, I want to be really excited, but I'm thinking, dude, isn't it about time you beat them?
It's overdue. I mean, it's about time that anybody beats them. Like they've had undefeated seasons in this stretch of dominance that they've been on in Norman over the last decade in the Patty Gasso era. So yeah, it's long been time for Texas to take care of Oklahoma. And you felt like this was maybe the team to get it done. And Chip and Zay actually spoke with Mike White last Thursday previewing the series. And he said his team felt confident going into the weekend. And he said that they'd played enough good teams to this point in the season to where they felt like they were ready to go against a team even as good as Oklahoma. And I'm sitting there like, all right, sure, it's Coach Speak. He's saying all the right things. And, of course,
It's
you got to
Oklahoma. They're going to beat them again.
Yeah, you got to go into the locker room and like, all right, tell your team that you've got a shot to win and you've got to hype them up and do what you got to do to make them believe that they can win. But everybody tries that and nobody's able to actually do that. And then Friday happens and, Texas was in the game for a while, but they still lose by 3 runs. And it's like, all right. And then they win on Saturday, and Saturday's finish was epic. I mean, how about a play at the plate? Longhorns up 1 in the top of the 7th inning, which, of course, is the last inning of softball. You get a great play, a relay from center field, an incredible tag by Reese Atwood, the Texas catcher, and a collision at the plate. And Texas was able to hold on and get the win there. They win that game, and I'm like, cool. That's good. You won 1. Like most people don't beat Oklahoma 1 time in a year. I was like, all right, you didn't get swept. That's fine. You beat OU. It's only their 2nd loss of the season. You get to brag about just doing that. I would have been okay with that. But then to back it up with another win yesterday, 2-1, great pitching performances by the Longhorns. And then the freshman Katie Stewart, the 2-run homer, powering the Longhorn offense to do that, to win that series. And an awesome moment, a monumental moment for Mike White and this Texas softball program. That was really
quite the weekend for women's sports. It really was.
Yeah.
I mean, let me tell you, I have probably seen more women's softball than I have basketball up until this year, actually. I've watched probably more of University of Texas and women's softball all, as a whole than I have women's basketball until this weekend, but until this particular year. But it is good. That's good for the Horns to finally get that. I mean, you're talking about getting that monkey off your back. My goodness.
Yeah. Massive.
And now expectations should be that you're supposed to beat them now. It's not supposed to be that, here we go. We'll see it. We did it. Now we don't have to beat them until another 3 or 4 years. No, expectations are with Coach White. I got to believe it. Now every time we play them, we should be able to beat them.
Yeah, now you can, right?
Right.
And look, Texas softball, I think before the weekend felt like they were a national championship contender. And once again, they were ranked in the top 5 going into Friday. So it's not like this completely came out of nowhere. But yeah, now that you just took 2 of 3 against the back-to-back national champions,
absolutely,
and you really feel like you've got a shot. And of course, Texas and Oklahoma met in the Women's College World Series finals 2 years ago, back in 2022. And the Longhorns were close in game 1, but they lost, and then they kind of got blown out in game 2. They got 2 games swept. So Texas, under Mike White, they had played for a national championship. They came up short against the hated Sooners. Then if there is a rematch, and look, we got a lot of the regular season left, and then, of course, regionals and super regionals, and then the Women's College World Series. So no guarantee that these 2 teams will see each other in Oklahoma City in the Women's College World Series. But if we do get a rematch, potentially in the finals, then, yeah, the Longhorns should have confidence. I don't know if they'd be favored. They probably won't be favored in that type of series if it were to happen again. But now they know, like you said, that they are capable of slaying the dragon that is Oklahoma softball. Let's hear from Mike White after yesterday's game, talking about the series as a whole and talking about his team's grits to find a way to take down Oklahoma on back-to-back days.
Yeah, I mean, the first thing I'd like to do is congratulate both teams on outstanding performance this weekend. I think that it was a great softball to watch. A lot of good plays, some pressure hitting, some good pitching. Had everything you really want to see in the series. I think we probably did what most people thought was impossible, and that's to beat Oklahoma 2 days in a row. It's certainly, I can't remember the last time that happened. That was a long time ago, and I think it's the first series we've won against them since 2009. So again, it's big for our program. They're always a challenge. They're going to bounce back hard. We know that. But I think we learned a lot this weekend about ourselves. Very proud of our pitching and our defense, which really we talk about winning championships with defense. And I think that showed through today.
Awesome.
Yep. Awesome stuff. Congrats to the Texas softball program. And because of that, we got a Cabo Bob's gift card.
There you go.
We'll be giving the people. How about an Eclipse Day special? Yeah, we'll do that $50 giveaway.
On Eclipse Day?
Whoa.
The eclipse. Easy. Oh, whoa. It's not gonna screw up the randomizer because of the eclipse?
I don't know. This might be the last day the randomizer works. All these conspiracy theories out there saying that we've got Y2K Part 2 coming today. I don't know what's happening, but calm down, randomizer. All right. we don't need you just yet. Stay inside, bud.
How about the men? Did the men, is this randomizer working for the men's baseball team?
No, the randomizer will not be in use for the baseball
What?
team today because the Texas baseball team lost its weekend series. So while the softball team beat the number one team in the conference, the baseball team went out and lost 2 of 3 to the worst team in the conference.
The worst team? The team that doesn't play on Sundays?
A team that doesn't play on Sundays. Yes. Yeah, BYU was tied for last in the Big 12 going into Thursday, and they came in here to Austin and handed Texas its first conference series loss of the season. The good news for Texas, they're still in second place in the Big 12 right now. They're only a game out of first place. Nobody is running away with this conference at all. Yeah, it's bad weekend for Texas baseball, dropping 2 of 3 to BYU, and the calls for David Pierce's head continue to get louder and louder amongst the diehard Longhorn baseball fans.
Yeah, you know that was going to happen. You can't get the wins that they got last week and then all of a sudden lose to the worst team in your conference. You can't do that. You can't lose the series. You can lose a game, but you can't lose the series. Now, what did they play? Was that a 3-game series? Did that start on Thursday?
Yep,
Wow.
3-game series, Thursday to Saturday, and they lost Thursday. LeBaron Johnson, the ace, he is looking nothing like an ace right now. He's really bad, and if he doesn't get things turned around, Texas baseball is in some serious trouble this year. He only pitched 3 innings on Thursday, and that was the issue. Like Texas, in the 2 games that they lost, they were down 6-0 on Thursday, and they were down 6-1 on Saturday. They're able to come back in both games and make them kind of interesting. They only lost by 2 in both of those contests. But, yeah, their starters just did not give them anything. Wow. Max Grubbs, who's been great as the normal Sunday guy for Texas, he was probably overdue for a comeback down-to-earth type of start, and that happened on Saturday. He only pitched 2 1/3 and gave up 5 runs on Saturday. It was his first loss of the season. And, yeah, I mean, it's not good. Not good for Texas baseball. They're 19-13 on the year. They've got Texas State, your guys.
This is a bad time to play Texas State. You know that.
Yeah, 2 games. Tomorrow they'll be in San Marcos, and then on Wednesday they'll make the trek up I-35 and play at the Dish. So a quick 2-game midweek series for Texas before they get back into conference play this weekend. Texas State beat the Longhorns earlier this year down in Houston. In that crazy game at Minute Maid Park. The Longhorns looking for a little bit of revenge. But
yeah, they need that win. That's what they need. Forget the revenge. They need to win the game. Badly.
I hope they win both. I'm a little concerned that they will lose both right now, and it's almost like you take a split, which is crazy when you're talking about Texas baseball going up against Texas State.
Yes.
And I know Texas State baseball has been very good the last 5 to 10 years, but still, it's Texas baseball playing Texas State.
Right.
That should be 2 relatively easy wins for the Longhorns. And now we're just like, can they win 1? Can they win 1 against them? So I don't know what to expect from this team on any given night. It's disappointing. Once again, they could still win the Big 12 this year. Like,
sure.
The sky is not completely fallen. It's not a sign of the apocalypse or anything. They can bounce back and still win this conference and make it to the postseason and make a deep postseason run. Still a lot of
their pitching has got to get together, but that starting pitcher has to really change.
Yeah. Well, it's annoying. Like every time you want to buy into this baseball team, they do what they just did, right? Like they had that 3-game winning streak going into this series, and it's like, oh, maybe they've turned a corner. They just went on the road and won a series against K-State, who was first place in the conference when you went into their house and beat them 2 out of 3 times.
That's right.
And then, okay, you have a nice midweek victory over Abilene Christian, right? Well, you're supposed to beat them, but you beat them pretty handily. And it's like, okay, maybe they figured something out. And then we've got the worst team in the conference coming to town. All right, let's ride this gravy train. Let's keep this momentum rolling a little bit. And then you drop 2 of 3 at home to them. Like,
no, that hurts. That stings.
Yeah, it does. So great weekend for Texas softball. Not so great weekend for Texas baseball. And, unfortunately, we only have 1 Cabo Bob's gift card to give away to the people today. If you want to enter into that Cabo Bob's gift card giveaway, all you have to do is leave a comment on YouTube or hit us up on the Coda text line, 512-222-9328. Doesn't matter what you say, doesn't matter what you comment, doesn't matter what you text. You will be entered to win that $50 Cabo Bob's gift card, and we will be giving that thing away before the end of today's show. Before we do anything else, Buck, we've got to give some serious love to some of our fantastic sponsors.
And we've got some great ones like Sue Patrick and Jay Willems. And since 1975, Sue Patrick's has been getting it done there on Burnett Road. They've got an incredible selection of Texas Longhorn apparel, collectibles, accessories, and even more. They've got tons of Texas-themed gifts and items there for you, a wide variety of men's and women's clothing. And they offer free shipping on online orders over $49, plus free curbside pickup, folks. And there's always plenty of parking at 5222 Burnett Road. And, dude, I swear I saw jelly cats on the plane, grown men with big jelly cats using them as pillows. I'm serious. It was the weirdest thing. What is the craze now? I see grown men on planes using these things for pillow. I think they were jelly cats with like little faces on them. Everything had that little silly smile, and they were different kind of animals or a watermelon or something with a smile on it. And these guys had their faces in them, BK.
Oh.
I didn't have a jelly cat pillow, but they had some big ones, like guys carrying them, not those little neck roll things that they like. Zay walks around with the neck roll. I mean, this was jelly cats that were the size of like the animals themselves, like dog size deals. And they were just, they were cuddling them, and it's, I don't know, maybe less live animals on the plane, but more jelly cats and I should have brought Jeter with me for comfort.
How would that have helped? Were you going to lean against Jeter? You would have broken that thing if you used him as a pillow.
Yeah, but it was just about comfort, I guess. But these jelly cats, they had little faces on them. But you can get all that stuff at Sue Patrick's, folks. They got, as I said, they got an incredible variety of all kinds of Texas-themed items. And we've got to go over there. We haven't been over there in a while. It's time again for us to go pay a visit to and do a remote over there. They're at 5222 Burnett Road. Go to SuePatrick.com for more information on how you can get all those items shipped to you. Love Sue Patrick's.
Yes, indeed. SuePatrick.com. Yep, you've got everything right there. Much love to them. Shout out to our great friends at the Altstadt Brewery as well. That place was packed over the weekend. They had their Heart of Texas Music Festival going on Friday and Saturday, getting you ready for the Eclipse. Well, that place may be packed this week, too, with all the Eclipse traffic going on. If you haven't been down to the Altstadt Brewery in Fredericksburg, you are missing out. It is the perfect day trip, perfect weekend trip for the beer drinkers in your life. The place is absolutely massive. There's so much to do. Outdoor beer garden, German-style restaurant. Of course, you get to see how the great beer is made, and you get plenty of samples along the way. They've got live music every single weekend. Lots of bachelor parties, lots of bachelorette parties out there, too. If you've got a big event and you're looking for a place to plan it, you could do it at the Altstadt Brewery. Go to their website, altstadtbeer.com, for more information. Of course, you can get the beer all over the state of Texas. You don't have to drive to Fredericksburg to enjoy the greatness of Altstadt beer. But that brewery, man, it is second to none. Check it out at some point this spring or this summer. Once again, altstadtbeer.com for more information.
Love it. And a big shout out to Woods Comfort Systems. Turn that air conditioner on this morning. A little humid this morning out. And that baby, it feels so comfortable up here. And folks, if you don't have your system all ready for the summertime, I would say it's starting to get a little late for it, but it's never too late at Woods Comfort Systems. Just give them a call. Tell them that, and let them know that if it's just not sounding right, maybe the furnace isn't, because there's still some cool mornings here too, BK, that you need a little bit of heat at your house. But soon it's going to be all about that air conditioning system. So you need to call Woods Comfort Systems. Get that thing all geared up and ready to go for the summertime. Yep. Summertime will hit us probably sometime next week, I believe, too. When we're
next week?
Yeah, where we started getting into the mid 80s.
Oh, we've already been in the mid 80s, dude. It touched 90 last week while you were gone.
Humid mid 80s. I mean, the nasty humidity of all this stuff, not just the numbers, but the humidity is going to be starting to rise a little bit. It's going to be okay. You're going to get your rain tomorrow. Okay, there, DD. Be raining tomorrow. You're going to be just fine for the eclipse. I see the sun kind of coming through here right now.
No eclipse here. Yep.
Glasses. Oh, they're in the car where they should be.
I'll tell you what, if the Eclipse really wants to make an impact on me, it would maybe cool things down a little bit this summer. I'll start to appreciate
Yeah,
the
now
Eclipse a little
then
bit
you become
more
a believer. There you go.
if it brings a milder summer to Austin, Texas, USA, America. If not,
Forget
then
about
yeah,
that shit. That ain't
that's
happening.
no, we know that ain't happening. Yep, woodscomfortsystems.com, 512-842-5066. That's 512-842-5066. Make sure you tell them you heard about it on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
Absolutely.
We keep telling y'all to say that. Like, you got to let them know that you're hearing it on Texas Sports Unfiltered. You can get great deals if you do, and also you're helping us out as well. We know some of our sponsors are big fans. They listen all the time, and they want us to help them, and of course, we want to help them as well. Y'all make sure that you let them know where you're hearing about these great places when you go support them. And a quick shout out to our friends at Cover 3, the best sports bar in town. You've got the men's national championship coming up tonight, plus the finale of that 4-game Rangers-Astros series later today as well. If you're looking for a place to watch everything tonight, all year round, go to Cover 3, the best sports bar in the city. Great food, great drinks, TVs everywhere, comfortable seats too. It's the perfect sports watching experience. I've got a lunch planned there a little bit later this week, so I'll get out to Cover 3 at some point soon. But yeah, if you're looking for the best sports bar in town, find it at Cover 3, the Anderson Lane location. They've got the Lakeline location. They've got the Round Rock location, one in San Antonio as well. Love our friends at Cover 3 Dining, Spirits, and Sports.
And we also love our good friends at my favorite butcher shop on Highway 79, and that would be Good Stock. Went there before I left town, and I said I was going to make that perfect hamburger, BK. When I got back, I finally got it done.
There we go.
As I told you I was going to get that burger meat. I did. Perfection. And not too well done. A little bit of red in the middle. Big slab of onion on top, tomato, ketchup, mustard. Oh, was it fantastic. That beef was good. Like you said, that hamburger meat was delicious. The way they had it prepared, I didn't have to add any salt, pepper, and all that other stuff. It was right there already made in the meat. It was delicious. That's the best burger I've ever had. That's the best burger I've ever made for myself.
There you go. It's hard to screw it up, right? The meat, Good Stock is so good that even an idiot could find a way to make it taste good.
And he did. The idiot did. He's made himself a great burger. The big man. Yes.
The big man himself. All right, Buck. Let's get into some Longhorn football here. We've got so much to talk about. Shout out to Texas men's tennis, by the way, for clinching a share of the Big 12 title.
There you go.
The weekend. They beat Oklahoma and Oklahoma State over the last couple of days to do that. It's the 8th conference championship to this point for Texas sports in the 2023-24 academic year. So the Texas tennis team, they've been one of the best in the country for years now. They are again this season, and they were able to clinch a share of the conference title on their way out the door. So any Big 12 title is sweet, but obviously a little sweeter when you can win the league in the last year in the league. And the men's tennis team, the latest to get that done down on the 40. Texas football, man, some good news, bad news. We'll start with the bad. Tandre Sweat was arrested in Austin yesterday and booked for DWI at 2:12 p.m. Buck, there's never a good time to get arrested for anything, but we are less than 3 weeks away from the NFL draft, which is like the biggest couple of days of Tandre Sweat's life. And for him to get arrested and now have this off the field red flag pop up this close to the draft, that could not be worse timing for T Sweat.
Well, the good timing is nobody got hurt. He didn't get hurt. He didn't hurt anybody else. So hopefully that's just one of those things that we've all gone through. Well, we've not all been picked up for DWI, but we've all had a drink or two and got behind the wheel, and hopefully it'll never happen again with him. It's a lesson that'll be learned. But 2 o'clock in the afternoon, that's brunch and a pizza. That's brunch and 2 pizzas for him. So middle of the afternoon, 2 o'clock. What the hell's going on at 2 o'clock?
Yeah,
happy
I don't
hour?
know. It is interesting timing, right?
Happy brunch?
Yeah, it must have been a brunch or something. I don't know. I mean, we don't have a ton of details yet. No comment from T Sweat's attorney to this point. He posted a $3,000 bond and was released from custody shortly after he was booked. Once again, he was booked at 2:12 p.m. yesterday, and he walked out of the Travis County Jail with a mask and towel covering his head. Once again, he walked out with his attorney, who declined to comment. So I'm sure we'll find out more as the days go on. And like you said, thankfully, he's not hurt. Thankfully, nobody else was hurt in this situation. But yeah, brutal. Do not drink and drive. Doesn't matter if you're about to be an NFL player, if you're somebody who just got their driver's license, do not drink and get behind the wheel. And yeah, like this could cost T Sweat. I mean, he has not had a great pre-draft process.
No.
Now, he did enough in college, put enough on film. He was the Outland Trophy winner last year to where he was still going to get drafted relatively high. Like, I think he's going to be a day 2 draft pick, which means rounds 2 or 3. But even despite, him showing up a little bit bigger than people anticipated at the combine, even despite him running the slowest 40 time at the combine, even despite all the other things that have been going on that would maybe count against Tandre Sweat, it still felt like his draft stock was in good standing. This is one of those things. He's still going to get drafted, but this could take him off a couple of teams' boards, or at least knock him down a couple of pegs on some others.
No, nobody wants a happy-go-lucky drunk. It's already hard enough in that league and what's going on, and there's a lot of stresses that come with playing in the NFL. And as you said, he already had a couple small red flags that they were hoping that he'd just bypass those, get his weight to where it needed to be, and just perform at a level they expect him to. But they're always looking for something. And anybody that's going to pay the kind of money that he's going to get, they're looking for anything. And that's a big red flag right there. And hopefully, like I said, it's not a problem. It's a one-time deal. I don't think we've ever heard him getting into a bunch of trouble before. And hopefully that's the last of it right there.
Yeah.
Like I said, he's okay. Nobody got hurt. Very fortunate in that case. So, but that doesn't help.
No, it doesn't. And hopefully he uses this as a learning experience,
Sure.
right? But once again, the timing of this, not that there's ever a good timing to do something like this, but the timing you feel like couldn't be much worse for Tandre Sweat. So I was hoping that was like an Onion article. I was hoping it was fake news. I was hoping maybe they got the wrong guy, although I don't know how you misidentify a guy of that size. But yeah, unfortunately, it was Tandre Sweat. And yeah, 2:12 in the afternoon. I saw the time first. I saw 2:12, and I'm like, all right, Sunday morning after midnight. Went out Saturday night, got a little too crazy, and I got behind the wheel. And not that would make it any better, but 2:12 p.m., that's not a time you see very often for a guy getting booked for DWI. So, yeah, maybe some sort of brunch or something.
Couple extra slices, couple 6-packs, couple extra 6-packs, couple slices,
Well, the pizza might have sobered him up a little bit. Maybe he needed some more pizza and less 6-packs. But yeah, bad move for Tandre Sweat. Hope it doesn't.
Yeah, getting jammed up on a Sunday afternoon. Wow.
Yeah, Chris says that may move him up Jerry's board. Yeah, I don't know. He'll once again get an opportunity if you can play in this league. Guys have done way worse than a DWI and found their ways on NFL rosters, whether you agree with that or not. That's the cold hard truth of the NFL. But
don't minimize driving drunk though. That's too bad. That's unfortunate
horrible
for him.
Yep. Indeed it is. So we will see what happens next with this Tandre Sweat story. But arrested here in Austin and faces a DWI charge. I don't know if they can get this thing behind him by the time we get to the draft, which once again starts on April 25th. So 2 weeks from Thursday, this might be something that looms over Sweat going into
does that hang into your NFL? Or is it just red flag your team? Does the NFL have anything to do with that once you become a part of the NFL? Can they do anything about that?
Oh, in terms of like a suspension?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't think so because he's not on an NFL roster yet.
Plus, I don't know how it works. A first-time offense of something like that.
Right. I don't know how it works even if you are on an NFL roster. Like, I'm not sure if the NFL has rules that, like, say DUI or DWI is against their code of conduct where they have to investigate and step in and determine some sort of punishment. Doesn't seem like a bad idea. If they don't have something like that, maybe they should have something like that. But that also could just be, hey, we'll let the legal process play out.
Sure, that's probably what it is. I would think that's probably what it is.
Yeah, we don't want to get involved in that. That's not our responsibility. So, yeah, that's the bad news for Texas football. But the good news is the Longhorns had a massive recruiting event down on campus over the weekend called Longhorn City Limits, and they picked up a commit, actually a couple of commitments. One of them is a preferred walk-on commitment for this year's class, the class of 2024, a guy that you maybe saw a couple of times in high school, Spencer Barnett. He's the kicker and punter at Westlake the last couple of years, was committed to Colorado State for a while, and Texas was able to flip him and convince him to stay home on a PWO deal. So obviously, Bert Auburn is your kicker right now. Texas brought in Michael Kern as a punter in this year's class, and I assume that's your starters at your specialist positions in 2024. But it seems like they got their guy for the future. Spencer Barnett hit a school record 59-yard field goal for Westlake last year. That will play. And then how about Tashard Choice, Buck? Following in your footsteps, the running back coach, bringing in another running back recruit. This is a 2025 commit from the Tyler area, Beast,
Nice.
Texas. Ricky Stewart is this young man's name. He's 5'10", 180 pounds. How about these numbers last year in his junior season? 2,855 yards on only 271 carries. So that's 10.4 yards per carry.
2,800?
And 40 touchdowns, Buck. 2,800 and 40 touchdowns as a junior up in the Tyler area. So not going up against the greatest level of Texas high school football competition, but
What is it, a 3, 4A?
I believe so. I got to double check the A status of Ricky Stewart, but yeah, I mean those numbers will play anywhere.
Yeah, they will.
Stewart was committed to SMU for a while. Texas offered a few months ago, and yeah, Stewart committed. Took to social media over the weekend and announced that he's coming to Texas. So the rich get richer, man. I mean, this running back room has been loaded with talent even before Tashard Choice got here, and it has continued to stay loaded with talent. Of course, you had Bijan and Rojo in Tashard Choice's first season. Last year, you had Jonathan Brooks. This year, you've got C.J. Baxter and Jaden Blue. Of course, Jarrett Gibson and Christian Clark, a couple of highly touted recruits coming in. Trey Wisner's in the room. And yeah, now you're just continuing to restock that pipeline. There should never be a down year for running backs at Texas. And it seems like as long as Tashard Choice is here, there won't be.
No, there shouldn't be any down years. You should be able to pick and choose the best of the best in this state and then go other states to find whatever you need there. But in this state, their number one choice should be University of Texas if you're a great running back. It just should be that way.
Yep, absolutely. Absolutely. And Texas has done well in this state. And Ricky Stewart, once again, is from this state, but they've also recruited well out of state, right? Like Bijan out of state.
Arizona, Florida.
Yep, Jarrett Gibson out of state. Christian Clark out of state. It's been a combination of both, right? Jonathan Brooks in state. Jaden Blue in state. C.J. Baxter out of state. It really is a nice mix. And that's what you want Texas recruiting to be everywhere.
Yes.
Right. It's you can grab the top players at each position from your own backyard. That's what you want to do. You want to keep your best players home, but also, you could find some talented players all across the country. You could dip out of state. That's what Bama does. That's what Georgia does. That's what Ohio State does. You want to be recruiting like that to where, you're keeping the stars close to home, but also you're going out and poaching stars from other stomping grounds.
Yeah, we're taking your stars away from your state too.
Yeah, it feels that way. And CB says Texas should get the best running backs in the country. Now, with what Texas has done, like Bijan winning the Doak a couple of years ago, Jonathan Brooks was maybe on pace to win the Doak before he tore his ACL last year. I mean, Texas is recruiting and developing, and they're developing everywhere right now, which is awesome. That's why this team is in a great spot. But they're really developing at the running back spot to where it's like, if you are a super talented running back, I'm not saying you're always going to be guaranteed to sign with Texas, but you sure as hell should be considering the Longhorns.
Well, if they're looking for you, that's where you should be going. That's for sure.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's like, Alabama's obviously done an amazing job with running backs in recent years.
So is Georgia.
Georgia's done great with just about everything in recent years, but Texas is right there in that conversation, at least at that position for right now. And once again, as long as T Choice is calling the shots there, I would say enjoy them while you have them, Longhorn fans. He's already been offered a couple of jobs, both in college and in the NFL. Texas gave him a nice little pay bump to stick around. But at some point, like assuming Tashard Choice wants to keep moving up, maybe he does, maybe he just wants to be a running back coach. But I assume he wants to be an OC, maybe a HC at some point. And if that's the case, yeah, obviously you can't keep him. You just thank him for his service and you wish him the best of luck. So enjoy him. Hopefully he's one of those dudes who just wants to be a position coach and you can keep reaping the benefits of that. But for now, we will do that in the short term.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so that was great. Ton of big name visitors were here over the weekend. 3 5-star receivers in the building. DeCorian Moore, the LSU commit, Jamie French, Khalik Lockett. You had the 5-star athlete Jonah Williams from Galveston Ball. Go Tours. Bunch of 4-stars, bunch of 3-stars. So big time weekend. And by all accounts, it was a very successful weekend on the recruiting front for the Longhorns, which is great.
They must have had a little scrimmage or something this weekend to show those guys too.
Yep, a little scrimmage this weekend. Got some nuggets from our man Chip Brown, of course, of Texas Sports Unfiltered and Horns 24/7. One bad thing to talk about from the scrimmage, DJ Campbell, starting right guard for this offensive line, got hurt, left early. Hopefully just precautionary, right? You're always overcautious when it comes to these spring scrimmages.
Sure.
Some reports of him maybe in a sling on the sideline towards the end. This was not an open scrimmage, so media members are just going with sources to report what they heard. But yeah, DJ Campbell, that's the worst thing that happened for Texas is one guy got hurt. The silver lining is, well, you're 4.5 months away from the start of the season.
Absolutely. That's the best news.
Yeah, hopefully it's very, very minor and nothing that requires anything, just a little bit of rest. And if that's the case, that's fine. If DJ Campbell's got to be shut down for the rest of the spring, that's okay. Hopefully it's not even that. Hopefully he can be back at practice this week. And then some of the players that apparently performed really well. We'll start with the offensive side of the ball. Jaden Blue, man, speaking of running backs, I still feel like right now Jaden Blue is the best running back on campus. I don't mean to slight CJ Baxter when I say that, but right now, like with what I saw from Jaden Blue towards the end of last year, I liked it more than what I saw from CJ Baxter. So both guys are going to play. Both guys are going to be integral parts of this Texas offense this coming season. But hearing that Jaden Blue was one of those dudes that showed out does not surprise me at all, Buck.
I mean, no. I mean, after what we've seen of him over the last 2 years, really, he's at this level. He's able to play anywhere for anybody in the country. So, and especially here, that he knows what this offense is all about. And they started CJ Baxter last year, and still, if something would have to be amazing to happen, that CJ Baxter would not be the starter when the season started next year. But repetition-wise, it doesn't matter. Somebody's going to get. They're going to be close when it comes to snaps anyway. And one guy may get just a little bit more. And I think that Blue would be the guy who'd get probably a little bit more. I liked his ability just a little bit more last year. The other kids started to mature as the season went on, and I would expect if he's the starter, it's going to be hard to get that job away from him. It just is, But at that position, who's the starter? Who cares? If they're sharing carries, it's nobody's going to care. It's all about who has the hot hand in a particular moment. So.
Well said. Yeah, and I think that's the way Sark's going to operate, right? That's what he did last year. We criticized Sark for naming CJ Baxter the starter because that turned out to be the wrong decision. But I'll praise Sark for realizing pretty early on that Jonathan Brooks is better. Jonathan Brooks is the guy that needs to be out there more. And obviously over the course of the season, he got way more snaps and way more carries than CJ Baxter did. So, yeah, it's one of those things. When you
do that, those guys are the guys that see those kids every day.
Yep.
They know things about them that just aren't on the field. Not everything matters that what you do on the field. There's some other things that may be a little bit different, maturity level wise, that you see that we don't see.
This. You know this way better than I do, Coach. Like some guys are better in practice than they are in games.
Absolutely.
Some guys are worse in practice. Some guys, I don't know if it's attitude or if it's just something is different when the lights come on to where they're a different beast on Saturdays than they are Monday to Friday. Some guys are better practice players than game players. Some guys are better game players than practice players.
Yeah, I watched James Brown do that for years. He was really, really good in the games. He sucked at practice.
Really?
Oh, good Lord, James. Really? You're going to be the starter this week? Really?
Oh my God. Do you think it
Wow.
was like he just didn't care about it, or it just
No,
didn't?
he's just a gamer.
Yeah.
And you don't get away with that very much, and especially at that position,
Yeah. That's
at the
scary because you
quarterback
got to have
position.
your teammates confident going into the game, right? That
Absolutely.
like, oh, he had a great week of practice. He's playing well. This is going to translate on Saturday. That's a little scary when your QB's shaky during the week.
Yeah, and it's easy, certain positions, running back. Like you can't have a guy at the wide receiver position have shaky week of practice and think he's going to be great in the game. You can't have a bunch of drops in practice and all of a sudden he's going to make these great catches. And that doesn't work out that way.
Right.
And it really
Yeah.
doesn't work out at the quarterback position. If the guy's throwing picks at practice, making the wrong reads, you don't then put him in the game and say, oh, he'll just get better here. I mean, James was just a gamer. It just seemed to always kind of come together with him in the games. Where at practice, you were like shaking your head going, oh my God, this guy's going to start for us this week? Really?
Yeah. As a coach, probably terrifying. As a
Dude,
player, not ideal.
I didn't have many of those that played running back position for me in all the years that
Good.
sucked at practice and they were great at games. They had to be good at practice or they never got to the game part because I was too nervous.
You always said Ricky would try to house every single run in
Oh,
practice, right?
he was amazing at practice. Priest Holmes, those guys were amazing practice. Howard Griffith, those were amazing practice players. So I never had a problem in the game, you
Yeah.
know. And if they would screw up, it would be in a game. It wouldn't be at practice because they never got to the games. I never felt comfortable enough to say, you know what, you've had a really shitty week of practice. Here, why don't you go start for me? Let's see how this works out for the team.
Yep. I like that mindset. And look, for Texas now at practice, I mean, these guys have to be performing well,
Oh,
right?
yeah.
There's an opportunity with Jonathan Brooks going to the league for CJ Baxter and Jaden Blue and hell, all of these guys. You could throw Trey Wisner and Jarrett Gibson and Christian Clark in the mix too. An opportunity to show Tashard Choice and Steve Sarkisian what they're capable of.
Yeah.
And, convince them that they are worthy of being the starter, or more importantly, they are worthy of getting significant playing time when the Longhorns take the field against somebody else in August.
I don't think there's any position on this football team now that if you're not practicing well, you get to be the starter and play in games. And then we get to see you screw up in the games and say, then hear that, oh, he didn't have a great week of practice. I don't think you'll hear that from any coach at this level, and especially at this particular school right now where they say, well, he was shitty all week at practice. Guess what? I played him in the game. Well, you really did, coach? Well, that was stupid on your part. I don't think Sark would do it at the quarterback position. I don't think any other position coach, the offensive line coach, definitely is not going to do that. I mean, he missed a bunch of blocks at practice, so I decided to put him in the game because he's big and strong. No, that won't work.
It shouldn't work, right?
No,
Because,
no.
like Cam Williams, Texas is trying to figure out who the starter at right tackle is going to be. And
Right.
it feels like it's Cam Williams' job to lose, but he's the new guy. Right? The other four dudes on that O-line
Sure.
started last year, so you kind of know that their spots are set in stone. But Cam Williams is that guy who's got to prove during practice, because obviously there's
Absolutely.
not a game before the first game that he's capable of manning down that right side of the offensive line. So, that's going to be important for sure. More love to Trey Wisner, another running back who apparently has had a phenomenal spring. I've heard that guy's name about 50 times since spring ball started a couple of weeks ago. Probably RB3 right now, but you might need RB3. And if one of your top two guys gets hurt, all of a sudden RB3 becomes pretty important to your football team. So love hearing that for Trey Wisner. And also some of the receivers, Jonte Cook. Man, Jonte Cook to me, Bucks, he's the 5-star from 2 years ago. And, of course, he didn't get to play that much. Only 8 catches last year because he was sitting behind X and AD and Jordan Whittington.
Right.
That guy's probably like, okay, finally, all 3 of these dudes are gone. And then Texas goes out there and brings in 3 transfer portal receivers and 3 very good ones, too, with Golden and Bond and Bolden all coming to campus. If I'm Jonte Cook, I'm playing with a chip on my shoulder. Like, I don't know if he's going up to the coaches and is like, man, F y'all for not believing in me. But if I'm Jonte Cook, I'm like internalizing that. I'm going Michael Jordan Last Dance, and I took that personal. And I'm like, oh, these coaches, they really thought like these guys were going to come in and play. They didn't trust me. They didn't trust that I could be a number 1 wide receiver for this football team. I'm going to go out and prove those dudes wrong. Jonte Cook apparently has had a tremendous spring, and I hope whether it's that mindset or not, he is balling out right now because I want to see that dude on the field.
Yeah, I want to see if he's a consistent player, consistent guy who catches the ball, runs really nice routes, when they need him to do that. Not just a guy who can break through the middle and catch a bunch of bombs, catching them bombs. I want to see if he can catch them intermediate routes, catch and run with the ball, is on the same page with the quarterback. There's a lot to it for this young guy because he had a rough time getting on the field. And anybody would have a rough time getting on the field with the guys that played last year. I mean, that was to be expected. He was just a freshman last year. But there is nothing that tells me this year that we shouldn't see a lot of that guy. If he's that good, if he's that good, he's ready. He should be ready to go. I mean, he's a 5-star player with 5-star talent. And if he had that last year and we never got a chance to really, really see it, then there's no reason we shouldn't see it this year.
Yeah, I tend to agree 100%. And, apparently he looked great last year. Like, it wasn't a case of him just not being ready for college. He needs a year to kind of figure things out at this level.
He just wasn't a first-round draft guy. He just wasn't a first-round draft.
2 first-round picks.
Right.
Yeah, two first-round picks and a 4-year starter playing in front of you. And, like, those guys just didn't get hurt, thankfully. There wasn't a lot of opportunities for Tandre Cook to play. So, yeah, this year I think the good news for him, besides all of the other things that we just talked about, Silas Bolden coming over from Oregon State, he's not here yet. He was not an early enrollee, so he'll get here this summer. Now, regardless, I think Silas Bolden is going to be a significant part of this Texas offense, but Tandre Cook's got more of a chance to show to this coaching staff what he's capable of. Now, he's competing against Isaiah Bond, the Bama transfer, who's already here. He's competing against Matthew Golden, the Houston transfer, is already here, and a bunch of other guys too. But at least one of those transfers is not here, so more of an opportunity for Tandre Cook to showcase his skill set, and I think he is doing just that.
It won't always be about talent here. It'll be about, with the portal, it'll be about experience, and this is now turning into a pretty experienced football team. Even though a couple guys go out, first rounders, you bring in a couple guys that at their other schools would end up being first or second round picks at the positions now too. You're setting guys in here to play now. You're not bringing them in here depth purposes any longer. You're bringing them in here that they start, that they're players ready to go. So if you're already on this football team, if you're not ready, if you haven't learned these positions, you may not catch up. You may have come to this school as a superstar, from the Dallas-Fort Worth area. But if they're going to transfer portals and getting guys who have had experience, that were going to, no matter where, if they would have stayed at their own prospective schools, they would have been pretty damn good. Then you better get with the program or you could get lost.
100%. And, I think this year's Tandre Cook is Ryan Wingo, because Ryan Wingo apparently was a standout from Saturday's scrimmage, a 5-star receiver, not from the DFW area, from Missouri. And he continues to impress throughout the course of this.
That's not a little guy. That's not just a speed thing. That's a big grown man right there.
Yeah, Tandre Cook was a 5-star, but Ryan Wingo is like a top 10 player in the country in this recruiting class of 2024. So, it may be tough for Ryan Wingo to get playing time, but Steve Sarkisian has treated this thing like a meritocracy. I feel like I keep using that word, but that's the way it's been. It doesn't matter what your classification is. If you're good, you can play. And if Ryan Wingo is one of the best 3 or 4 or 5 receivers on this Texas football team, it's not going to matter that he's a true freshman and Texas has a bunch of upperclassmen or guys who have already been there.
That guy's a 5-star national recruit at that position. And everything that you've seen on him, every film that you've seen on him, that guy is a player. He's like the dude that played at Ohio State last year. He's already a self-made, big-ass grown receiver that just needs some fine-tuning. That's all he needs. And you've got an NFL coach coaching him, so he's going to be playing. I believe Wingo's that guy who's going to be playing. It's not going to be one of those, well, he didn't get enough snaps. I think he's going to get plenty of snaps this year. It's the little guy that you have to worry about.
What do you say, Buck Kelly? If he's old enough,
if he's old enough, he's good enough. Is that the term you like, or you don't like that term?
I don't really like that phrase at all. Actually.
You don't like that? Oh.
No, I got to check your phone log, see who you've been calling lately.
Okay, there, Diddy.
You been in LA or Miami at one of Diddy's houses by chance?
Dude, I'm still finding that hard to believe. I'm not finding anything hard to believe. I don't know how you mess up your life. Why would you want to mess up? Why do people continue to mess up their lives?
That's so far down my list of questions about this. I can't figure out why people like doing that. Like,
You
forget
got it. I mean,
forget how famous you are. Like, it doesn't matter how famous you are to me. Like, why is that something you're interested in doing? Like, how are you that bad of a person? Number one, and number two,
yes.
why is that what gets you going?
You
Like,
already, you got it. You've got it. What are you trying to get to? You know?
yeah, it's gross, freaking gross. So yeah, if you're old enough, I don't even like that. Good on that phrase
Old
there.
enough, you're good enough. Yes.
Easy. Don't be
If you're
rubbing
good
your
enough,
hands.
it's if you're good enough, you're old enough to be out there.
I don't like that you're rubbing your hands together looking like that when you say
Yeah.
that too. If you're old enough, you're good enough.
Come
That
on,
is,
man.
that is gross. So those are some of your offensive standouts from the scrimmage. Before we get to the defensive standouts and some of the other stories we have today, how about some more shout outs to some more sponsors, Buck?
Speaking of doctors and specialists that I've seen, now if you're seeking specialized patient orthopedic care, then contact the experts and our friends at Texas Orthopedics. Their physicians offer surgical and non-surgical orthopedic care for children and adults, spinal care, sports medicine, rheumatology, joint replacement, and even more. Dr. Christopher Danny and Christopher Stockton are dedicated orthopedic surgeons, and their goal is to get you right back into good health and that great quality of life that you deserve. Texas Orthopedics is the largest independent orthopedic practice in the state of Texas. For more information, folks, go to txortho.com.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Shout out to our great friends at 7-Eleven.
Yeah, man.
As well. I was at 7-Eleven in Dallas over the weekend, getting a few cold beers. A little wedding party on Saturday. Had to make sure we had some beers ready to go.
Way to go, T-Sweat.
And no driving. We were Ubering.
Oh, Uber time. There you go.
What a concept. Tandre, come on, dude.
You got the
NIL money that you have. I don't have the NFL money that you're about to get. Download the Uber app. Get a cab. Mad about that. But love 7-Eleven. They've got them all over the state of Texas. It's the best convenience store in the world. Tell you what, I was eyeing down some rollers, man. I just eaten a huge lunch, but I was still looking at that steak and cheese. I'm like,
yeah, man, the big man's got to get out there quick before these Eclipse sites are starting to get all over the place. I had to get to my local 7-Eleven. Went to 7-Eleven in Tampa. Yes.
Oh.
Had a slice there too. Yummy.
There you go. Yep, 7-Eleven all over the world, not just all over Austin, not just all over the state of Texas, but all over the world. The best convenience store that you can find. The hot drinks, the cold drinks, the fresh food, the prepackaged snacks. Make sure you download the 7-Eleven app as well to cash in on the 7 rewards program so you can get great deals every time you walk in to 7-Eleven.
Shout out to our good friends at Olipop too. I was at HEB yesterday before the crowd started to hit, and they've got a wonderful display of all the different types of Olipop drinks right here at the B Caves HEB. That thing is on the move, and there are a bunch of folks grabbing those 6-packs of Olipops, BK, getting ready for the Eclipse. Getting rid of the soda and getting into the stuff that's going to be good for gut health too. You know what I'm saying? There you go. Get them on.
Eclipse?
Those are nice. Those are really nice, expensive shades you got there. Pieces of junk.
Hey, they are medical king, all right?
Oh, my goodness.
The king's got to be wearing medical kings.
That is incredible, those things.
Look.
They just cut those out and put a piece of black plastic on them and call them medical gear.
Look, it's approved by the CE and the ISO. Approved.
I don't understand why foster grants can't just get it done.
I don't even know what that is. That's a brand of sunglass?
Yes.
Foster grants? I feel like if you wear sunglasses, you're going to be fine. I feel like if you're not wearing sunglasses, you're going to be fine. Like, you can directly look into the sun normally and be perfectly fine. Now, you shouldn't, stare at it. But, everyone at one point,
you'll start tearing. You're not going to get a chance to stare at it anyway.
Exactly. Everyone at some point in their life has, looked up to the sun really just to see if parents are full of shit. Oh, you say I can't look at it? I'm going to look at it. And then you're like, oh, no, maybe I shouldn't look at it. You're going to be fine if you look in the sky.
That's not a tip for you kids in the car line.
Oh, it's a tip.
By the way, they're not going to school today. How about that?
They canceled school?
Yes. Where I live out here, yes.
What?
There's no school in Lakeway in this area out here because of the eclipse.
No
what happened to our education system? You know how much money I tried to get
Oh my
play
God.
that Powerball and help this education system out in the state of Texas, and these kids ain't even going to school because the moon and the sun want to smooch each other. What's the deal here?
Okay, that's not why you play the Powerball. Don't act like you're some sort of servant here for the youth because you're trying to win the lottery.
I'm trying to help out. That helps the education of our students here in the state of Texas. So I went out and spent about 30, 40 bucks on the lottery, trying to get $1 billion over the weekend.
How'd that go?
Not well.
They already
Just
announced the winner.
Like all my other, like some drunk from Jersey probably won it. Some guy stumbled into a convenience store and played $2.
God, that's the worst. So I did not realize the schools were shut down today. There's no
Yes.
holiday today. Like literally, it's just for the eclipse.
Yes.
Oh my God.
The traffic, we got to get them on the buses and stuff like that. And everybody pulled over to the side of the road. You people that are going to be pulled over right where it says don't pull over, you're going to pull over. Where is Officer Jack C. Wagon when I need him? Where's Peacock today?
Where's your boy Peacock? Oh, I bet he's on the loose today.
Or you think he's pulling over people who are not supposed to be parked? There's illegal parking going on in Lakeway?
Yeah, his Peacock's wife, I heard she was at a Texas Stars game over the weekend and a puck flew into the stands and deflated one of her new boobs. So she needs another set of breasts. So he's got a few more tickets he's got to hand out today.
Oh my God. I talked to Tom about that dude.
Oh yeah. We got to get Tom on the show at some point to tell his Officer Peacock story. Because Tom,
he told the guy, goes, I couldn't believe that was really your name. He goes, I've heard an awful lot about you.
Our girl Christy from Cakes Rock is saying no traffic at all. I was told to not drive today. Should I be doing all my driving today? What's going on?
No. Keep off the streets so I can get on the streets. You stay at home. Let me get out there.
Me being on the road is not going to ruin your driving experience. It's everybody else.
Nope. It's just like driving downtown. Hey, do me a favor. You people take your bikes. I'll drive the truck. You know what I'm saying?
You're going to run over bikers? Is that a threat?
No. We just don't need so many motor vehicles out there. You guys should drive, get your exercise, drive your bikes. Just let me drive the truck. I'm the one that needs to use up the gas, not you people. You people need the exercise.
You probably need to rest. I assume your doctor told you to not do that stuff for a couple of days, but no surprise.
Sweat, you need to be on a bike with your slices in your hand.
Hey, there ain't a bike in the world that can hold that dude.
Come on, man.
I love Tandre Sweat, but I don't know. I don't know if that bicycle exists.
Definitely not a bicycle built for two with that dude on there.
AISD schools are open, according to CB.
There you go. That's who I was spending my money for. There's my tax dollars. My lottery dollars going to work.
Some schools open today. Some schools apparently not open today. Man, maybe I should run some errands after the show this morning. I don't know. Dude,
I've never, I've grown up, seen a lot of these been around a lot of eclipses growing up through the Catholic school system. They never took off for anything. If the Pope didn't die, we didn't get off. You know what I'm saying?
Ooh, is that a Pope diddling joke there?
No, there had to be the smoke at the Vatican in order for us to get off at Catholic school. We didn't have all these holy days and all these other things going on.
You got off like Christian holiday. You got off Christmas.
Yeah, we did. We get off.
Yeah, just religious holidays. That's probably it.
Yeah. These kids are getting off for the moon, kissing the sun. What is all of this?
No parent-teacher conference days back then.
No nun conference days. No.
So we had Fair Day growing up because I grew up in Dallas, right? And the state fair's there every year. And literally like all of the school districts in DFW got a day off and it was called Fair Day. It's like it was supposed to be just, there you go to the state fair, enjoy your day. It was the worst day ever at the fair because, of course, every student, every parent, everybody. I was like the second busiest day. It was Texas OU Saturday, and then it was Fair Day. Like those were the 2 days, and unless you were going to the game, you should stay as far away from the fair as possible because they were madhouses. Oh my God, it was the worst. It's the worst.
It should be okay today. As I said, BK, it's going to be dark as it is anyway. It's cloudy and crappy as it is now.
Yeah.
The sun keeps peeking out, but if you've got your shades on to protect your eyes, kids protect your eyes. Don't take any tips from BK. Don't be looking up at the sun.
Look up at the sun,
Kids do like
bitch.
this. Kids, look, how about this? Does this work?
Yeah, I
It's
think so.
worked for me.
Okay, kids, like, look, your kids are trying to impress their friends. They're
Yes.
trying to impress a potential
Girl, yes. Guy,
girl, guy, whatever you're into. Are you going to impress them looking like this?
No.
You got to be a rebel. All right. That's what works. The bad guys are what wins. All right. Which way do I need? Which way are you? I don't know which way to look.
By the way, let me just say
you don't want to look like this walking around today. You're not going to impress the girl. It's going to impress the girl is you're like, hey, you want to see a trick? You just stare into the sun.
And then your eyeballs fall out.
Now that's a badass right there. That's a bad boy. That's a rebel. That's what the ladies are looking for. There's your tip for kids in the car line, brought to you by, I don't know who's sponsoring that, actually.
No. We don't want you to go blind. Those things can happen. You can have retinal damage, not rectal damage, retinal damage.
Maybe both. Okay, what would you rather have, retinal damage or social damage from looking like this?
I'm gonna watch people this afternoon, walking around with those stupid glasses on. I'm just gonna pull over and just start laughing.
That's gonna be my bit today when I'm driving around. I'm gonna be wearing this, just scaring the shit out of people. Like, really looking
Those things are so stupid. I saw those at the convenience store. My guy was like selling those for like $4.75. I'm like, give me a pair, give me 2 pair. Go ahead, just give me 2 pair. Let me get it over with. I'll give a pair to my wife because she's going to be out back looking up in the air at this thing.
Are you going to be watching?
I'm not watching this today.
You're not even going to look?
Dude, I'm going to watch a repeat of the Bolero Open if I can.
You're going to watch replays of golf over the 3-minute Eclipse?
Yes, absolutely.
Man, I've been dunking on the Eclipse, but I'll be on. Barker and I will be on from 12 to 2 today.
Are you guys going to look up? You're going to do it outside?
I got to text him and figure out what we're going to do. I'm either going to like log off the computer and pull up my phone and just like do a live commentary outside, or I'm just going to like, we'll play like one of our Ricky Williams interviews or something. And so we have a few
go outside.
Yeah. Like, I'll leave it up to Barker, right? Because I don't want to rob him of the chance. Although talking to him, I don't think he gives a shit about this thing. But I'll leave it up to him and see what he wants. But I want to look at it. I do want to look at it. Like, I'm not that intrigued by it. It sounds like it's just going to be night for 3 minutes and then it's going to be day again. And it's like, well, I could have just waited, 6 hours to get to night. And
be a good time to take a little nap.
I know exactly what it feels like. But yeah, you're going to get a 3-minute nap in while it's dark out there.
Yeah.
Quality power nap. Yeah.
I just, astrology, things like this don't move me. Like I said, the space shuttle deal was very moving because I could see the streak go by and actually believe that there's somebody actually up there in that deal. The man in the moon, I don't know if I'm believing quite the man in the moon, cheese and the moon and all that kind of stuff. No, I'm not buying.
Cheese and the moon.
Yeah, the moon's made out of green cheese, things like that. Things you grow up hearing.
Dude, I would actually think the moon is worth our time if there was cheese up there. Or if it was made of
queso,
cheese,
if it was
like,
just a big thing of queso.
Oh my God. Well, the moon would be gone because we would have eaten all of that at this point. Oh, all right. Shout out to Olipop. That's the longest live read of all time. Love Olipop. Great tasting soda that's actually good for you. Shout out to our friends at Autograph as well. The Autograph app, it's free in the App Store and Google Play. Coming up on April 18th, that's 10 days from now, a week from Thursday, our friends at Olipop, our friends at Autograph will be dropping a pair of Texas-Michigan football tickets for $8. I'm sorry? Yes, you heard that right. They will be dropping a pair of Texas-Michigan tickets next Thursday at 2 o'clock Central Time for $8.
Well, that's better than the Eclipse.
Way better than the Eclipse. Download the app. We'll give you more details. We'll tweet and post on Facebook exactly what you need to do to be eligible to cash in on that incredible giveaway. But the most important thing is you have to download the free app and use the promo code TSU. If you don't do that, you have no chance. There's a couple more steps you have to take. We'll tell you about that momentarily. But All you have to do right now, download the free Autograph app, use the code TSU when you download, and you are going to potentially have a chance to get $8 pair of tickets, $4 tickets, and $8 pair of tickets to the Texas-Michigan game. Yes, that Texas-Michigan game. So be on the lookout for that. Make sure you download that free Autograph app.
Free shout. How about a quick shout out to our good friends at Clean Cause, BK? Loving the folks at Clean Cause. Now they've got their new Herba Mate out there, and it is blueberry, naturally flavored, absolutely delicious, no jitters. It's got its caffeine in there just for you if you need that quick shake up of, but it's not going to keep you jittery all day long. And Clean Cause gives back 50% of their profits go to help addictions throughout Central Texas and around this country. And I want to thank those people who are supporting folks that have addictions. They're giving away 50% of their profits back to those that have drug and alcohol addictions. The folks at Clean Cause, love Clean Cause, love all their different drinks. But this is a new one, blueberry. I'm going to have me a blueberry today, my friend.
Those drinks are spectacular, and I've been to your house a couple of times. You have 100 of those lying around. You and your wife love the Clean Cause drinks.
They're everywhere. You're talking about everywhere in this state. It's everywhere, Clean Cause.
And obviously the movement is second to none, the work that they do helping folks around our community. Spectacular stuff. Quick check of the Coda text line. Got a bunch of texts coming in today, 512-222-9328. A 281 number says the only thing they took off at Catholic school was boys' clothing.
Oh, come on now. Come on.
Oh, man. Yeah, no days off, but yes, clothes off apparently there, huh?
Yeah, I had to wear a tie every day. I wore a tie every day from first grade. I did not wear a tie at Boston College, it was a Catholic school. But through high school, I learned how to tie a tie and wore one, except for when I first grade, I did clip-ons. BK, I had a little bow tie, little clip-on.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then I learned how to tie a tie. And every day from high school through, I had to wear a tie to school. Khakis and a tie. Oh,
that is rough.
That was rough, man. God. That was rough.
Thankfully, you joined a line of work to where you never have to wear a tie.
Absolutely.
Hell, multiple lines of work, right? Coaching and then broadcasting. Oh, yeah. Never have to put on a suit and tie. I don't blame you for wanting to go a completely different direction after having to do that as a kid every day. It was brutal. Yeah, I never had the uniform bit in public school, because I came out the mud from the streets of far north Dallas.
Yeah. The mud. They didn't have any ties there.
Well, it rained a lot, so that was why there was a lot of mud.
Very nice.
Where do you want to go next? We've got the women's.
I need you to tell me about Coach Calipari and what the hell is he doing? I mean, this has got to be. This is straight. This is not about history. This is not about winning. This is about money.
Well, it seems like a made-up story, doesn't it?
Yes. Why? It's like, why, dude?
The head basketball coach at the University of Kentucky, the second winningest program in the history of college basketball behind Kansas, unless you look at vacated wins. We don't worry about vacated wins.
Yeah.
That blue blood, maybe the most historic program in the sport. The coach of that university would leave on his own accord, not to become the head coach at UCLA, not to become the head coach of the Los Angeles Lakers, but to become the head coach at the University of Arkansas. Like, it sounds made up.
Pig Suey, really?
Rue Pig Suey. Yeah. And this thing happened quick. I mean, it's not like there were rumors about this for a couple of days, a couple of weeks, and then finally a decision was made. This was like, hey, this might happen. And then boom, 30 minutes later, no, this is happening. And John Calipari is leaving Kentucky to become the next head coach of Arkansas. Of course, Eric Musselman, who was the head coach at Arkansas, left to take the job at USC. That was a little surprising, but it's not as big of a surprise as the coach of Kentucky going to Arkansas to coach.
Yeah, that's just a dude wanting to get out of where he was to go to LA.
Yeah, look, for Musselman. Yep.
Yes.
Yep. I agree. And Arkansas had a bad year last year. I think Muss kind of cashed in and checked out early. I mean, Arkansas was supposed to be really good a season ago, and they were really good more often than not under Coach Muss. But last year it got out of hand, and they were under 500 and didn't come close to making the tournament. So that was, people could kind of sense that Muss could have been on his way out. And then the USC coach took the job at SMU, so that opened that up. So, okay, you could sort of fit the pieces to the puzzle there. But yeah, Arkansas, for a while, they were looking at Chris Beard. They were going after Chris Beard, who, of course, is at Ole Miss right now. Beard apparently turned them down to stay in Oxford. Then Arkansas shifted its attention to Jerome Tang, who's the head coach at Kansas State. And then Jerome Tang signed an extension to stay in Manhattan. And then John Calipari was the pivot. The Hall of Famer, the national champion, one of the winningest coaches of this generation. Kentucky fans are happy about this. Kentucky had another disappointing tournament loss. Of course, they lost to Oakland in a 3-14 game this year. And Kentucky has really struggled, especially in the month of March over the last 5 or 6 seasons.
Yes.
So a lot of Kentucky fans wanted Calipari gone, but he had a lifetime contract up there. And the buyout money was huge. It's not like Texas. Like they don't have the money Texas has. So I don't know if they could have afforded to buy John Calipari out. So they're like, nah, we'll run it back and just hope he can figure things out here. Well, Kentucky fans, I think, get their wish because they don't have to pay the buyout, and Coach Cal is gone. So just a weird, bizarre story. You never expected to see this. It really, left field doesn't feel like a strong enough phrase for where this thing came out of. Yeah, Coach Cal, it's real, Buck. He's going to Arkansas.
That just amazes me. I mean, you leave that historic program. You've won it's not like you've never won a national championship there. You've won one, okay? That's fine, but this is, to me, this has got to be a money thing. This money's got to be incredible for him to get to Arkansas. And Arkansas is paying a huge amount to get Calipari to come there because his game has started to play out a little bit,
Yeah.
This is just believing that he can resurrect the Arkansas program that's been playing pretty good over the last 5 or 6 years, by the way.
Yeah, I think, look, people want to go where they're wanted, right? And John Calipari was no longer wanted at Kentucky. Now, he wasn't going to leave for nothing because he was making a crap ton of money. So he was going to stay and keep cashing them checks. But, I mean, Calipari knows, like, he sees what the fans tweet. He hears what the fans say.
Absolutely.
He knows they're pissed at him. And he's going somewhere like Arkansas is going to love to have Calipari. That's a huge get for them. And Cal's a great coach. Now, part of me thinks he took his foot off the gas because he had that lifetime contract. Now I think he might be extra motivated, like to prove Kentucky fans wrong and to prove all the doubters wrong. Like, oh, you think the game's passed me by? You don't think I can compete for a national championship anthink I don't
know how to go cheat again? I mean, whatever.
Yeah, exactly. So I think like both sides kind of view this as a win. You could call this a win-win thing. I think Kentucky was like hoping they could find their way out of this Calipari contract, and Arkansas gets a huge name coach who they probably thought they had no chance at. So once again, it's a bizarre headline. Kentucky saves $33 million by not firing Calipari, and I think it's a 5-year, $8 million per year deal for Coach Cal at Arkansas. So he's getting paid.
Chris Beard wouldn't turn down Kentucky if they asked him to leave Mississippi. He'd be gone so quick.
Yeah, well, that's the next question, right? Where does Kentucky go? I think their first call should be to Jay Wright, the former Villanova coach, two-time national champ, who's now, doing Final Four analysis in the broadcast booth for Turner. A lot of schools have tried to convince Jay Wright to come out of retirement. And to this point, he's told them all thanks, but no thanks. I assume Jay Wright wants to stay retired, but if he doesn't, that's where you go right there.
Oh yeah.
But we'll assume that Jay Wright is done. Who else? I think my next call, if I'm Kentucky, like maybe you call Bill Self at Kansas. I don't think Bill Self's leaving. I would call Scott Drew in Waco.
Sure.
Scott Drew's done an amazing job in Waco.
Billy Donovan's name's going to have to come up. It always does.
Yeah, Billy Donovan's name will come up. They'll try to poach him away from the NBA. I think I'd go with Scott Drew over Billy Donovan. I really do. Just like, look, Billy Donovan has 2 national titles and was amazing at Florida, the last coach to go back-to-back, maybe until tonight. But it's been a while since he's coached in college, and obviously the game in college has changed a lot in recent years. And Scott Drew he's like the best transfer portal coach you could argue in the country. He won a title a couple of years ago using a lot of players from the portal.
Absolutely.
And he's got NIL figured out in Waco. If he can handle that at Baylor, you don't think he could handle that at Kentucky with all the support that basketball team gets. So that's
what
what
would that be like, the transfer portal and the NIL money at Kentucky basketball?
I would hate that because I like Scott Drew's an amazing coach, and Texas is leaving Scott Drew as of right now with the move to the SEC. I do not want to have to go up against Scott Drew twice a year or once a year moving forward.
No, that would not be good.
So I'm trying to think who else could be in the mix. They're going to swing big, obviously. I think Chris Beard would absolutely take that job in a heartbeat, but I think Kentucky's going to go for.
Yeah, he wouldn't turn them down, would he?
No. Someone's going to go for somebody bigger than Chris Beard, I think. Or Kentucky's going to go for someone bigger than Chris Beard. Maybe Otzelberger at Iowa State. I don't know if that's a name that's big enough. Maybe they try Dan Hurley at UConn. You and I were talking before the show, like there's no way Hurley leaves UConn.
He already had a deal in place, and he'll have another deal after tonight in place. Yep.
And then another coach, as CB says, Alabama's coach, Nate Oates. Of course, Alabama made it to the Final Four for the first time in school history. They lost to UConn on Saturday. That was a really good game for.
Well, that's a good Alabama team too, man.
Yeah, he's done a tremendous job there. Was awesome at Buffalo for a couple of years before going to Tuscaloosa, and he's one of the best. Hard to call him a young coach, but he's still up and coming.
Right,
coaches in the country. So yeah, they're going to have some options there. They're going to swing for the fences. They should call Jay Wright first. Then they should probably call Bill Self and Dan Hurley. After those three no's, then you start trying to poach from somewhere else. But yeah, that's a bizarre story. I could not believe that happened last night. But John Calipari, congrats to Kentucky fans. Their message boards, they are celebrating like they just won the national championship with Cal gone. They had turned on that dude so quick.
Yes, they did.
In Lexington, and won them a national title back in 2012 and had a couple of really deep tournament runs. But the last 5 years, once again, they have been early outs. They lost to a 14 this year. They lost to a 15 a couple of years ago. It's been a lot of tournament disappointment for the Cats. So they're happy about this.
Now, let me ask you this. How much women's basketball did you catch over the course of the weekend? Did you see all the games?
Yeah, I was able to watch 2 of the 3 games. So I watched the UConn-Iowa game on Friday, and then I missed the South Carolina-NC State game, which that game didn't seem that close. That was the first game. I was doing rehearsal.
Yeah.
And then I watched the national title game yesterday. What about you?
Yeah, I got to see them all. I mean, I really enjoyed obviously what Caitlin Clark has brought to women's sports, not just basketball, but women's sports this year. She will be the female athlete of the year, obviously, into the new year. But what she's brought to some of these young ladies all over in every sport, I mean, she just had eyeballs that aren't sports people watch her play and take an interest in what kind of person she is. And, for South Carolina to repeat and, and for Coach Staley to put Caitlin Clark in the spotlight yesterday after beating them, again, it was just, I just thought it was good for women's sport. It was just good for sports. Yeah. What I saw over the weekend. I really, I enjoyed it. I don't know it's going to make me watch women's basketball any more than I do, which I don't really watch. Like I said, I've watched more women's softball games than I have women's college basketball games, but it got my attention, and I think it got the attention of a lot of people.
It was a tremendous year for women's college basketball and a spectacular tournament for women's college hoops. And it feels like the NCAA got everything it wanted for eyeballs, right? Like you got that Iowa LSU rematch in the Elite Eight. Like that game was incredibly popular and one of the most watched women's college basketball games ever. I think at the time it was the most women's college basketball game ever. Then you had Iowa versus UConn, right? The star power there with Caitlin Clark against Paige Beckers, but also UConn has been like the preeminent program in women's college hoops.
Absolutely.
Going up against Caitlin Clark and Iowa. Like that was an amazing matchup. And of course you have the South Carolina storyline where they're perfect, right? They're undefeated this season, trying to win another national championship under Dawn Staley. And you've got just tons of big names, tons of great players, tons of tremendous storylines, and it made for a really, really good women's tournament.
But it can't be really totally filled unless you say Kim Mulkey. Did you mention Kim Mulkey at all?
Yeah, I mentioned LSU and how they
Well,
lost
I
to
wanted to make sure
Iowa.
I wanted you to make sure that you mentioned her and not just
Yeah,
left them out.
she's a part of it too. I mean,
'Cause
love
you're
her
gonna
or hate her.
get a chance to see her a couple times a year now.
Yeah, yeah, with Texas moving to the SEC. Yeah, look,
Yes.
a lot of people watch LSU this year. A lot of people hate watched LSU this year, right? Like
Oh,
Kim
yeah.
Mulkey to me is not very likable. To you, she's the most likable person on the planet. To you, she's lovable. You would like to hold Kim Mulkey like those guys were holding those jelly cats on the airplane.
Yeah. Oh, my little cuddle doll.
Yep, your little cuddle doll, Kim
Wow.
Mulkey. She'd bite and claw and scratch and
Oh,
knock
my
your ass
goodness.
out if you tried to touch her. You know that, right?
Yeah, probably.
That's
She's
tough.
kind of feisty.
Yeah, your
Yeah, but
whole pad.
that was just great for women's. I mean, I keep saying women's. I don't mean to say. I mean athletics. It was just
No, it was great for women's sports. It was great for all sports, but you're not being wrong or discriminatory by saying it was great for women's sports. Like that tournament was the best thing to happen to women's basketball maybe ever. Like, I don't think that's hyperbole. The numbers back it up too. Like people were watching more than ever before. It was a huge, huge couple of weeks, but once again, a huge season for women's sports and women's basketball in particular.
I think the only thing that's come close to that is women's soccer, like World Cup soccer. That's about
I think so. And the World Cup, once every 4 years, and the U.S. dominated that. They've kind of lost their
sure.
dominance, but they're still really good. But it's not World Cup level love, I don't think. But man, I was at Armadillo Den in South Austin yesterday, and when Caitlin Clark checked out of the game in the last 30 seconds when it was over, there was a standing O. People stood up, like a bunch of people stood up and were clapping at the Armadillo Den in South Austin.
Really?
Showing their respects to Caitlin Clark. I couldn't believe it. When has that ever happened in women's basketball?
Never.
When does that happen anywhere in anything?
Never.
Yeah. And it wasn't like Iowa fans, too. It wasn't like an Iowa watch party. It was literally just all of these people were there to watch this game. And most of them were there to cheer on Caitlin Clark in Iowa. And yeah, she subs out of the game. And it's like the fans, it's like they were there. They were at the game. They were giving her flowers. It was, I was stunned. We were looking around like, is this really happening right now? It really happened.
Yeah, you should have wore your glasses in there yesterday. That'd have been special.
The Eclipse glasses.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that is just, there you go.
Put them upside down here.
Please burn those today. Sometime today, have a little ceremony where you burn those, never to use those again in any more of the Eclipse watching, because there will be another one in about 4 months, I believe.
Yeah, I feel like I should save these, right? Even though people are saying this is a once-in-a-lifetime event, I feel like I'm going to need
You need
these.
to use those again, yeah. The $12 that you paid for that gimmick.
I paid $0 for these. I was not going to pay for them. A buddy had an extra one, so that's how I got them. I would have raw dogged it. How much did you pay?
I got for $4.70 or something like that at the convenience store.
Okay.
And I know they were making them in the back. I know somebody in the back room was making them, all of last week. They just started making those things.
Yeah, like trash bag material for these
little kids make,
Yeah, it's just 3D glasses you get at the movie theater.
No.
That's all these are.
Special lenses. Those are special lenses.
They make me feel pretty special, that's for sure.
Yeah, way to go there, Stevie Wonder. Really? I mean, really? Come on, man.
Amazing. Congrats to South Carolina. Third national championship in program history. Third for Dawn Staley. Camila Cardozo, amazing. That was the difference in the game. Like Caitlin Clark, Iowa led by 7 after the first quarter. Caitlin Clark had 18 points after the first quarter. She only ended with 30, so South Carolina did a pretty good job slowing her down. But the difference was the rebounding. South Carolina out-rebounded Iowa 51-29. They got a bunch of offensive rebounds.
She really 6'7"? She was 6'7"?
Oh, yeah. She's the most outstanding player. Yeah, she's a problem.
Man.
South Carolina, like, none of their players got the pomp and circumstance that Caitlin Clark, Angel Reese, Paige Beckers, Juju Watkins, like, they don't have anyone who's, like, on that level.
They got some nice little guards that can shoot some little 12-foot jumpers, though.
But yeah, obviously, they were the number 1 overall seed. They didn't lose a game all season long. They were the best team in women's college basketball. Cardozo, 6'7", named the most outstanding player. She was fantastic. Johnson off the bench with 19 points. Tessa Johnson, the freshman, was sensational
Yeah, that freshman
yesterday.
played well.
Yeah, I mean, they are they're the new UConn. Now that they haven't done what UConn's done, but like they're the team to beat in women's college basketball. For 2 decades, it was UConn. Before that, it was Tennessee. Right now, it's South Carolina. So they got revenge because they lost to Iowa in the Final Four last year.
Did.
And they get that's another great storyline that we had in women's college hoops in 2024. They get their payback and they win a national championship. So
and tonight I will get my, as my bracket is one of the best in the world, not just in America. I have one of the best brackets in the world.
Let me pull up and see. Yeah, I mean, you correctly predicted the national championship. You had UConn and Purdue before the tournament started, and here we are tonight with UConn and Purdue playing in Glendale for the national title. Let me pull up the bracket madness standings. I'm pretty sure you already clinched first place in the Texas Sports Unfiltered Bracket Madness Challenge over on ESPN.
But I cannot
decide what you're doing, by the way. Are you gonna?
I can't win the team. I'm starting to feel bad about that. I should be able to accept that. I should get a trophy or something. Shouldn't I get a trophy?
Well, we don't have any trophies. I don't know. I mean, I think you have a case to get the TV if you want it.
Can't do it. I feel very uncomfortable doing that. How about that? How about that for the kids? Can I put that in the kids in the classroom for education for the kids somewhere? No, we need to give that to the runner-up.
And it's a second place where everyone gets a trophy.
Oh, let me tell you something. You think the second place winner would take that, though? Of course they will.
100% they would. All right, so you are still in first place. Yeah, your bracket is in the 99.9th percentile of all brackets right now. And you have UConn beating Purdue in the national championship. Of course, you had 3 of your 4 Final Four correct because you went bold and put NC State in there as an 11 seed.
But I knew they couldn't beat that monster. I knew the NC State, their big man was not going to beat that monster, that 7'4" dude. That dude is playing very skillfully this year. He's different than he was last year.
Yeah. Real quick look at the overall bracket winners. You have 1,210 points, which is, once again, very good. It's in the 99.9th percentile of all brackets that were filled out this year. But the current leader internationally, someone named Winnie, 1,490 points.
Come on, Winnie.
They've got UConn over Purdue. They had the Final Four exactly right. So they had Alabama in there as well. And, wow, not a lot of red.
I took Baylor
on this bracket. Yeah, you took Baylor, and Baylor lost to Clemson in round 2. Jesus. I mean, this bracket is incredible. Oh, my God. But still not a perfect bracket because nobody has ever had and nobody ever will have a perfect bracket.
I'll start shooting for that next year.
There you go. Strong showing by you. All right, what about this game tonight? The national championship game, once again, in Glendale. It's 2 number 1 seeds. It's 2 teams that have been amongst the best in college basketball all season long. The defending champs, UConn, going for back-to-back. They're trying to be the first team to win back-to-back titles since Florida in 06-07. Purdue going for its first national championship in program history. UConn a 6.5-point favorite tonight.
But it's a lot of points, boy, for a team that can really offensive rebound. And that Purdue team, boy, do they hit the boards. And they get those second shots, BK, those second shots at 3 points, best 3-point shooting team in America. And you give them second chances, except for UConn will go to the boards. Everybody will go to the boards, or their coach will behead them all,
Behead them all.
Yeah, that dude is amazing.
Yeah.
His act is crazy now.
Do we have any 5,000 unit play on tonight's game?
Can they beat the big guy, though? That's the deal.
We got 2 big guys. The good news for UConn is they also have a 7-footer who's very skilled.
And a 6'11" guy who's very skilled, too.
Yeah, Donovan Clingan is the name of that young man. And he's not as good as Zach Edey. I mean, Zach Edey's the best player in the country. He's the back-to-back Naismith National Player of the Year. But, like, for a lot of teams, it's like you got to double Zach Edey to really have a chance. I felt like NC State should have done more of that on Saturday than they actually did. UConn might not have to double team Zach Edey because they've got a guy.
Their best defense in the nation.
Yeah, well, they've got a guy who's like about his size. Like that, Zach Edey can just shoot over everyone. Like he's skilled. I don't say that as like, oh, he's not good. Like there have been plenty of 7-footers in the history of basketball who don't have anywhere close to the touch and skill that Zach Edey has on the low block. But what makes him so hard to guard, and you saw that on Saturday against NC State,
Oh yeah.
is he just drops it over you. So, you've got a guy who's almost his height on the other side with UConn and 7'2" Donovan Clingan, then he's hypothetically not going to be able to just shoot over people all game long, which means he's going to have to work a little bit harder for his offense.
Yeah, that's an easy 5,000 unit play on UConn.
Whoa.
Yeah, these good teams towards the end of the games, you notice whether it's women's or men's, the solid teams just pull away. They end up beating you by 8 to 10 points.
Yeah.
They make their free throws when they have to, when it comes down to nut crunching time. Sorry about that, ladies. But they make their free throws,
Yeah, that's what UConn did, right? That game against Alabama was close. It's like the final score was 86-72. It was a lot closer than that final score indicates. I mean, Alabama was up 5 at one point in the first half, and they were down 1, I think, with about 10 minutes left in the game.
Mm-hmm.
And UConn, I mean, they're so balanced. They're so good everywhere. They're also incredibly spurtable, too. I mean, they can go on a 10-0 run in the snap of a finger, and then it's like, oh, shit, we were right there. And all of a sudden you look up at the scoreboard, you're down double digits. It's like, what happened? That's what they did. They pulled away, and they're so well coached. They're so experienced that, yeah, even when they're not playing their best basketball for, large portions of the game, they can just turn it on in the blink of an eye, and boom, all of a sudden they're beating you, and they're beating you down.
Yeah, UConn's going to put a big, tall player on their little guard, that little sophomore from Purdue, who started to gag again the other day a little bit. He had, backcourt. He had that twice. You never see that. You very seldom see that in a season. This dude had it twice in the damn first half. I'm like, what are you doing? Going back and forth. What are you doing, kid? You look like you did as a freshman the year before that. He looked a little nervous in that game, and they got it back together. UConn's going to put a big guy on him. But UConn better rebound. They better rebound because this group can really, really offensive rebound at Purdue.
Yeah. I mean, Purdue's great on the glass. They're big.
They
it's
knock
not
down
just
their
Zach
threes.
Edey, right? They do. Yep. Kaufman had a really good game. Shane Gillis, not the comedian, Shane Gillis, Mason Gillis off the bench was really good. And Purdue was making its threes against NC State. And that's where they're dangerous, right? Like Zach Edey's always going to get his, but if you bring the double team on him and he kicks out the open shooters, if the open shooters are knocking down their shots, then that's where Purdue really gets you. And look, Purdue's really good. I mean, I know UConn, it's kind of felt like they've been in a league of their own in this tournament. And they were really in a league of their own in last year's tournament. So I get why they're 6.5-point favorites. But, I mean, Purdue was 34-4 this year. UConn was 36-3. Like one loss difference between these two squads. And Purdue was number 1 in the country for a good portion of the year before UConn was number 1 in the country. So these two in Houston, like this is what you want. Obviously, you want your team in the national title. If they're not there, you should want like Goliath and Goliath going up against each other. And you've got like Houston got screwed with Jamal Shedd's injury. I would have loved to have seen a Houston-Purdue Final Four game and maybe a Houston-UConn national title. But like those were the 3 all season long that felt like they were better than everybody else. There was so much parity from like 4 to 300 in college basketball this year. But those 3 have always felt to me like they were in a different class. And we're getting 2 of them tonight. So this is everything you could possibly ask for. And I'm hoping we get a great game later.
You know what, BK and Edey, every time I see him in the paint, I'd be nervous if I'm the other player. If that dude stepped on you, if he stepped on your ankle or your foot it looks like he has tables, like they're tables for feet. I mean, this guy is big.
I'm pretty glad we don't have to watch Zach Edey anymore after tonight.
Man.
I know he's really good. I'm not the guy who's like, he's only good because he's tall or he just lives at the free throw. No, he's awesome. He's just boring. I just hate watching him play. And he does shoot so many free throws because it's hard to guard him. He's really good and he's really big. Yeah. So I'm not that upset that I won't have to watch Zach Edey play after this. Curious where he gets drafted. He'll get a shot in the NBA. I don't know if he's good enough. I don't think he's good enough to have like a super successful career in the NBA. But I look at a guy like Boban, who's a little taller than Zach Edey. Maybe they're about the same height. Boban, not a great player, but he's been in the league for a long time.
Yes.
Like, I think Zach Edey would take Boban's career. And Zach Edey's better than Boban, like a more skilled player than Boban, at least at this stages of their lives. So, yeah, I don't know. I think there's a chance for him, but I don't expect him to be a dominant force in the league like he has been in college the last 2 seasons. So I'm not too sad that I won't have to watch him again after tonight. But
Man, he can dominate rebounding if he wants, though.
No, he's a monster. He's a monster. Anyone who says he's not good is an idiot. Like, you don't win 2 Player of the Year awards in consecutive years if you're not.
No, those are the people that say, I wouldn't want him on my team. Okay, really? You wouldn't?
Any Texas fan says that, go watch the tournament game that Texas played against Edey before he was even that good. This was 2 years ago, before he was the Player of the Year, and we had no answer to that dude. Yeah. He's awesome. All right, UConn -6.5, huh? That's your 5,000 unit play.
5,000 unit play, yeah. 6, and that'll be borderline because I think they'll win by between 8 and 10.
Okay, all right.
But they pull away late. They get to the free throw line.
Yeah, who are you rooting for tonight? Do you have a fan preference? I'm sure you're rooting for your cousin at this point, but if money was not involved, who would you want to win?
I like UConn's program. I've always kind of liked their program. Okay. I'm very interested to see, how they continue to go. And does Hurley stay there, or does he jump to Kentucky? I can't imagine. I mean, you're a national champ there. You're about to be maybe back-to-back national, and you've already won 2 others, haven't you? Did they not win with Calhoun? Did he not win 2 there? I know the other dude did, and the other guy who came after Calhoun won 1. Did he not?
Look, they've won 5 titles since 99 with 3 different coaches. Incredible. This is number 6 tonight if they can get it done. Like.
Yeah, this is a basketball school.
They went from like not a blue blood to like they're the best program in the country right now. Like since the turn of the century, or the year before the turn of the century, nobody even close. You got a couple of schools with 2 national titles, Duke, Kansas. They got a couple each, but like 6.
We talk about Jay Wright and Nova. I mean, this group has got a couple. Yep. This little old school, UConn and Stores, Connecticut, is just a little old school, Yeah.
Men's and women's basketball. It's ridiculous. All right, that game is tonight. 8:20. God, why 9:20 Eastern time? What are they doing? I know it's in Phoenix, but goodness gracious. 8:20 Central time, so get a nap in or something. Sleep during the eclipse. You got that 3 minutes of darkness.
That's right. There's 3 minutes stretch there, and I'll be asleep.
Oh, man. All right, some more sponsor shout-outs here. A quick word from our great friends out at Covert BK.
Hi, I'm Dan Covert with my wife, Hayden. Welcome to Covert BK.
Our newest location in the gorgeous Hill Country includes Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram, and hundreds of pre-owned and certified vehicles for you to choose from. We have 3 service departments that are ready to take care of your car, truck, or SUV with 86 service bays to accommodate any repair and get you in and out quickly. Come visit us today to select the vehicle you've been dreaming about.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Thank you, Dan. Appreciate that. Heal and recover, work smarter, sleep reimagined, and live pain-free but relax the back. 2 great locations, one at the Hill Country Galleria across from the Whole Foods, and of course up north, right across the street from the Container Store. That's at the Gateway Shopping Center. Live pain-free like the Buck at Relax the Back. Back to my wonderful chair, BK. I'm in it. I know you're still sitting in your beach chair. And eventually you'll return that back. When you go to Houston sometime, please return that chair back. I'll give you mine. I'll give you my roadie. You need my roadie because my roadie hasn't been on the road yet.
No, it hasn't. It can be on the road to my house. I'll drive to your house and use the roadie and just wheel back to my place.
Back. There you go.
It'll take a while. My mom actually is about to do some shopping at Relax the Back.
Very nice.
They're in the process of moving, so Relax the Back. Hopefully, we'll get them some furniture soon, which will be great. Shout out to CentexTickets.com. Our guy Shelby's on his way to Augusta this week.
Man.
For the Masters. Yeah, we might have a little TSU trip next year to the Masters.
By the way, Tiger may be playing in that. We'll be talking about that tomorrow. Tiger's warming up to play at Augusta.
Yeah, we'll talk plenty of golf this week. It is Masters week after all. We can get into the craziness from yesterday as well on the Live Tour and also in San Antonio.
What?
Crazy day.
Are those guys able to play? Are those guys coming to the Masters?
Yeah, John Rahm's the defending champ, of course. What do you mean?
No.
Centextickets.com. I was watching the CMT Awards. You could have gotten tickets to that. I mean, any sporting event, any concert, any show, whatever. Austin, Dallas, Houston, US, wherever you are, Centextickets.com. They've got everything for you right there. I don't know. I know we mentioned Tom McKay, but make sure you call Tom McKay at 512-255-8678 to get that home TV setup of your dreams with audio-visual consultations, the best in the business since 1988. They've been around longer than we've been alive. avconsultations.com. All right. I see the fellas in the waiting room. I got to talk some WrestleMania with Double R, maybe with Wags, but I know Rodney was locked in last night. Gentlemen, good morning.
Morning, boys. How we doing?
Yeah.
What's up, guys?
Get your fingers all
You
up
guys
in
ready?
wrestling.
Oh yeah, man.
See Cody Rhodes last night,
go.
guys.
Are you eating your boogers down there, Wags?
That's what I'm talking about, man. Just sorting through it, man. So I did see a little bit of WrestleMania. So I got some questions for all the booger eaters out there. When are these wrestlers just going to retire? Like, when are we bringing them back
right?
for? Are they coming back for every WrestleMania for to bring back the next guy or to bring the next guy over to put?
Why is Rock still showing up? He doesn't need. He's got a football organization. What does he need to be wrestling for?
Undertaker was there last night.
Yeah,
Like,
he showed up. Yeah,
like Undertaker came out and tombstone the damn or did a damn press to a damn to the Rock. I don't even know what the damn
here's who he did.
The finisher is for the Undertaker.
Shut up, bitch.
That's who he did it to.
Basically. Yeah. But so anyways, like the booger eaters, all that arena and shit, it's locked in. It's probably the biggest that WrestleMania has ever been, but still I'm not a fan of it because you're bringing back everybody from the old days. Like, let them have their.
I'm not a fan of that. That was the best part. They had John Cena, The Rock, and
The Rock.
BK, don't mishear me. That's the thing that I love the most. But if you're gonna let the new age and new era run, like, let them have their day. Don't keep bringing back everybody for over the top matches and to get people over.
Well, and here's what they're doing, and I don't know this for sure. Again, I don't follow it near the way that I used to back in the Attitude Era or whatever.
Me neither.
That's why I lean on
bringing the Attitude Era back
when it comes to that kind of shit. But what they're doing right here is you've had all of that mess with the McMahon family. We play the shut up, come out here rapist thing or whatever, and it turns out Vince was really that. But at the beginning of last night, Stephanie McMahon, who's the daughter, who's no longer involved either, she comes out because it's now her husband that's the creative whatever of all this.
Triple H.
I think what last night was a bridge to where they're starting anew at a big event, and they bring those dudes out to kind of sashay the next thing in. I'm assuming is what they were trying to do last night.
They've been bringing John Cena back for the past 4 years.
That dude's got a ball spot.
That's what I'm saying. Like, that's the
wife
thing,
last night. I'm like,
each time he comes back, his bald spot's getting bigger and bigger and bigger.
Which I'm no one to talk.
It was sick. It was awesome. I went back and rewatched the main event 3 times last night. I'm not even a huge wrestling guy. It was that awesome.
What was your favorite part from the event? What was your favorite takeaway moment from the event?
My snot tasted great, for the record. The main event. Like, I was rooting for Roman Reigns, but I knew he wasn't going to win. Like, I knew it was
especially after yesterday, right? After they won the tag match yesterday, you're like, okay. And the dude was like a champion for 4 years.
Yeah. I knew it was time. I knew it was going to happen.
You put him over.
That whole main event last night. I mean, with like back to back, you get Cena, you get The Rock, and you get the Taker. You get a choke slam from the Undertaker to The Rock.
Yeah, like
after The Rock,
I'm done with it though. I'm like, let these guys stay in the Hall of Fame. Let them be done. Let the new era come in. Here's the problem. Here's what this tells me: the new era has a problem selling tickets. If Logan Paul is the Intercontinental Champion and he takes him 6 months to defend his title, what the hell is he the champion for?
Are you meaning that shit ain't real now?
It's fake. Well, I mean, I got to tell you that the whole thing was, I mean, that place was jacked. I mean, that Lincoln Financial Field, man, that thing was full. To see that place like that. But with that, so it was already there.
Eagles, you bringing the Philadelphia Eagles? Are you serious?
Well, that's that is what it is. But Like nobody knew the Taker was coming. I had heard a lot of stuff.
Nobody.
I hadn't heard
had
anything about that. I mean,
Next
I thought
one
he
you
was
see
at Home
who's
Depot
gonna
on
be
Friday in
Caitlin
Lake
Clark
Travis.
is gonna be
Home
at the next
Depot in Lake
WrestleMania.
Travis.
Caitlin Clark at the next WrestleMania. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, cool. She'd make more money doing that than she would in the WNBA.
I'm there. Give me the WrestleMania. I'll go.
She can.
Suplex, I'm sure Suplex Stu went.
She can take on Bailey because Bailey won that title. I watched that too. I think Bailey's from Austin, if I'm not mistaken. I'd have to look at that. But speaking of,
I want to go down under the meet Rhea.
I go down under too.
That's wrong.
Speaking of
Australia,
Clark,
that's why I say that, guys. That's the only reason why I said that. She's from Australia. They go down under.
Caitlin Clark. Did you see that Diana Taurasi said, man, you are superhuman against the 18-year-olds, but now you're about to come into the WNBA and play women that have been playing for a long time.
Here.
Boom. Dropping the hammer
I'll tell you
already.
What, the defense was absolutely sick from UConn and from South Carolina against Caitlin Clark, but she still got her 25 or almost 30 against South Carolina.
She got 30.
Yeah.
She got 30.
Yeah, she did. She got 30, yeah.
Yeah,
everyone dunks on Caitlin Clark, and that continues my belief of there's nobody in the world who hates successful women more than other successful women. Women tear each other down like nobody else, and instead everyone else, like, we should be praising Caitlin Clark because she's something the game has never seen, and instead all of these former players are like, she ain't that good, she sucks, she's about to get a rude awakening. It's like that's so bad for your sport, and you look so stupid, and you're embarrassing the game.
Yep.
At least Juan Staley's cool about it, though.
Yeah.
Some people. It took her a while too. Now
she's done really well for herself. Hey guys, I just got a text from a buddy of mine. He's showing me his Eclipse glasses for today. What do you think right there?
With the chewing gum? Is that today? Or I thought that was on Wednesday.
Ready to go.
I thought the Eclipse was on Wednesday. Is that not on
today?
Hey, my man.
I don't know where you have been.
Where have you been? Clearly not listening to us this morning. Where have you been in the last
under a rock?
I mean, it's today. It's today. But there's really good sleep. There's 3 minutes of really good sleep at that time. BK told me there's really 3 good minutes of napping, so I'm not going to miss that.
Man.
How are you going to get a nap in with all this crazy hyped up mania going around with all the damn Eclipse and shit?
No, I still have some leftover, whatever it is, drugs in my body from last week.
Are you feeling better? You look good. You look great.
You look great. You sound great.
I feel great. Big man is back. Put on 5 in a hurry. Ready to go. I'll be 160. I'll be 165 by the end of the summer.
That's what I'm talking about, man. Ready for the mullet open.
Yeah, man, I'm ready to go. Ready to go. And thank you guys for all your help. I do appreciate that. And the prayers. I was telling BK, dude, the power of prayer is really, it's a weird thing. When you're the one getting prayed for and you're going, man, there's something about people saying, I'm praying for you, I'm praying, that you really, really can feel. It was amazing. It was amazing. I was telling them how this facility that I went to, this center, how you talking about team. I mean, it's a perfect, not the way the healthcare system should work, but just the way organizations should work together. It was incredible to see the people that picked you up from the airport, that took you to the hotel, how the hotel people knew that you were going to this center, how they were all in, and even in the surgery room, Rodney and Wags, these people kept saying to me before I went under, you're in great hands, Mr. Godbolt. You're in great hands. Everything is going to be, they kept saying that, this weird positive.
Reinstating you, reinsuring you.
Because when I was being wheeled in there, I thought it was getting cold, and I kept thinking of the morgue.
Yeah,
they have all this positive stuff going on.
I don't like hospitals either, Buck.
I just didn't feel. I felt very like I didn't feel good about what was going on, about this, what was going to happen in this. But they kept reassuring me before they actually went under knife. They kept talking about how you're in great hands. You're in great hands. We will take great care of you. And it was in your mind before you went out, which was. I didn't realize. I've never had that done. You know, I've been in surgery, but nobody's in the room talking about you're in great hands. That's all they kept saying to me before I was gone. So
yeah,
it was great. I appreciate your prayers, and I appreciate
absolutely, my guy.
When we got that text from you, I think it was on Friday when you said, guys, and I'm getting out of here. I mean, that was one of those things where I looked at that and it's like, thank goodness, because because that was weighing on a lot of people's minds. And
I didn't want to work in the mornings anymore. I didn't want to come in that early anymore. That's the only reason that was on my mind. I'm kidding. I love you so much, Bucky. I love
All right,
you.
man. I'm going. I got to go get my Eclipse. I'm going to get my Eclipse glasses for my dog.
All right, you do good, man. You do good. I'm serious. I said that tongue in cheek, but I love the hell out of that guy, man. 100%. Yeah, man. It's great. I wanted to implement a new thing on Mondays, on misogynistic Mondays here, but we can't really do it unless we implement it on a Friday. So come this Friday, we're gonna do something. We're gonna start betting on what's gonna happen on the weekend, like
in women's sports.
No. It doesn't have to be. Are you kidding? We can't talk about women's sports on Monday. Why the hell we're not going to talk about, we're not going to place the bet on women's sports on Friday if we can't talk about it on Monday. We're not going to set ourselves up for failure.
I got you.
I'm kidding. We can bet on women's sports. We can bet on anything. My point is, though, you bet on what's going to happen over the weekend. All right, what do you think is going to happen over this weekend? Here, 3 things. Here's your top 3 things that might happen, right? And then on Monday, we see if it comes to fruition.
Yeah. I'm always going to pick NASCAR because I'm always right.
Well, I mean, you can do NASCAR. I'm trying to make some spots happen here.
There it is.
I'm trying to make some magic happen here.
And the people can help us out. Whether it's on the Code of Text line.
That's right. They can give us some bets on Friday too. They can give some bets. We'll see if it comes true on Monday. We'll be like, it can consist of, hey, maybe this team goes 2 for 3, or maybe this team sweeps, or so and so is going to have a great weekend, or some shit like that, or some so and so is going to bomb. I don't know. We'll make the bets, or we'll say something that's going to happen. We'll make a proclamation and see if it comes true.
Well, the Wednesday bit is a hit. I mean, already look at that.
100%.
So there we go. We've got that already working.
Chandler Hayden. Okay, Chandler Hayden. We'll give it a shot. We'll put a candidate up there. We're taking on more candidates still, guys. We're taking on more.
Go to work. All that shit. We'll go to work.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely. All right. So everybody's sitting here talking about WrestleMania. Without, I mean, you could argue that it's probably the biggest WrestleMania of all time, or one of the biggest WrestleManias of all time. A star-studded, just ensemble, an entourage, whatever you want to call. I mean, my God, Undertaker showing up last night, and you felt like, I didn't know who of the old crew and the old mob was going to be able to come back, but it felt like somebody had to come back to take out The Rock, right? Somebody of that magnitude had to come back to put The Rock in his place and to throw him, right? Because I don't know if you guys have felt this too, but you know how McMahon used to have that mantra of the autonomy, you know what I mean? Like
the asshole boss.
Right. Yeah. Everything's done, by the authoritarian, style of ownership, which is McMahon. Or at least that's the mantra they gave McMahon during the 90s and early aughts, right? Like, he was the authoritarian presence and dominating everything. Nothing went past McMahon. Well, that's kind of actually what it was, right? But now you bring back the AKA final boss, right? Which is The Rock or whatever. And then all of a sudden you need somebody like Cody Rhodes is kind of there. Like, he's over. I would argue that Rhodes was over, a year ago or 2 years ago, man. Rhodes has had one hell of a following, right? The Nightmare. And then you get a guy like the an all-star Hall of Famer mantra like the Undertaker to come back and put The Rock in his place, choke slam him, and then have Cody Rhodes get the ride and finish the story, man. I don't know if you can say the story's complete, because you still got to defend the title there, Nightmare. So anyways, man, I enjoyed it. I still I'm the guy though that is letting you say, let the old dudes out, let them stay out, right? And let the new stuff, let the new blood, start entertaining that way. Because you can't, one thing's for sure, of course there's finishers after finishers now, but you have to sit there and give the new blood credit, because the technicality of wrestling has gotten a lot better, I thought.
I don't know.
You can sit there and tell me it has, and I don't want to get into true booger picking.
No. I mean, I totally get that part, but I mean, when it comes to the actual wrestling part, I mean, so much of it is now, with the theatrics and the aerobatics or whatever you want to call it. I mean, it's a lot of that stuff like that.
Like the high flying stuff off the top turnbuckle and stuff like that. I feel like in the early odds, it was just, maybe you had Undertaker walking the tightrope or stuff, but you didn't really have too many people flying off the top turnbuckle, unless my mind is betraying me.
I mean, I want to go back to. I mean, I seriously want to go back to like WCW was really good about the guys just beating the shit out of each other, and Mick Foley falling.
Okay, WCW was different.
Yeah,
I mean,
like falling off of the cage and Nitro. And all of that.
Chris Benoit.
Yeah, man. When you had all of that for that era, I mean, if you really want to go back, I mean, we had a promotion in Texas Southwest that was so good, that was so vicious that they threw it off of USA Network, and then that's where the WWF came in back in '83. But with the thing last night, I'm totally with you to where it is, man. When you reciprocate and you're bringing these people back, it's kind of like, but. I understand why they're doing it, and I think the biggest thing was when all of that mess came out with Vince and all of that, you had to bring somebody in that was going to be as polarizing as Vince could be.
Which was
obviously you go to The Rock,
right?
Yeah,
100%.
And so to put him in that position and make him a heel,
he also fits the story. Like he also fits the bloodline.
He does. So, and when you put him in there and make him the kind of the asshole boss or whatever the thing is, it's that's where it's so different, with that. Now you got the Pat McAfee effect and all of this, and it's just it's a lot. I only watch Sunday.
What do you mean the Pat McAfee effect?
Well, you got him in there. I mean, him with ESPN.
Is he? And excuse me, I'm kind of in and out of wrestling, but is McAfee a face? Is he a figure in wrestling? I see him tweet about it, but I mean, is he going to be he's done a backflip off the top turnbuckle before and landed it. He looks pretty damn good and agile in the ring, but is he actually going to be on the roster?
I don't think he's going to take bumps and do all these different things, but it's one of those things where you have him involved at the announce table there with Michael Cole and all of that shit. And that's going to bring people. I mean, because and now the affiliation with ESPN, you turn on ESPN and ESPN is what it is these days, but who would have ever thought that you turn ESPN on and they're like having these big deals about WWE?
COVID. Honestly, dude, COVID changed everything. When we had to rely on wrestling for entertainment, like scripted, and we bet on wrestling we bet on scripted entertainment.
Yeah,
seriously, we did. We had to have that skin in the game, even though you knew it was coming, even though you knew that there was a chance that everything is written out. I mean, it's not a chance. Everything is written.
It is.
Everything is written out. And even the screw job, like everybody says, it was the Montreal screw job. The Montreal screw job.
We're all in that together.
Everybody, I keep going back and I keep watching it, and I'm starting to think that it was all a show. I'm starting to think like even Brett was in on it.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I don't know, to spit on that and have Vince McMahon sit there and take that spit. I don't know.
Wags, I've heard that one of the most infamous moments, and it's going to take older people to remember this, or more veteran people. The 2020 documentary that came out in the mid 80s or whatever it was, when Dr. D, David Schultz, slapped that reporter from 2020, made him go deaf, all these different things. That, as it turns out, that was scripted too.
Everything is.
Yeah. And it's
like the news that you see on Fox, CNN, God forbid if you're watching MSNBC, I feel bad for you. But if you're watching any of those channels, they're entertainment channels. They're not news channels. Your news is coming on the bottom line, but they're all paid entertainers. They're all paid talents. Talents is what they are. They're not vastly educated in government. They're not. They're entertainers. They might have a degree. They might have some degree in communication or whatnot, or journalism. But I'm guaranteed they're not practicing journalism. They're practicing entertainment.
Yeah, they're doing this. They're just like
what that one stirring the shit. That's all they're doing. Stirring the shit.
It's like
jamming the wedge. Jamming the wedge.
That's it. And that's
tearing the fabric of society. That's all they're doing.
Right. And that's why I go back to, that's why I love local news. I mean, because they read what the thing says and they're reading the story.
I don't like any news, honestly. I'll be damn good. Local news. I've worked for local news, and local news is just as bad.
Yeah.
Everybody's got their agenda.
I've got some buddies in that business, and it's like, eesh. But anyway, I
got buddies in that business, and I've worked in that business. I've worked firsthand in that business.
Yeah.
I'll tell you right now, shit's conjured up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's not exactly.
Yeah. But
you're not getting a full story. We'll just say that.
kind of to close out WrestleMania, it was like, look, great. I mean, again, I'm not all into that like I used to be, but to see the place jam, to see kind of the turn right there, the Cody Rhodes thing is great. I mean, good story. I mean,
how long do you think? How long does he retain the belt? How long does he?
I don't think he holds. I don't think he holds that very long. I think he drops out within a couple of months because
Jesus, really, it took him so long to get there.
Yeah, but you know, I mean, I hate to say this, but I was kind of sitting there watching.
Reigns had the belt for like 4 years, dude.
Yeah, 4 years, that dude, and to drop it like that again. I'm sure he was paid heavily to take the dump right there. But Cody, and again, this is all scripted, but if you really go back to wrestling ability, I mean, if you watch, I was watching Cody last night, and I'm like, I don't know. The story is great, but at some point that story is going to be done. I mean, I love him looking up at Dusty and doing all these different things, but at some point it's like, okay, let's move on. Let's bring somebody else in. Seriously, all that was missing last night, I saw Jake. I think it was Jake that posted it, and I kept waiting. I'm like, okay, when does Austin show up? Steve Austin shows up. Boom, there. We're done with all of that shit, and we move on. But he didn't. So,
well, he didn't have to promote his beer.
He's busy doing a podcast somewhere, probably. Yeah,
doing something like that. No, I think Cody Rhodes holds it for a little bit longer. Here's my only thing with bringing back the old, and I'll end it with this, right? When you bring back the old breed, it makes me ask the question, well, how successful is wrestling now that they need to keep bringing back the old people? And now again, it's a star-studded event. It's WrestleMania. It's supposed to be it's the Super Bowl of wrestling, right?
Yeah.
So you're going to headline. You're going to bring back as many, headliners that you can, or you bring out as many headliners as you can. I get that, and WrestleMania is probably where you do the tour of the old crowd too, right? You give everybody all the fans what they want. But my question is, if you got to keep bringing back people to get people over, bring back old people to get people over, like how good is this? How good is the sport doing, or how good is wrestling doing? That's my only question with it. So that makes me, it doesn't give me any reluctancy or anything like that to watch wrestling. It just makes me have a few questions. It gives me a little bit of pause, I guess.
Yeah.
Especially with all the, like you mentioned, with all the turnover and fallout with Vince McMahon, and now turning it over to Triple H or whatever. It's I don't know. Maybe, hopefully, that's the last bit that it's done. You bring in Cena back, you bring in Undertaker back. It was cool to see Undertaker. It really was cool to see Undertaker. But let the new blood turn, man. Let it get it going.
Yeah, make your new characters and let them do their thing. And it's like you watch. I mean,
Get creative.
Yeah. I mean that's the art of that industry. I mean, but you see, like Cena, Cena did a little bit more, but for Mark Callis, the Undertaker, he comes in and it's like one thing. He sits there, looks mad, choke slams The Rock, and he's gone. That's all I got.
That's all you needed.
That's all you needed. He's like, I gotta go back to the Home Depot.
All right, you want to get into baseball real quick?
We get into whatever you want, my man. We can get into whatever you want.
Let's do it. We still got this race to 10 still going down, right? We don't have any Major League Baseball teams there to 10 yet, but we got them at 8, I believe. Any 9s? No, we don't have any 9s. Team set at 8. Your Dodgers, your Pittsburgh batting Buccos that put a damage and a dent on the Orioles. We'll get into that. You also have your New York Yankees at 8. So the Yankees, the Buccos, and the Dodgers are your teams with the lead right now. I mean, you got some 7s right behind you, right behind them. Cleveland sitting there at 7. Hoover's down a while. Detroit was actually leading that division for the weekend or the first week of baseball, and then the Guardians, coming on strong here. But yeah, 8. And then 8 from the Yankees, and then 7 from the Red Sox here. Orioles struggling with 5. So I'm kind of up shit creek without a paddle for this one. I'm not going to get the 700 in my pocket here. But look, it looks like if I had to take a guess, Rodney, the Yankees might be the ones taking this thing. And you know what's real crazy about the Pirates and the Yankees doing this? Look at their away record. They haven't even been home yet.
Yeah,
they've done this all on the road. They started on the road, and they have, considered the opposition. Of course, you can't really say that with the Yankees. The Yankees, had their hands full in the first season of of baseball. You know, opening day they get assigned the Astros, but they pull off a sweep. So, my goodness, my guy, we're in baseball's up and running right now. I mean, swinging in full effect right now with in the opening season of the campaign.
And it's, I think it's going to be the Yankees. I mean, because that's a big part of it. As you look at, days off and upcoming schedule, and I think that they're probably going to do this with ease with what they have coming up. And hell, if the Rangers could get another set against the Astros, hell, maybe they'd get there because they're handling their business.
What about
right
tonight?
there.
I mean, you got the Rangers and Astros tonight, my guy.
Yeah, we'll take a look and see what happens right there. I mean, I was glad to see the Astros win one last night that was close. I mean, the games that they win, it's like 10-0 or 8-1.
It's usually already decided for you,
yeah.
Before the mid frames or whatnot.
It is, but this is. I mean, we're just kind of on a pace right here to where the Dodgers and the Yankees. I mean, when we really look at it, I mean, the race to 10 is one thing, and I'm glad that we do have the Buccos and we have some of these that are a factor into that part of it. But when you really just look at strength and what these clubs are doing, I mean, the Yankees and the Dodgers look really damn good, and I'm sure Major League Baseball will love that. I mean, hell, again, I'm not going to sit here and project a World Series matchup, 10 games in or 8 games in or whatever we are at this point. So, but I think, damn it, it's going to be the Yankees, man. I think
it is going to be the Yankees. I'm sitting here looking at it right now. Yankees got the
Marlins.
They got the Marlins. Yeah, they got the fish. They got the stale fish.
Yeah. So
brutal. Yeah, Yankees going to run away. I mean, who the Dodgers have right now? Going into this week, Dodgers got the Twinnies. Dodgers got. I'm going to go with the Yankees. I think the Twins are way better of an opponent than the damn stale fish. So
yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, this is the Yankees. I mean, they're going to cruise right here.
What is Glow?
Gorgeous Ladies of Wrestling.
What is this? Where is this? Where can I find this?
That was in the mid to late 80s, early 90s. It was called Gorgeous Ladies of Wrestling. And they would get out. It was obviously all women. And they would dress to the nine. I mean, they dressed extremely nice, extremely scantily clad for back in the day. Very beautiful women. I mean, all haired up and boobed out. And I mean, all ass out and all of that. And it was like a regular, I think it was like a Saturday night program that came on. The Gorgeous Ladies of Wrestling. That was kind of the preamble to the divas,
to what we have for the divas. Yeah. I'll tell you what, right now, man. I don't know if you appreciate wrestling or not, but if you watch wrestling, you have to appreciate athleticism. And of course, like we know it's choreographed, right? It is a choreographed event that you can get hurt at a lot, right? Like the throws that the punches they throw, that's not fake. And when they connect with that, you get hit. That's not fake. That's real, man. You're gonna get your bruises. You're gonna get your bumps and bruises and licks or whatnot. So you can't deny the athleticism and the talent that's going on in the ring with the choreographed, event or whatnot. Another token of appreciation, like if you really haven't been paying attention to the past couple of years, the female athleticism of wrestling skyrocketed. Absolutely skyrocketed. You could argue that they're also probably more athletic than some of the male wrestlers. I mean, you want to talk about high flying events. If you like wrestling and if you like matches that are acrobatic and aerial assault wrestling and high flying and just crazy off top turnbuckle stuff, a lot of that's happening with the female athleticism of wrestling, man. So make sure you guys check that out. Of course, I say all tongue in cheek. I love Rhea Ripley. I think she's fantastic. Becky Lynch is fantastic as well. We all know Charlotte Flair, man. There's a lot of talent in the female industry, man.
Yeah, I love the days of Kelly and all of those ladies. But
Netflix. All right, thank you. I'll check it out. Thank you.
It's good stuff. I gotta say, I mean, with a lot of that, I've got a buddy that runs a wrestling academy in San Antonio. And
do you?
Oh yeah.
Can we get in a ring?
I'm sure he'd let us get in there.
I'm serious. Like, I'm dead serious. I'm not even messing around. I swear to God, this is a dream of mine.
I've always wanted to go bounce off the ropes and jump off the thing.
I can do gainer. Like I'm athletic. I mean, I got a little bit of a belly now, but I can still do backflips.
I don't know if I want to do backflip, but
I could get off the top and do a backflip. All you got to do is follow your head. Your head's going to take you where your feet go.
Well, and that's the point of what you're saying right there. He's told me his name is Rudy Gonzalez, and it's always about you got to learn how to fall. I mean, like Bucky talks about fall school, and that's really what this is. Yeah, it's like you fall, your feet, all the boom, it's your feet. It's your feet. I mean, and the cooperation right there, like when you're getting body slammed, it's like you got to be in unison with the person that's picking you up, and you got to
not
pull
messing their back up.
Yeah, and the flips off of the rope and all of that. It's like you got to take care of one another, those guys and ladies, when they're doing that. And that's a whole thing where it's like that, the trust factor, where it's like, holy shit, I'm about to dive off this rope, and here's what I'm about to do. I got to figure out how I'm going to absorb my own impact into the mat, and I hope like shit that my opponent down there does what they're supposed to do.
Right.
So it's very much a craft. I mean,
well, when you see, and that's when you hear the term, carrying, help you carrying your opponent or carrying your partner or whatnot, right? Selling out for your partner. When you see people do, like, well, for instance, and then we'll get off of wrestling, because I know we've been on it for a while, but the vertical suplex, right? Yeah. When people put people up in the vertical suplex, and you have you'll have people or Shane McIntyre or whatnot, big bruising people in the ring, right? Do it with one arm, and they're just hold the one guy with one arm. Well, look at the opposition. The opposition's actually bracing on the back and on the abdomen of the dude that's doing the move, right? So that he can sit there and stay perfectly flexed. And it looks like the guy that's doing the move is completely just raw strength, right? That's selling out for your opponent. That's letting your opponent, that's giving your opponent a carry. You know what I mean? So,
and like you say with the suplex, I mean, you still have it.
It's a dance
where they pull them up, and they're just holding them for 10 seconds or whatever.
That's the vertical suplex. Yeah, you're just sitting there.
Yeah, the person that's up there, it's like, okay, you got to hold yourself.
That's right.
You got to help hold yourself, and it's I relate this.
You
a
tell
lot.
Rudy we're coming down to San Antonio.
I can make that happen. I will make that happen.
I'm getting in the damn ring, guys. We're gonna make it happen. You know what? I'm gonna be at WrestleMania 41.
You be in the undercard. You can be in the dark matches, as they say, the ones
I remember the one time I read that Doink the Clown. Remember when Doink the Clown for WrestleMania? They had two clowns come out. The one dude was under the wrestling mat for 6 hours. You got to piss? What are you going to do down there?
Well, and think about last night. How the lights went out when the thing went doom, when the Undertaker's coming out.
And then Undertaker was automatically behind there. Where the hell was Undertaker at?
Yeah, I know he didn't haul ass. No offense to him. I mean, I know he didn't haul ass all the way down that thing and get in the ring. I mean, they had him somewhere.
That's. I'm gonna have to ask if we can get Mark on the show. I'd like to ask him how they did that.
Yeah, we will definitely try to figure that out.
He's wearing all black.
Oh yeah. I say the same thing like what you're talking about, right? Yeah, you got to respect what those guys and ladies do, ladies and guys. You got to respect what they do. It's kind of like I say with soccer. Soccer is not my sport of choice, but when you want to talk about athletes that are out there running around they're running the whole damn time.
It's not even the running for me, Rodney. It's the fact that you can keep a ball 2 inches off your foot when it's coming from half a field, and you can use your foot to take it and corral it, and
that's right.
To complete control and act like people struggle to dribble with the ball in their hands,
Absolutely.
And you got these guys dribbling. It looks like they got a rope on the connected to their foot in the ball. Mm-hmm. They're exceptional. They're tremendous athletes.
Yeah, they really are. I mean, everything that they do right there and the abilities that they have. And like you're talking about, like if I'm going to pass it to you and you're 40 yards down the field, how do I put it right at your foot? I mean, for real.
On the run
with some fucking clown right in my face.
Right.
I mean, yeah. People don't want to poo-poo on soccer. Maybe it's not your forte, not your cup of tea. I mean, it's the same thing with golf. Sure. I mean,
dude, I was watching. I felt like, full transparency. I'm sorry for you guys that were trying to tune in for a Wagner Wire show and you didn't get one. I was absolutely under the weather yesterday. Terrible migraines, man. When the weather's kind of like this and it struggles to like open up and break, and you have I'm not trying to sound like a meteorologist or whatnot, but you got barometric pressure, so to speak, in the atmosphere, and
you need
the sky to open up, and you need your glasses or whatnot. Yeah, I got one hell of a headache yesterday, my dude, and I couldn't for the life of me, man. Like I was getting nauseous and everything with the migraine, so I had to take pills and medication. I had to go back to bed. Hell, I didn't get out of bed till like 2:30.
Oh my God. I'm sorry, man. I was driving, so I know you had texted me on Saturday night, and I told you that I couldn't do what we were talking.
We had guests all lined up for the Wagner Wire. I had to cancel everything, man.
Dude, I was worried because I was driving back from Corpus, and I clicked on the app, and then I clicked on YouTube, and I didn't see you, and I'm like, God damn it! I hope the fact that I couldn't do what you asked me to do was
all your fault. It was all your fault. I'm kidding, my guy. I'm kidding. No, man.
What to do? You know what I'm saying? So.
No, just a terrible, awful day in terms of in terms of weather and,
Oh,
and
man.
you know, me having a
Sorry,
migraine
dude.
or whatnot.
That
But
sucks, man.
yeah, it absolutely does suck, my guy.
Yeah.
Absolutely does.
Hey, what doesn't suck is our friends at Covert BK. And if you're in the market for a new or pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, take a drive. Don't do it today. Maybe go tomorrow, because out there you probably get some beautiful sights, because if you've been out there, you know how beautiful the views are going out there. Maybe don't go today, but go tomorrow. How about a word from our great friends over at Covert? And you guys be nice to Hayden. It's Monday.
Hi, I'm Dan Covert with my wife Hayden. Welcome to Covert BK.
Our newest location in the gorgeous Hill Country includes Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram, and hundreds of pre-owned and certified vehicles for you to choose from. We have 3 service departments that are ready to take care of your car, truck, or SUV with 86 service bays to accommodate any repair and get you in and out quickly. Come visit us today to select the vehicle you've been dreaming about.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Good people.
Rodney, you get me going with those damn preambles to the ad, man. You crazy half the time, my guy. Crazy. All right, hey, let's get into a little bit more baseball, man. We talked about it. You do got your Rangers and Houston Astros tonight, guys. What are y'all thinking about that? How you feel? Blanco, huh? Blanco is probably your best arm right now.
Yeah, man, but you know how that goes. I mean, you come out and you're trying to live up to that. I mean, if he does something even similar to that, I'll be happy. Look, it's pretty simple for the Astros. I mean, you got to get good starting.
Well, he hasn't given up any runs yet, has he?
Yeah, no, he hadn't given up anything. So you got to get him deep. You got to get him to go way deep. I mean, starters seem to kind of stumble around the 4th or 5th inning. Get him to go deep, keep the bullpen somewhat on track. And here's the other part, Wags, and it's where they struggle. Like I said, I mean, you got to get some run support. That's why last night I was so excited to see a close win. I mean, at this point, I'll take any win. But when you're able to win a close game against Texas, I mean, that proves that you're starting pitching, your bullpen, and you had some run support. And that seems to be where they're having a lot of trouble tying all those 3 things together. And it goes without saying, I mean, Ray Charles, who wears glasses like this, can see that to win a baseball game, you got to have all 3 of those things. And that's
you got Valdez on the mound tonight, so you'd like to think that you got a little bit more, I would say, reliability on the bump. But I mean, if you saw what Framer did in the opening, in the opening game or whatnot, anything can happen, right? He got tuned up a little bit, touched up by the Yankees. Second outing was a little bit better for Valdez. We'll see how he can turn it on and be a little bit better against the Rangers tonight. Haney, I would give the matchup. I would give the advantage to the Astros here if you're talking between Valdez and Haney here. Even though Valdez got touched up a little bit, earlier in the beginning of the season, I'm still going to go with the Astros to take down the Rangers today. Sorry for all you Rangers fans, but yeah, give me the Rangers or give me the Astros in the under. Give me the Astros in the under tonight.
Yeah,
lock that one in.
Yeah, 7:05 p.m. game today, or tonight. So I think it's a good thing if the Astros can, salvage another win right here and kind of
120 though on the money line, plus 120 on the money.
Yeah. Kind of get yourself on track right here, and then you get yourself ready for the Royals. So maybe that'll be a little bit of a relief right there, where they can actually try to get some good games, taking on the Royals. Speaking of that, did you see last week that that county there where the Royals are, they like emphatically declined or denied that vote there to get them a new stadium. So I mean, maybe the Royals are going to be on the move here at some point.
I did not see that.
Yeah,
I did not see it. Hey, look, let me tell you something. You've never had a migraine in your life, my guy. And remember when we were on, you know how bad they incapacitate me, dude. If I got to sit in the shower for like 8 hours or whatnot to get rid of a migraine, you guys know that I'm in a bad state. So I don't even want to hear about the migraines. Anybody that's had a migraine, you know how bad they are anyway. So
Wags, it's like a panic attack. It was like I didn't believe all about panic attacks until I started having them years ago. Thank God I haven't had any in a while. But it's like, man, the first one that I had, dude, I thought I was deader than a fucking doornail. I'm like, holy shit! I wake up in the middle of the night.
I don't know what's the difference between a panic attack and anxiety. I'm pretty much. I think they're the same damn thing.
One causes the other. I think the panic attack is kind of when it hits the ceiling. I woke up one night, Wags, and I was like, dude, I've never died before. Obviously, I'm not JC. I haven't risen from the dead, but it's like, dude, I wake up and I just jump out of bed and I'm coughing and I can't breathe and all this shit's going on. And my wife is looking at me and I'm like, who the fuck are you? You know, it's all these different things going on. And I'm like, oh my God. And she's like, we might have to figure out what that is.
I don't know if I've ever had a panic. I've had anxiety. I have anxiety, but I don't think I've ever had a panic attack.
Yeah. No, it's yeesh. Yikes. It will wake you up out of your sleep. God dang it. Why'd I even bring that up? I mean,
I don't know, my dude. Are you panicking? Are you panicking over Houston and Texas tonight? Is that what you're panicking over?
Yeah,
It's on the road, Rodney. You should be good.
You know, last night my wife was like, hey, the Astros are winning. Turn it on. And I'm like, look, I got to watch WrestleMania. I got to watch Jelly Belly, or what's that dude's name at the CMT Awards? I got all that too.
I don't know.
I don't know. Jelly Roll.
The CMT Awards were last night.
Yeah, the CMT, and they were here, I think, at the Mood.
Oh, I didn't see. I was under a rock. I mean, hell, yesterday, man. I didn't really. Like I said, man. I had golf on. I was watching golf because I was so damn out of the weather or under the weather yesterday. Watching. And speaking of which, we do have the Masters coming up. We'll have to talk a little bit about golf this weekend. I don't know if you guys were able to watch any of the Valero Open down there at San Antonio, or if you guys were watching, anything across the pond with the LIV. But yeah, man, all that's going to come together. You do, like you heard BK mention, John Rahm's the defending champion, so he's going to be at the Masters. You know what I mean? And
yeah.
Tune in. It's going to be some good. I don't know if Tiger's going to be there or not. I don't know if Tiger's going to be on.
He's supposed to be.
Okay.
They're expecting him to play. I read last week, Wags, get this. I read last week that Tiger is he's so in tune to play in the Masters. He's like giving up sex until after the Masters. That's serious.
So,
dude, that is serious.
So, you keep your testosterone when you don't release, right? I mean, I don't know how much that's going to put on his wood. No pun intended there. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know how strong it's going to make his wood game. But he's really strong off the box. That's for sure. Hell, I saw a clip of Tiger Woods hit from his knees and crush the damn thing 300 yards. That's not an exaggeration. From his knees, and he hit it over 300 yards.
Damn,
it's crazy.
Recently?
Yeah. I mean, he did it. It was just a hoax. He was just doing it he was out, with a scrambled foursome or whatnot. It was somebody taking like a TikTok or whatever. And it's not edited. It's the son of a bitch on his damn knees hitting the golf club or hitting the golf ball over 300 yards.
Well, I'm sure that's good for his bad back.
100%. But I mean, that's if your back is in shambles and you're able to hit a ball like that off your knees, clearly it's off the tee, but still, man, craziness, dude. Absolutely. His ball striking ability is outrageous.
And it's going to be one of those situations to where if Tiger is indeed going to play in the Masters, that's where, we were talking about.
Thanks, Doc.
where we talk about eyes on the sport and so forth. I mean, Tiger Woods is part of the Masters, and if he can make a run right here and for crying out loud and make the cut, oh my God!
Tiger? Does he got 13 majors? I got to check it.
Oh man, I don't know.
He might be 14. He might have 14.
Yeah. Think about that. I mean, if you get Tiger, and this is this is where golf can have their weekend. And it was like, I was yesterday with the game going on with the ladies, it's like NASCAR always makes a big deal. They're like, we were the #1 rated weekend sporting event, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, well, you're probably going to get beat by women's sports. But coming up with this weekend right here, it's like, you got the Masters, you get Tiger in here, and here's their chance right here. 15 majors, Daryl G.
Thank you, Daryl. Thank you. 15 majors. And I think the record's 17, right? I'm pretty sure. Daryl, I don't know. Daryl, while you're there, look that up. What's the damn record? I think the record is 17, as a matter of fact.
It's a lot.
Anyways, while you're looking that up, let me tell you about something that you got to do. If you're not having a good time out there on the weekends, if you're not having a picnic or whatever, and you need to spruce up your life, why don't you check out some pickleball, man? All you pickleball players ready to gear up right now with all the with the gear that's designed right here in Austin? Well, you look no further than the gear right here. Then it's called, I'm Let me put my glasses on to read this. Let's start over. Look no further than Pick Sports Gear right here. Their equipment is crafted with precision and passion right here in the heart of our city that you guys know to love. It's sports and innovation. It's Austin, Texas. From the top of the line paddles with premium accessories, they have everything you need to dominate the court with style. Plus, you keep an eye out for the demo days happening right here in Austin. It's your chance to try out the very latest gear, firsthand, and score exclusive deals. Check out our website and local deals. It's pixsportsgear.com. That's pixsportsgear.com. Pix Sports Gear. Now I get to take my glasses off.
There you go.
There you go.
Good stuff right there. I do want to have a pickleball outing. Go play.
We need to, man. Go on over there to Cedar Park, man. I'm telling you right now, Rodney. I'm gonna take some money off these old dudes at the court.
These old
I'm gonna come out there. I'm gonna act like I'm not that good, and then I'm gonna do some hustling.
You ever play frisbee golf? Did you ever do that, or have you ever done that?
Disc golf? You mean disc golf?
Disc, yeah, frisbee.
Yeah, play disc golf.
Yeah,
not bad.
Is that fun?
Well, it depends on if you're in the clouds or not.
I would think I would think you would have to be, because real golf is hard. And it's like, I watched by my HEB over here. There's a park, and I would like.
You really never played disc golf? Are you messing with me?
I never played disc golf.
All right, there's a course right here by Tom McKay's old house. If you're going out towards the Taco Bell right here, you know where I live, man. Come on over to the house. We'll go on over. We'll get in the clouds. We'll bring Rue with us as well. I'm pretty sure Rue's is a disc golfer, or my assumptions might be getting the best of me here. But Rue's, if you're not a disc golfer, let me know. But if you are, come on with us, my guy.
Yeah, and look, I'm not talking shit about the disc golfers. I just think that would be damn near, dude. I can't throw a frisbee to somebody or a disc. I can't throw a disc to somebody like right over there. I mean, it's not going to go to them. I just have no aim. I mean, ask my wife. I go to take a piss and I miss a toilet. I mean, my aim is horrible. I don't think that in disc golf that I would be that great. You know what I'm saying? But I would like to give it a shot.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. You can't hit the toilet? You really can't hit the toilet?
Depends on what time. Sometimes it sprays. You know what I'm saying?
Jesus God.
Sometimes it does like a snake tongue. It's just like,
I don't need to hear about the snake tongue. Hey, you want to talk about the college or March Madness? Huh?
Here it is tonight, brother. Here it is tonight.
You want to? It's Monday. We should talk about the women, unless you're misogynistic and you don't want to talk about the women.
I ain't got time for that. No, I'm just kidding. We can talk about the women. We can talk about the women. I know a lot of folks are talking about Caitlin Clark and I got to tell you, I tweeted this out yesterday. I think that one of the things, I know some people were tweeting shit out when she was like talking some shit or whatever, and her dad was telling her to shut the F up and all these different things. But I got to tell you, yesterday, I think with the spotlight that was on her, I think she kind of proved something else to any young athlete, lady or man, that, I mean, you lose with respect. And you lose. She lost yesterday in a very admirable way. At the end of the game,
with grace.
Yeah, it wasn't about her. She did the thing and then she just got away. It's like, look, we lost, and there was no hijinks. She wasn't pouting, as people say. I think
are people saying that? Are people saying that she was pouting?
No, not yesterday, but just with some of the other stuff that she's been kind of.
Well, I mean, when you're on top, you're going to let people know about it, right? Like when you're hitting from the logo, you're going to let people know. You're going to do the Hulk Hogan, like I can't hear you where you're at. You're going to do all that shit. Your antics are going to be off the chart, right? When you're hitting from half court or whatnot, or when you're dropping 40 and having a triple double. Your mindset's a little bit different. When you're taking an L on the chin, you gotta find a way to kind of take that with grace, especially if you're talking as much of a game as you talk. I mean, remember how Angel Reese did the whole, you can't see me anymore after LSU knocked off Iowa last year, right? Again, you didn't see Caitlin chirping back then, of course, because she was, she took the L, right? But again, I never saw her pouting, even in that defeat or even in the defeat that they just took from Dawn Staley's South Carolina Gamecocks.
Yeah, no doubt. And yeah, like CB said, we were talking about it at the get-go there about, like Diana Taurasi and some of those folks, whatever. Look, man, good for the game, good for sports. I don't care what gender you are. It was a great weekend. And like you said, honestly, to me, I mean, Dawn Staley, I mean, what a resume.
Goat.
Look at that, dude. Yeah. You want to talk about goats. I mean, I know you've got Pat Summitt and Jody Conrad and all these different, and Gino, but I mean, my God, this woman is a bad son of a gun. There's
And
no
you heard
way
what
around
BK was
that.
saying earlier about how, you had a whole bunch of talent, older talent that's been playing basketball, that's been hooping in the women's game for a while, right? Kind of, throw shade and throw some I guess, some negative remarks at Caitlin Clark, saying she's not the best that they've ever seen. She's the best I've ever seen, right? And if you got Dawn Staley, shout out to Dawn Staley too, that was on the podium and could have made it all about South Carolina yesterday, just on that platform, right? Just made it all about recruiting and getting more women to getting more female athletes to the University of South Carolina to up her program, right? She actually gave roses to Iowa and Caitlin Clark and said that Caitlin Clark is the best best women's player she's ever seen, and that when she's the number 1 draft choice this year, she's going to be doing great things for women's basketball. So it's, I could be assuming that that Dawn Staley might have heard the negative remarks towards Caitlin Clark and wanted to write that just a little bit to kind of make I don't know, maybe give their sport a little bit more of positivity instead of the negative stuff that BK was kind of talking about, because he was right on the head. He I don't know if you guys missed it or if you caught it or not, but throughout the weekend there was some negativity, some shade being thrown from the national pundits towards Caitlin Clark. So it was good to see Dawn Staley. It was good to hear Dawn Staley, give roses where roses were needed.
I'll tell you one thing, lastly, Wags, on this that I'm really excited about. Again, I love the momentum. I love the attention. I love everything that the women's college basketball is getting right now. Something that makes me really excited is that hopefully, if this continues and it's going to be a sport that's going to be showcased. I mean, that game was on ABC yesterday in the middle of the afternoon. I mean, that's a pretty big deal. So hopefully, with what Vic Schaefer and Texas has coming back, I mean, they're going to be in a very prime place to be a big time player next year. And they've got, I mean, you obviously don't have a Caitlin Clark. I mean, that's a once in a generational type of person, but you've got some really good stories right there. You're going to have a comeback, and then you're going to have a then sophomore with a great supporting cast. This could measure up really well for Coach Vic and the ladies basketball team next year.
I'm with you, man. Well, the females come first and the males come second. That's usually how our society does it. You usually acquiesce and let the ladies in, right? Well, we gave you on Misogynistic Monday, we talked a little bit about women's sports. We talked about them first over the men's. So without further ado, let's talk about it and close up a little bit of the show here with the preview of the men's national championship tonight. UConn, number 1 team in the land versus Purdue. These are the stalwarts. If you think about, the battle of ones, the battle of the giants, you would think about these two going down, especially with Klingon and, Edie as well. Did I say Klingon? It's Klingon, but I've been singing Klingon as a joke over the past weekend, and it kind of
hopefully he does tonight. That way. You better cling on to Edie. Yeah. Get him in foul trouble.
Klingon's like from Star Trek, right? But it's Klingon. But yeah, this he's a beast inside, but you know how much bigger of a beast Zach Edey is, right? And for all you Jay Wright lovers and pundits like Jay Wright that tell me that Zach Edey isn't tall and he's got all the skill set in the world, the dude can shoot some free throws, but he struggles around the basket, especially when he's got a little bit of a contested shots. He didn't look like he was finding his feet properly against DJ Burns against NC State. It looked like he struggled a little bit there. He was getting banged up. Of course, DJ Burns is a big body or whatnot. Hell, he's bigger than Klingon. In terms of width or whatnot and stature, size and length, Klingon's there, but it's hard to compete with a 7'4" dude, right? Smith struggled for Purdue as well. So again, the back, if you can keep the backcourt to where they're shooting 20-some% for Purdue, if you can keep Purdue's backcourt to where they're shooting 20-some% and you continue to pound and bang on Zach Edey, there's a damn good chance that you're going to come away with it. And by the way, UConn's the best team in the nation.
Yeah,
I would say the thing that makes UConn the best team in the nation is their depth. I would give the athleticism bout in the top starting 5. If I have to go with any team out there, I would have given it to Houston. Of course, obviously I would have given it to Houston. But if you take a team and go just 1 through 12, man. It's
Oh.
UConn. They're so damn good. Dan
That's the
Hurley
whole
got
thing,
it right.
Wags. I mean, you look at this UConn team. There's, I mean, yeah, great players. I mean, great roster, and I think that's the key. There's not one individual here. It's like depending on the day, that depends.
It's
that who's
perfect
gonna step
complementary
up.
basketball.
Right, exactly. And the other day, I watched part of that game against Alabama, and good job, Alabama. Hell, you stayed close for a little bit, but you watch these guys. I was watching them the other day against Alabama, even when it got to like an 8-point ball game. These dudes don't even look phased, man. When it's like when Alabama goes on a run, they're just like, all right.
No, they know they got it. They know they're going to put it together.
Yeah, and with Purdue, I mean, you turn it over 16, 15 times, whatever it was. You do that tonight, this is going to get ugly real fast.
They had 2 backcourts. O'Connell forced Braden Smith to go over and back twice within 1 half.
Yeah, this if you do that shit tonight, this is going to be you're going to be turning over to watch Raw as War or Raw, whatever they call it now, to see the follow-up of Cody Rhodes, because this could get ugly. So I mean, I don't know. It's like we've said, Wags. I know it's a stupid statement that I keep saying. Connecticut's just too good, and it's like we were just talking about. They are so complimentary. It's like it is a roster that is put together, and I like we always say, they take the identity of their head coach, man,
right?
And they just go out and they're bulldogs and they just win basketball games. That's all they do, and they're going. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. That game yesterday stayed closer than I thought it was going to for a while. But then at the end, you just see South Carolina was just too good, Caitlin Clark or not. And I think that's what happens tonight.
Yeah. So if you're Purdue, I don't know how you guard Newton. I don't know how you guard Spencer. I don't know how you guard them all. Like you just you can't guard them all. It's going to be like somebody's filling up the bucket tonight, right? I would think that Newton's got the green light. I think that Newton can take Smith off the dribble anytime, and he's going to be able to, get points from the perimeter as well. I don't think that the guards can stick with the backcourt of UConn. Like Spencer and Newton are going to eat Purdue alive. If you're Purdue, you're going to want to come down and have a half court set almost every damn time, just so you can try and get Klingon in foul trouble, and vice versa too, right? Like that's got to be Dan Hurley's MO. He's got to be trying to get at least Zach Edey in foul trouble. I would have a goal for maybe 2 fouls, because they don't call fouls on Zach Edey for some reason. Like even though the guy just leans on the opposition day in and day out, they never call fouls on this dude, man. He did get an anomaly of a foul called on him against NC State, but it was an obvious foul to where he pushed him and actually did a charge, right? So to me, like, I don't know how Dan Hurley and company is going to do this, but you have to try to get at least Zach Edey with 2 fouls, maybe 3 fouls. Got to be great to have him have 3 fouls before the half, so he's sitting out and he doesn't have to be on the floor that much. But that's one recipe for success, right? Attack your big man, get it in the Klingon as much as you can to have as much stress on Zach Edey as possible to try and wear him out, because you do have the backcourt in your favor. That's going to happen. You're going to win that moment, right? But if you can battle and get pressure on the inside of the front court of Purdue, you got a damn good chance to foul Edey out, get them fatigued, and run away with this game, man. I think it's 5.5 right now. I'm predicting a dribble out for UConn.
I think so too. I mean, the whole thing is, Edey, man, if you get him in foul trouble, and I think that's definitely what Hurley's going to try to do. Like you're saying, that's a great point. Get him in early foul trouble. But I mean, Purdue is great from the 3-point line. They're great on the boards. They play
good defense. They play good.
They do.
Like Smith was off against NC State. I'll give him that. Like Smith is usually a lot better from the perimeter against NC State. So they'll probably hit a little bit more if they get some open looks, but I don't think they're going to get the open looks. I think UConn's defense is just as good on the perimeters with Spencer and Newton, right?
Yeah,
I
agree.
What Fozzie says here, Edey's going to need 60 points. He's not just going to need 60 points. He's going to need 20 boards too.
Yeah, he
right?
is.
He's going to need a lot of boards. Like it's all going to be on Zach Edey. It really is.
It is.
You want to talk about how you're the dominant feature, the dominant focal point in college basketball? You better show up to that. You better live up to that potential. If you want Purdue to even be close, like everybody's saying, you need Edey to go for 60. Edey to go for 60 and 20.
And I think that's where Dan Hurley is going to, I mean, just really expedite the emphasis right there on Edey is get him in the paint and get him in foul trouble. And I mean, like I said, if it's early foul trouble for Edey, I mean, yeah, you're right, dude. This could get boring really fast. So I don't know, could be wrong.
I honestly like Ren was the forward that impressed me more than Edey for Purdue.
Agree.
Like I thought Ren was the more dominant focal point against NC State. I think he has been. I think he's the better complementary piece. I think he gives you a lot better of a touch in terms of shot, mid-range jumper around the the bucket or whatnot for Purdue. And also like he battles inside as well.
He does. Yeah.
I feel like he chases down more rebounds than Edey, even though Edey gets most of the damn rebounds because of how tall he is. But hell, Ren's just as damn good. Like Ren's the guy that you need to be worried about more than Edey, I think.
Yeah. I know that was 63-50 ball game on Saturday, but kind of going back and watching highlights of it and watching different runs of it, it's like okay, it just wasn't as convincing to me. I mean, the slipper fell off. I mean, that was NC State. I mean, if that had been somebody else, Purdue may not be playing here tonight. But hey,
so look, let's break this down real quick, okay? Like Zach Edey averages 25 points a game. All right, 25 points a game. All right. The next guy under that is Braden Smith with 12. All right, Braden Smith with 12, and then Jones with 12 too. Now Jones can stroke it. Jones can get it going. He's absolute bucket from the perimeter. He's a good 3-point shooter. He's pretty damn good, right? But look, 25 points and then 12 and then 12 from Purdue scores, right? Now you go to UConn, and we talked about distribution, right? And in terms of distribution, you have Newton 15 points, Spencer 15 points. Now I'm embellishing a little bit. It's 14.9 for Newton, all right, and then Spencer's 14.4, and then Caravan 13.5. All right. And then Klingon, like we were just talking about, 13.1. And then Castle, 11. Like that's five dudes getting you double
balance.
digits.
That's balance. And like we said, there's not one, I guess Klingon, maybe.
And they all rebound, by the way. They all rebound. They all have
they all rebound.
At least 5 boards a game.
They're just complete wags. They do everything right. It's like we talked about. It's like that's the beauty of watching this right here. I mean, the rotations, substitutions, everything. You put the right guy in at the right time is what Hurley's doing here. And I mean, they're hey, nobody's gone back to back since I guess Florida a while back. So I think the odds are pretty good right here. Hey, Wags, before we dive out of here,
are you gonna
if you want to get rewarded for listening to Texas Sports Unfiltered, our friends at Autograph, co-founded by the Congressman Tom Brady, are redefining the fan experience by letting users earn points for acts of fandom they take every day, like listening to us right here on TSU and Chaos Theory live all day long. The Autograph app gives you access to your favorite Longhorn content in one place and offers rewards like tickets. I don't know if you guys heard BK talking this morning. Tickets. You want to talk about some tickets that are going to be given away a little bit later on this week. An $8 pair of Texas-Michigan tickets a little bit later on this week on the Autograph app. That's pretty damn good. Sweet task right there to take that one on. And all you got to do, because you're already listening, you download the app. There's a description in the YouTube, a link in the YouTube description right below us. Go to your Apple store, go to your Google Play. Download it, and man, you can pick yourself up some sweet stuff. Don't forget to use that referral code TSU. That's Texas Sports Unfiltered. Always say TSU when people say, what's your fandom all about? And you could win some really cool stuff. It's our friends at Autograph. Download that app for free today. Eclipse Day. Eclipse Day.
I don't know if you're going to be going real quick. Let's give some other love to audiovisual consultations. 512-255-8678. That's 512-255-8678. If you need to get outside because, maybe some TVs aren't working and you got to upgrade some stuff, or you want to go look at your Eclipse, when you get back inside, why don't you give audiovisual consultations a call? That way you can live, with the dream setup that you've been wanting for the rest of your life, right? 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com. If it's 2 screens or if it's 4 screens, or if you want arcade units, they can all do it. It's all deadly, man. 512-255 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com. My God, I can't even get my numbers right today, Rodney. Look, we were talking about programs, both these programs, right? Both these schools. I don't really have a love for any of these schools. Matter of fact, I really can't stand UConn. I think UConn's, fan base, they're a little bit, pretentious or whatnot, and a little bit, I wouldn't go as far as saying that they're Iowa State Cyclones-esque, but they're a little bit, I just juvenile. I won't call them juvenile or anything like that, but they're a little bit annoying at times, right? UConn's fan base, they're a little bit annoying. I feel like they're fair weather fans a good bit, right? And it's nice to have UConn back in the argument and back in the tournament conversation. But man, when they're here, they let you know that they're here. They absolutely do.
And it's like, I've heard the possible, with Calipari taking off, from Kentucky. It's like maybe Dan Hurley. Are you kidding? I wouldn't.
No way. Absolutely no way.
I am.
He ain't leaving there. That. No way in hell. Dan Hurley ain't leaving UConn. But I can't stand UConn. I can't stand Purdue. But if I gotta have a team to root for tonight, I can't stand all the national pundits getting on Zach Edey all damn day. So I'm going with UConn here. I think UConn's the way better, the more balanced team. I'm
gonna watch wrestling. I'm gonna watch wrestling again. I'm hooked again, dude. I'm gonna watch wrestling again.
It's 5.5. That's the money. That's the number right now. But I'm gonna sit here and say that that Purdue actually gets dribbled out on, and UConn walks away with this bad boy. Yeah, what's up, Dents? How we doing today, man?
Good. Long time no see, fellas.
Predictions. Do you guys think that I'm crazy with this? Do you think UConn actually dominates and dribbles it out against Purdue?
Well, those are two different things. Like when you say dominate, what do you mean? Like dominate
by
to me
double
is okay. Look, I mean, UConn's won every tournament game in the last 2 years by double digits. So, that's what they've been doing this time of the year. I think Purdue keeps it close. I think they keep it interesting. I think Vegas is right around the number 5 or 6. I could see UConn shooting free throws in the final minute or so to kind of ice the game. I think y'all are sleeping on Purdue a little bit. They're really good.
Like, I just hate them. They
had 4 losses this year. UConn had 3. Like it's not going to take Zach Edey going 60-20 for Purdue to win. Like that is a loaded team. They are balanced. Yeah. They are capable of beating UConn. They were the number 1 team in the country for a large part of this year. So they don't need to go superhuman to win this game tonight. But with that being said, I'm not betting against UConn.
No,
they've been the most impressive team in the sport throughout this tournament. So I'm gonna keep them. I'm gonna keep picking them until proven otherwise.
I think Jones needs to get at least 15 for Purdue. I think he's going to be a shooter that needs to step up. You guys know what you're going to get with Smith. Smith's going to be working it from the perimeter as well. But yeah, it's going to be maybe Red. Red's going to have a double as well too, right? Like Red impressed me against NC State. So I don't know. Like everybody, Zach Edey gets the spotlight, of course, because he's so tall and he's the mountain, right? But look, you're going to have some key cogs perform if you want to stay in. If you want to stay even close to this thing, you're going to have some key cogs performing. For me, that's Jones. I think Jones has got to get it going from the perimeter. Newton and Spencer, you guys know what you're going to get in the backcourt with these guys. They're going to be putting the pressure on Smith, so somebody else has to step up.
Should be fun. I hate that tip-off isn't until 8:20 p.m. Yeah. That's ridiculous, and I feel for the East Coasters having to wait till after 9 to watch the start of this game. That's annoying, and that feels like a bad bit for college hoops, but alas, here we are.
It is what it is.
Yep.
Well, gents, I got to get ready to roll. You guys have a great day, man. We'll talk to you guys tomorrow, man. Remember, have those candidates. Have those candidates for Athlete of the Week. Get them in. I'm not watching this thing, guys. I'm not
Put
even
on your damn Eclipse glasses for crying out loud.
I'm not even leaving the house. You guys be good, man. We'll talk to y'all tomorrow.
All right, gents.
Later, boys.
See y'all later. There they go.
BK, what are your Eclipse plans?
So I'll actually be on the air during the zone of totality that's going on from, I think it's like 1:35 to 1:39. But because this thing has been so hyped up, I feel like I have to watch it. So it'll be Jeff Barker and I on from 12 to 2 today. And I've got an interview in the hopper. We're going to replay an old Ricky Williams interview when he joined Bucky and I a couple of months ago. So for like 8.5 minutes, I will leave my computer. I'm not going anywhere. I'm walking outside my apartment.
So you can
hoping that I can see it in my Yeah, exactly. Like hoping I'll have a good enough view from my apartment complex. If I can't see it from where I am, I'm not going anywhere. Like I'll just admit defeat and I'll realize that it's not that big of a deal. But I'm going to try to, with these ridiculous looking glasses that probably won't do shit, and I can't even see anything through these, so there's no way these are going to help me out today. I'll probably look up at the sky for a couple of minutes. What about you?
No, yeah, you're you plan more head than me. Y'all heard me shitting on the Eclipse all the last few weeks. I'm sure as fuck not going out and buying glasses for it.
Yeah.
How much were those? So they over
So,
$10 or
let me say this, because I am with you. I've also been shitting on the Eclipse over the last few weeks. I was in Dallas at a wedding this weekend. I was staying at a buddy's place, and he had like an extra pair. He bought like a giant pack on Amazon, and he had extra ones. So I paid $0 for these. I was not going to pay more than $0 for these.
okay.
I think like on it, like Bucky said, he paid like $3 for them. So I think you can get them for pretty cheap. I don't know if there are certain types. I don't know if some work better than others. I don't know if these don't work at all. But yeah, just because I have them, I was not willing to spend a single dollar on these things. So that shows you how much I care about this Eclipse too.
Yeah, no, I need to look up when the path of total Italy, as you say it,
Total Italy.
passes. Yeah.
I like that. Yeah, I got I think the whole thing, before we get into the huge recruiting weekend, and I know you've got a bunch to get into today, but the whole Eclipse is from 1217 to 258. And then that zone of total Italy stretch, 135 to 138. So it's 3 minutes. It's 3 minutes. So I feel like, all right, I can give up 3 minutes of my life to check out this thing that everyone says I'll never see again, even though I'm sure we'll see it in like a year. That if it was more than 3 minutes, maybe we're not doing it. But I don't know. For those three, I think I can sacrifice a little bit. So I don't know. Go outside, sunglasses, Eclipse glasses, whatever. I'll check it out. We'll see how it goes. But more important things to talk about on this show today, and the Longhorn City Limits recruiting event. I mean, you guys at Horns 24/7 have been all over this. You and Jeff have been all over this on the show for weeks, just talking about the massive list of visitors that were coming to Austin over the weekend. You had the first scrimmage of the spring as well. I'll just give you the floor, man. Wherever you want to take this thing at first, your biggest takeaways, and what do Longhorn fans and Longhorn recruiting fans need to know about what just happened?
Yeah, so really, really successful big weekend for Texas. Had a ton of dudes on campus. Wasn't necessarily the largest list in terms of quantity perspective. Only about 2 to 3 dozen total guys on the list, but was a loaded list. You know, a lot of top 247 guys, a lot of 5 stars. The number 2 and 3 receiver in the nation, the number 2 athlete in the nation, Jonah Williams. A lot of different guys, or actually the number 1, 2, and 3 receiver prospect, because I forgot DeCorian Moore was there as well. So, you know, more than just a successful weekend, they also landed a commitment as well. Ricky Stewart from Tyler Chapel Hill. To be honest, we weren't anticipating a commitment to happen this soon. We felt pretty good about Ricky Stewart's chances of ending up in the class. But we were expecting it to happen sometime in June after official visits. Again, Texas is always the school we thought he'd end up at after they offered in January at the junior day. Had multiple crystal balls in, but he had a really strong relationship with the Baylor running backs coach, Keenan Hall. That's actually who Ricky Stewart originally committed to when he was committed to SMU. Baylor hired Hall, I believe, end of January, early January, to replace A.J. Stewart. When they did, Keenan Hall kind of went to work on the 2 Chapel Hill kids right away. It was Stewart and then Demetrius Brisbane, who's his high school quarterback, is a safety prospect, though. Texas also recruiting him. Baylor landed Brisbane. They're hoping to land Stewart. In fact, still have a couple sources on the Baylor staff. I covered Baylor for about a year. And I checked in with them, and they felt amazing about Ricky Stewart's chances throughout the spring. I kept trying to tell him, you know, you're up against a sharp choice here. He doesn't really lose, so good luck. But Baylor really thought they'd have a chance here, and Texas got it done before official visits. So, you know, got to clap it up. Another feather to put into Shard Choice's recruiting cap, and you know they're hoping to keep it rolling. again, had a ton of top 247 guys on campus. I kind of just have a list of names I'm going to run through. Hank was boots on the ground on campus covering the event for us, whereas I was in Dallas. I live up here, so I stayed up here for the OT7 Dallas tournament. It's actually going to be back-to-back weekends, so we're going to have another tournament this upcoming weekend. And overtime, OT7, it's overtime's branded 7-on-7 circuit, so only the top programs in the country are there. They only bring the top prospects as well. So a lot to talk about, and I'm excited to dive into it. So I guess we'll start with Riley Pettijohn. He was out there playing for Mississippi Heat. He's not originally from Mississippi at all, if anyone's going to ask about that. It's kind of just how it works in 7-on-7. It's very similar to the the AAU game, where you'll see a lot of kids playing for different teams each weekend. But, man, with Pettijohn, I reported this morning, there's not a ton new in this recruitment. You know, I still like Texas versus the field. I think the biggest threats to Texas are USC and A&M. He was pretty tired on Sunday, Pettijohn was, because he actually landed in Dallas at about 6 a.m., 5 a.m. Sunday morning, coming back from that USC visit. And I mean, look, USC is really hot right now. They've been on a recruiting run. They've landed a lot of commitments, and they also landed a commitment from one of the top linebackers in the country, Matai Tagoai. And I'll get to him in a minute because he was there this weekend as well. But USC stacking up. A&M, on the other hand, they have a lot less options to recruit from than Texas or the other in-state schools. Because to be honest with you, Jimbo Fisher and that staff had just completely messed it up with a fair majority of the 25 class by the time Elko and his staff had already arrived in College Station. So that being said, we could see A&M kind of get aggressive here, maybe, just because they don't have a ton of linebacker targets to choose from. But at the end of the day, I still like Texas here for Pettijohn. And I wrote I'll be crystal balling them this week. I'm going to do a crystal balling story sometime this week. The two names, I'm trying to figure out who else I want to throw in there, but two names off the top of my head that'll for sure be in there are Riley Pettijohn, Elijah Barnes. If you've been reading Horns 24/7, you'll know this has been, the two main linebacker targets for Johnny Nansen, even all the way back to Jeff Choate. Top two in-state guys, and really since their freshman, sophomore year, I guess last spring, those have been the main two names on the linebacker board. And, great work by Texas, because I couldn't tell you the amount of times that Texas went out and got the top two guys of the position on their board in state. And it kind of
Let me ask you.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, you brought up Jimbo Fisher and A&M. Like, what was the biggest reason they struggled so much? Was it like Jimbo kind of saw the writing on the wall and just stopped caring because he realized he was about to lose his job? Did he just, stop caring from the jump? He's like, I got all this guaranteed money, so I don't need to try that much to build these relationships with these high school coaches and these high school kids. Like, what? Obviously, anytime you get a coaching change, it's going to take a little bit of time to kind of rebuild those relationships. But why is A&M playing so much catch up with these kids, but also with just this class in general?
Well, the mix of a lot of things. So A&M under Jimbo Fisher would kind of do what Texas does sometimes, where they're cool with not really being in the mix of the recruitment in the first year or two, because they know, once that recruiting class is the main focus for Texas, that they're going to, make up some ground. And Texas is usually pretty successful at that, just recruiting guys at their own pace. But A&M would usually take a little longer. And, I didn't not really trying to accuse A&M anything, but like you saw their 22 class, how that was put together. They would do a lot of things in very short notice in recruiting. And in certain ways that can help a lot, like if you're trying to sign the number one class in recruiting history. But when it comes time to putting the puzzle pieces together, making sure they fit and there's a culture and they're all on the same page, it blew up in A&M's face. And in the last few years with Jimbo, he pissed off a lot of coaches in the state of Texas. He no-showed multiple Texas High School Coaching Association events without giving a reason for why he wasn't there. I do remember one of the reasons it later came out was because he's visiting his son in the hospital. But, man, the Texas High School Coaches Association is kind of like a mafia, where you need to have those guys on your side if you're going to be a Power 5 head coach in the state of Texas. So, yeah, that was definitely some damage. I also think not only Jimbo, but the whole staff there kind of realized that they'd be out the door soon. And so I think there also might have been, some lackadaisical effort on their end. And also, I mean, they're in the midst of a shit show of a season. They went 5-7 this year.
Yep.
Or 4-8, something like that. Lost a lot to the portal. We're having to recruit their own roster because everyone else is smelling blood in the water and tampering with their players. Like, there's a lot going on for that staff where recruiting the 2025 class was just really low on their priorities list. But yeah, that's mostly it. So sometime this week, you should see some crystal balls for Pettijohn and Elijah Barnes. Also goes by Bo Barnes from Dallas Skyline. So stay tuned for that. And then the third 5-star receiver that was on campus this weekend was Jamie French from Florida out of Jacksonville. Man, for him, Ohio State still is 100% where I would put a crystal ball in for if you asked me to put one in. But I mean, hey, Texas made up a lot of ground this weekend. And right now, even Jamie French said it, that Texas is in his top 3 with Tennessee and Ohio State. If I'm going to be honest with you, I'd probably give Texas the number 3 spot of those 3 schools just because it was his first visit. He has a lot more familiarity in Knoxville and in Columbus than he does in Austin. And also just because the Longhorns kind of are getting into this one a little late. He's going to come in for an official visit and he's saying all the right things. But, Ohio State, he's essentially the number 1 receiver on their board. And whenever Brian Hartline is telling you that and you come from the same 7-on-7 program that sent Brandon Ennis and Jeremiah Smith to Ohio State, you're going to have a lot of things you like about Ohio State. And so that's why there's a bunch of crystal ball predictions in for French. If it somehow isn't Ohio State, I'd feel a lot better about Texas' chances and Tennessee's chances. I do know a lot of people see this as a Florida kid and are a little confused as to why Florida schools aren't more involved in this one. A lot of it, to be honest with you, what I've been told is just everyone around French and the people in his camp just want him to go anywhere but in the state of Florida. Not necessarily anything to do with the schools at Florida, but more so just so he can get out and get away from his community. I'm not going to come on here and act like I know everything about Mandarin or Jacksonville, Florida, or Jamie French, but I've talked to a lot of different people down and in and around Florida that said just the area he's in, not a great area, and they'd like him to get somewhere out of state where he can kind of have some distance from that environment. But
interesting.
That being said, Texas could have an upper hand here, but again, I still like the other contenders more than I like Texas' chances here. Another name that it was also his first time ever visiting Texas and almost just as much of a priority visitor, Aiden Anding. He's a 3-star cornerback from Ruston High in the 2025 class. Texas actually offered him within the last 2 to 3 weeks, I believe. It was sometime this spring. I remember none of us actually kind of knew who this kid was until Under Armour Dallas. He showed up and was one of the better defensive backs on the day. And I actually remember at these Under Armour camps, usually the data, the testing data, and all the footage is sent out to schools the following Tuesday, and the camp will happen on a Sunday. These camps are incredibly important because it helps schools evaluate and recruit. So Sunday night, you're always getting texted from sources at Texas, who had a good day, who didn't, who do you like. And I remember I texted him about Aiden Anding, and I'm like, hey, this kid can fucking ball because he was awesome that day. And they ended up offering him a week or 2 later, I believe, and he was on campus. And while I wasn't on campus, like I said, it was all Hank South. Aiden Anding got the red carpet treatment. There are a couple guys that, they don't walk to the different stations. They're driven on golf carts. And, you'll notice, is it a recruiting assistant driving the golf cart? Is it a position coach? Is it maybe Sark driving it? That'll kind of, you already know who the real priorities are, but that'll really help you solidify it. And Aiden Anding's one of those guys. And, I talked about it a lot last week. I don't like Texas' chances of getting Kobe Sellers. Texas isn't going to be flipping Devin Sanchez either. So the cornerback board, not a lot to pick from. And the margin for error is relatively small. So it's great that Texas was able to make up a lot of ground with Aiden Anding because afterwards he told the media that Texas is now in his top 3 alongside Arkansas and Miami. And I'll be honest with you, I really like Texas' chances out of those 3. And this has been the main name after Riley Pettijohn, Elijah Barnes that I've been thinking about crystal ball into Texas coming out of this weekend. So
Okay.
Could be on the lookout for him in that story as well.
Do you like his game? I mean, people hear 3-star and look, there's obviously way more to it than just these stars that you have by your name. But talk about 5 stars and 4 stars not coming to Texas, and then a 3-star being the guy. Do you like enough from his game to feel like, okay, he's worthy of being a Texas take, and he is a guy who can actually make an impact if and when he does get to campus?
Yeah, so I haven't dove a ton in on him as a prospect, but I've looked at a few track times. He's a pretty decent track profile, especially, for a kid in Louisiana. Usually, I think Louisiana could maybe tend to produce better athletes than Texas, but the track culture in high school is so much more developed in Texas. So for him to be ripping a lot of those times, it kind of tells you he's a raw athlete, right? Because there's just the kids in Louisiana don't get as much coaching as the kids in Texas on the track. So his times are really impressive. And then, at Under Armour, like I haven't dove into his film by any means. I just remember him being one of the better DBs in Under Armour Dallas. But
sure,
he's versatile. I believe he worked in at safety a couple reps as well. But 100% a corner prospect at the next level. And then Caleb Chester from Marshall, I guess, to answer your question, Antoine. He wasn't there this weekend, but, he's on the corner board. Him, Cortland Guillory, Aiden Anding, Cade Phillips, Dorian Brew, those are all kind of your main guys. As far as Caleb Chester and his recruitment's concerned, he's going to officially visit Texas. Believe he's also OVing to A&M and maybe Missouri or LSU, something like that. But look, I think if Texas wants Caleb Chester, then they have a higher shot to get him than anyone else. But I do think his spot at Texas could be dependent on how dominoes fall with Cortland Guillory, Aiden Anding, guys like that, if you get what I'm saying. So, but that's kind of for Caleb Chester. And then 2 other names that might also be in that crystal ball and story that it seems like everyone at Texas is starting to feel pretty good about is the Coleman brothers from Cedar Hill, Jordan Coleman, Devin Coleman. They make up 2 of the 3 Coleman triplets, blanket on the third brother's name right now. But he's smaller than the other 2. He's a defensive lineman, 6'2", 200-something. And his offers are from Texas Tech and UTSA. But the 2 main ones, Devin and Jordan, really like Texas's chances here. And it's funny, the recruiting coordinator at Cedar Hill, who actually was who drove both brothers to the junior day in January, is none other than Marcus Hutchins, who actually played at DeSoto before going on to play offensive lineman at Texas. So, a lot of different things to like here. Also, Flood, he loves these 2 kids. A lot of people have been kind of questioning because we have them unranked right now. I couldn't tell you why they're still unranked. But because they're unranked right now, I've had a lot of questions on my board on if their takes. Can't tell you right now if they called Texas and wanted to commit, they are going to be allowed to post it. This is Texas likes these kids a lot. So, and with them being Cedar Hill, I-20 kids, it's Jeff Banks. He's involved as well, alongside Kyle Flood and Deron Gatewood, Chris Gilbert. Like it's a whole team effort here. And these guys are probably going to be in that story as well. Keelan Russell is really, really important. If you follow the show or follow Texas recruiting, you should know about Keelan Russell, kind of how that dynamic seems to be shaping up. But something that's really important is he visited A&M on Saturday. And while he was at A&M, Colin Klein, A&M's offensive coordinator, formerly Kansas State quarterback and offensive coordinator for the Wildcats. I've actually never heard of anything kind of like this, so it was really surprising to me when I heard about it. But A&M straight up told Keelan Russell, like, hey, Hassan Longstreet is our guy. He's committing April 14th. We think we're getting him, but it might be Auburn. If he doesn't commit to A&M, you are a number 1 guy. And that's what they told him. So
wow.
I wrote it in the Stampede this morning, but as crazy as it sounds, if you're a Texas fan, you want A&M to land Hassan Longstreet, who I believe is a top 50. I believe we have him in the top 50. I'm almost positive he's a top 100 prospect, but quarterback out of California, one of the top-ranked passers in the country. And A&M's had some crystal balls in there for a couple of weeks now. They've been the leader for a couple months, but Auburn's come on really strong in the last few weeks. So there's definitely some hesitance in College Station, but I do think that the chances are higher that A&M lands Longstreet and not Auburn. But
God.
the reason this is all important, you're probably like, why the hell would I care about A&M's quarterback situation? If you're Texas, the absolute last thing you want is to get in a recruiting battle with A&M and SMU for Keelan Russell. Because if Keelan Russell is A&M's number one quarterback on the board, man, his price just went up.
Yeah.
SMU was always going to take care of him. And talking to sources involved with NIL at SMU, they are plenty well equipped to make Keelan Russell the highest paid NIL. I don't know, however you want to say it. They would have no problem with making him the highest paid player at SMU essentially overnight.
They're talking a big game up there right now in every sport. It's crazy the amount of money at least they're talking about throwing around up in Dallas.
Yeah, so SMU, they're going to do literally anything they possibly can to keep Keelan. So if A&M's number one quarterback is Keelan Russell, you can imagine, it's going to get pretty hairy pretty quick. And if the guy you're trying to sign is the number two quarterback in the class, might end up being more expensive than the number one, it might be time to redo your priorities. So it's going to be really interesting to see how these dominoes unfold and kind of how they fall. I've, kind of talked about it. I tend to lean Keelan if you're going to ask me who I view as a better quarterback prospect over KJ. But again, there's so much here that's left to unfold. Another thing for Keelan, Alabama and Kalen DeBoer, they've been in a lot of contact lately. It's really ramped up the last few weeks. When Mike Roach and I talked to Keelan on Sunday, he mentioned that Thursday he was working on getting out to Alabama on Thursday, but nothing was really finalized, but that visit was likely happening. He didn't really say these words, but I get the sense that he thinks he could potentially get offered if he ends up going on that visit, just based off the way they're talking to him. That could be something to watch. Obviously, Nick Saban isn't at Alabama anymore, but, it's still a pretty attractive opportunity for a lot of kids. And then Oregon is another school he mentioned that's been talking to him. Oregon actually already has a quarterback committed in 2025 named Achilles Smith. But there's been a lot of rumblings behind the scenes that the Oregon's going to aim to sign two quarterbacks and not just Smith. So, yeah, and another thing that makes this incredibly important for A&M and Keelan Russell is the fact that A&M, the quarterback A&M signed last year, I believe was a kid from New Jersey, white 3-star kid. The only reason I got to be nice here. If there wasn't a coaching transition at A&M, that kid probably would have signed elsewhere. The A&M really needed a quarterback body, and they need to make sure they got one. And the quarterback room at A&M is relatively weak now, where the Aggies really, really need to hit on a guy in 2025, like someone who can be the program's leader for the next few years. So that being said, if they miss out on Longstreet, A&M is prepared to get just as aggressive as SMU is. So again, the last thing you'd want as a Texas fan would be Longstreet going to Auburn, because it could just make this whole thing so much harder for Texas.
Well, let's say Longstreet does end up at A&M. How aggressive do you think Texas will be, right? I mean, KJ Lacey's been committed for a while, and there's some thought that Texas would like to bring in both Russell and Lacey. There's all sorts of rumors, or there have been, about Lacey maybe considering different schools. I know you guys have kind of put that to bed recently, but how aggressive, if Longstreet does end up committing to A&M next week, how aggressive does Texas get after Keelan Russell, or do they just kind of let SMU, take charge in that recruitment?
Look, I think Texas has done a really good job of just building the relationship, and I guess just keeping both sides warm with Keelan and Texas. Obviously, still haven't offered him. He's going to come down for a visit on April 20th for a spring game. He'll be alongside a 5-star teammate, Decorian Moore, on that visit as well. So, could potentially see him get offered, for several weeks now. And Hank and I talked to sources. It hasn't, or over the last several weeks, in talking to sources at Texas, it's gone from, we're thinking about taking two quarterbacks to we're signing two quarterbacks.
Wow.
So They haven't really shown any moves yet that have shown they're going to do that because they haven't offered anyone else. But we are expecting Keelan Russell to get offered on April 20th, and we think Texas will kind of start their push then. As far as what a timeline could look like for a potential flip happening or a decommitment from SMU, something like that, we might not know. With Russell being a Duncanville kid, I do think Samples is going to try to get that kind of wrapped up and taken care of before his senior season. So, there can be more focus on the team and whatnot. But yeah, so the Keelan Russell, it probably going to be the biggest storyline to monitor up until signing day, just because he's a quarterback. That's the biggest position. And also just because there's so many variables here that, are important, like the NIL part of it, SMU, the QB dominoes of the A&M. There's a lot of different things that are still left to unfold here, and kind of just gotta stay patient, keep checking in on it each day.
Yeah.
But yeah, some other Khalil Lockett.
Yeah.
Another five-star receiver that was here this past weekend, our number 2 receiver in the nation. I believe our number 12 overall prospect in the nation out of Saxley, the home of Devin Duvernay. So look, Khalil's recruitment has been really interesting for Texas. He visited early on, probably 3, 4, 5 times, and Texas never offered. And as a kid who grew up, pulling for Texas, he always tells a story about how he grew up working in Fair Park during the state fair and how he'd go, root for Texas during the Cotton Bowl. So whenever he had received an offer from Ohio State and LSU, and it took Texas several months later to offer, you can kind of understand why Lockett and his camp felt the way they did. So back in January, if you asked me where Khalil Lockett was going, I would have told you anywhere but Texas. But as time has gone on, Chris Jackson, Sark, the rest of the staff, they kept chipping away. And coming out of this visit, I don't think it could have gone better. In talking to sources, talking to people around Lockett, talking to people at Texas, all sides of this recruitment felt like the visit just went amazing, and that it really resonated with Lockett. And talking with the source Saturday night, they believe that Texas is now in the top 3 alongside LSU and Florida State. LSU, I think, has been the contender that's been in the mix the longest. They were, I believe, like the first big-time offer. I think they might have actually been before Ohio State. And they kind of always prioritized him from the jump. They treated him like the top receiver in the class alongside DeCorian Moore, even before DeCorian Moore committed. And, since DeCorian committed, he's been the number 1 receiver on their board. So, man, LSU is pushing hard here. Florida State is pushing hard here as well. But so is Texas. And, I mean, if I'm being completely honest with you, you asked me where I think he's going, it's 1,000% Texas.
Really?
Wait. Yes, that's out of those 3. I'm gonna pick Texas every time, especially with all the other factors that are at play here with him growing up a Texas fan and all that. I think the kind of hard, I don't know about hard feelings is the right word, but the feelings that Lockett and his camp had towards Texas earlier in the spring seems to have pretty much dissolved. And to be honest, I'm not sure exactly how Texas did that or how that came about. But, I mean, look, that's a thing that this staff used to not be able to do a year or 2 ago, right? So the fact that you're able to turn the corner with the number 12 overall prospect in the country is pretty damn impressive for Chris Jackson, especially after you kind of got away with robbery in Missouri, pulling Ryan Wingo out of Mizzou's backyard. So Chris Jackson just keeps stacking them. Or appears to keep stacking them.
I was going to ask, because the DeCorian Moore is obviously committed to LSU. You talked about Jamie French earlier, like maybe Texas is 3rd right now behind Ohio State and Tennessee. I was like, man, over under 0.5 of those top 3 receivers for Texas next year. And it sounds like you take the over right now. It sounds like you think at least one of those guys is going to end up in Austin.
Oh yeah. I do think that.
Good.
And DeCorian Moore, if I was a betting man, I'd bet Texas is where he signs in December. But, DeCorian is the number 1 receiver in the nation. He's the number 4 overall prospect. I think I wrote when he committed in August that I still think he ends up at Texas. But, man, I'm not going to put in a crystal ball here until this thing's about to be done. You know what I mean? Like, there's certain ways to do things. And While I can write a crystal ball and story explaining that DeCorin Moore hasn't silently committed or hasn't done these other things and explain that this is an actual prediction that I think he'll end up at Texas, people on Twitter, all the things don't see that. And I'm not trying to have DeCorin and his family, go through some hills or whatever with the LSU staff. So I'm going to wait a little longer on a prediction for DeCorin Moore. But I do believe he could. Most likely landing spot for him is Texas. Something that's incredibly, incredibly, incredibly important in this recruitment that I haven't seen anyone write about. I mean, it happened this weekend. Rashad Samples from Arizona State took the running backs coach job at Oregon that was previously held by Carlos Lachlan, who left for Ohio State. You're probably like, why the hell would a running backs coach have impact on DeCorin Moore? Well, Rashad Samples, who actually gave a shout out to Matzo Rancho and Texas Sports Unfiltered during the portal window, is the younger son or the son of Duncanville's head coach, Reginald Samples. So a lot of family ties to Oregon now. And I feel like I've done my best job of kind of describing over the last few weeks. But, man, talking to sources around DeCorin and even DeCorin, it's pretty much everyone you talk to thinks Oregon and Texas has a greater shot to sign DeCorin Moore than LSU does, and he's currently committed to LSU.
Wow.
So Oregon got a lot more dangerous in this recruitment, and they already were dangerous, but they got more dangerous overnight just because they added Samps. That's a big deal. He has a lot of pull in Dallas, and he's obviously DeCorin's head coach's son. So you know damn well DeCorin spent a lot of time around him, and originally a receiver out of Skyline and really a receivers coach. I think he just took the job because it was an upgrade, and he also has an associate head coaching title. But, Oregon could really be dangerous here. And as good as a chance Texas thinks they have, as many things that are going their way with, proximity to home, how all of DeCorin's mom's side of the family's from Austin, Oregon is still very much a threat here. And I would say their chances are just slightly lower than Texas's of pulling this off as well. Like there needs to be a big emphasis on Oregon here because they are very much a threat.
Man, as long as Phil Knight is alive, if Oregon's linked to anybody, I'm going to be worried that Oregon's going to get that somebody, right? Because we saw it in the portal window this year. Like they are spending. They've always spent a lot on facilities and whatnot. But now that you're allowed to actually spend on players, like they have already shown that they can do that and they know what they're doing. So, yeah, you throw in that Duncanville tie-in too, and that makes them a very, very serious threat. I agree.
Yeah, and I just want to talk about it real quick. The facilities arm race in Texas has gone like this, or really in college football, because since NIL, it went from asking all the boosters to build you everything out of glass. So, hey, we got to pay this dude out the ass. I didn't even mean to rhyme on purpose, but it happened, right? So, so they're not a lot of money isn't going to facilities anymore. And I don't think I've ever said this, but I want to bring this up because, the fact that Texas got all that shit done with Moncrief in the end zone before NIL fully took over college football is a humongous deal because now they have, a little bit more of a waiting period to wait until the next facilities upgrade. Because they did it in 2020 or 2021 whenever that all got completed. So, so a great move by Texas, perfect timing. I doubt it was on purpose, but if they want to look smart, I guess they could say it was on purpose. So, yeah. And another thing about Khalil Lockett, I do want to talk about. So, during Longhorn City Limits, when it's time to eat, they bring out a bunch of crawfish. They'll have prospects. So, the Texas, I'm not sure if they necessarily choose who sits with who. I think it's kind of open seating. I know they'll specifically tell some current players on the roster to go sit with this specific prospect for obvious reasons. But I do know in talking to sources that were there Saturday, a table during lunch was made up of KJ Lacey, Khalil Lockett, DeCorin Moore, and Kelshawn Johnson. And one of the topics that was talked about was all four of them playing together at Texas. So that could potentially be the quarterback and receiving haul for this class. I do know, talking to a source close to Lockett, Lockett's family really seemed to click with KJ Lacey's family as well. I almost said KJ Russell. But Lockett's family really felt like they clicked with KJ Lacey's family. That's obviously good. That's what you want. Anytime you get the parents connected as well, that's going to help Texas's chances. Because KJ and his mom they're doing their fair share of peer recruiting as well. So a lot to like about Khalil Lockett coming out of this weekend and Texas chances. And again, not quite ready to put in a crystal ball yet, but I mean, if you ask me who I think is going to win this one, it's definitely Texas.
Yeah,
who I think. So
I'm looking at Khalil Lockett's 24/7 page right now, and I don't see any crystal ball predictions from anybody. Which, look, you know more about what that means than I do, but to me, it's like it's still pretty early on. No one has a great beat on where things are going, and it almost feels like it's an up for grabs recruitment right now. So to hear that Texas did as well as it did this weekend, it feels like there's a big opportunity there. And obviously, you throw on top of that the fact that he's from Texas and grew up a big Texas fan, and that's a great sign, man, because, I wondered, and I still wonder, but it hasn't affected Texas yet. Like, I wondered if Texas not rotating receivers at all last year was going to maybe hurt them on the recruiting trail. Now, you could say, well, they're going to have 2 first-round picks, a wide receiver, BK. Like, that helps, and I get that. But I wondered, like, these guys want to play early. So, like, Jonte Cook not having 8 catches despite being a 5-star, one of the top receivers in the class, like, is his story going to scare people off from coming to Texas? And clearly it hasn't, because Ryan Wingo is here as a 5-star from out of state in this year's class, and you're talking about maybe 2 of the top 3 in next year's class coming in. So it's good that, guys want to come here and be in Sark's offense, and I guess play for Chris Jackson too.
Yeah, and it's funny, I've actually never really heard a receiver complain on or off the record about the receiver rotations. But I mean, look, I had a conversation with my DeCorian Moore source about this weekend. But if DeCorian Moore ends up at Texas, like, I think he starts as a true freshman.
Wow.
Just because I like the chances of all the transfers that they got at receiver being gone by the end of the season for the draft or whatever other reasons. And then, like, also, I know everyone kind of sees it just because of the ranking, but DeCorian Moore would be the highest receiver the staff has ever signed at Texas. And he's the highest rated receiver to come out of Texas since Mike Davis, I believe. Because he's ranked higher on a national scale and overall scale than Evan Stewart, Jonte Cook everywhere, or Wingo. And I'm not trying to discredit Jonte at all here. I thought Jonte was very talented, or think he is still very talented. I personally believe Jalen Hale was the number 1 receiver in the state of Texas. I believe 24/7 Sports thought differently. I think we had him as the number 1 receiver in Texas for 2023. But with all due respect to Jonte, he can't hold DeCorian's jock. Like, DeCorian is a ridiculous receiver prospect, and he's just a different type of cat. I mean, you talk to people in Dallas who have watched high school football over the last 30, 40 years, they'll tell you Mike Davis is the best player they ever saw in high school. A lot of those people were at the South Oak Cliff versus Duncanville Week 1 game at SMU this fall. I remember I went up to the press box to go kind of chop it up with them, hear what their take was after the game. All of them agreed that DeCorian was further ahead than Mike Davis was as a junior in high school. Whoa. So, and Mike Davis, I think, was the number 2 player in his class or something like that. I know he was the number 1 receiver, but like DeCorian Moore is a special, like, it stands out amongst standouts. Is a freak amongst freaks. Like, there's DeCorian is very, very, very special. Khalil Lockett is obviously really special as well, number 12 overall prospect. But, I mean, even those 2 guys are in different tiers, and they're 8 spots apart in the rankings. And, like, for me,
more. Go ahead.
For me, I always talk about how, like, it was so easy to look at Garrett Wilson and guy Micah Hudson for me. Anthony Hill was one of these guys. Devin Sanchez is one of these guys. Where you look at him and say, that is a first rounder, and he's a junior or senior in high school.
Yeah.
DeCorian Moore was getting that as a sophomore in high school. Like, I'm serious. Like, DeCorian is it might be the best prospect across the board I've seen at the high school level. Like, that's truly how special he is. He has everything you want. And also a cool little fact about DeCorian. He's actually in the grade he's supposed to be in, which isn't normal in today's day and age. Almost every kid is held back a year, redshirted, like I like to call it. But yeah, I got some other names. I'll kind of try to do a speed run real quick.
Shoot.
Dia Bell, son of Raja Bell, visited for 2 days a couple weeks back, ended up getting offered on the visit. He's a 2026 quarterback out of American Heritage in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Obviously, everyone's going to know who he is because of his daddy. This is one of 2 quarterbacks Texas has offered. In 2026, it's currently uncommitted, with the other one being Troy Hun from California. I think Dia Bell likes Texas a lot, but I just think kind of with where Troy Hun is, that I really like the chances of Hun ending up in the class as a Texas 2026 quarterback take and not Bell. Neither one has really given me a concrete backing for this feeling. It's kind of just a feeling I have. Troy Hun seems to be a lot more interested in the program and potentially lining up his timeline and his recruitment, I guess in an organized way. Whereas Bell is, still in the process of a lot of schools are going to come see him throw in the spring, and he's hoping to get offers, things like that. So I do think Bell, I'd take the field versus Texas, whereas Hun, I'd take Texas versus the field. So that's kind of it for 2026. He gave some interesting quotes, Dia Bell did, about kind of how the offer came about and where Texas is in his recruitment. And I'll have that sometime out this week. But yeah, 2026 quarterbacks. If you're asking me who I'm leaning towards for Texas, it would definitely be Troy Hun.
Okay. You think that's one quarterback class? Too early to tell if they want one or two. Maybe it depends on what they get in 2025.
Yeah, I definitely lean towards this one. But I mean, if they only end up with one in 2025, they probably going to go on the portal. But I guess they could maybe push just getting 2 in 2026. But I'm not necessarily sure if that's even been talked about yet. But yeah, another important name is DJ Sanders from Belleville. I love this kid. Always speak highly of him. Always talk about how I think he's the number 1 defensive lineman in the state, including not just interior D linemen, but edge rushers as well. The younger cousin of Emmanuel Sanders. We've been reporting it for feels like the whole time now, but it's always been A&M and Texas here. There's been other schools like Michigan, Baylor, USC that have kind of made runs at different points and for different reasons, but man, every source I've ever spoken to about DJ Sanders has said A&M or Texas, and pretty much all of those guys actually happen to lean towards A&M, to be honest with you. But, I mean, Sanders did say it's pretty even right now in his recruitment. Him and his camp, they purposefully do everything they can to make sure nothing gets out. So, I'll be honest with you, this is one of my least favorite recruitments to track. Love the prospect as a prospect, but in terms of making it easier for us, he's doing everything he can to not make it easy. So makes you have to work a little harder, but if you get it right, it feels a lot better. So, but yeah, so DJ Sanders, he has 2 OVs booked for those in-state schools, or actually 3 because Baylor's in-state as well. He also has official visits set up for Michigan and USC, but again, like this one it's going to come down to A&M or Texas unless one of those 3 other schools is going to have him commit during the OV or something. But yeah, any Marcus Davis news? I might be blanking, but I'm not sure who exactly you're referring to. If you got one of the Marcus Harris by chance? He wasn't there this past weekend though, but I can't. If you need Marcus Harris, I got you on that. Just let me know. But Marcus Davis, I'm not sure. KJ Ford, he's our number 1 player in the 26 class in the state of Texas, out of Duncanville, of course. Just like and I've never even thought about that, but Duncanville really had the number 1 player in the state 3 years in a row with Colin Simmons, DeCorian Moore, and KJ Ford. Well, at least per the rankings.
Yeah. Well, you see why they're winning state championships, or at least getting to that game every single year, right?
Oh yeah, no, for sure.
Yeah, that helps.
But yeah, so So KJ Ford, he's the #1 prospect in the state of Texas for 2026. Listed as a D lineman. To be honest with you, I don't know why he's listed as a D lineman. He has an edge body and is every bit of an edge. I think he could be a D lineman, but very much more of an edge prospect in my opinion. For him right now, I think, if the recruitment was to end today, it'd be Oklahoma. But a lot of people on the board commented on my comments on Oklahoma when I reported it this morning. But, man, Oklahoma is like the king of getting these early leads, and it's just turning into absolutely nothing. Especially with high-profile D linemen. Like, I think verbatim for what I wrote was just like, yeah, Oklahoma has an extremely low hit rate on these high-profile D linemen when they lead for them early. Like, the only one they ended up signing was David Stone.
Yep.
Williams Winery, they lost out on. Gabe Brownlow Dindy, they lost out on. DJ Hicks, they lost out on. Like, all those different guys that were 5 stars, top 10 prospects. They were trending to Oklahoma for over a year, and then someone pulled the rug out from under OU. So I kind of think that's what might happen here, just because, again, OU's really good at getting these early leads. They're really good at talking to underclassmen more than just about any other school. But, usually once a recruiting class starts getting old enough, other schools will start recruiting them and talking to them just as much. And that's usually when it kind of dies down. Another thing that, I hear about this blowing up in Oklahoma's face a lot. Also, a bunch of other schools' faces as well. But like I said, Oklahoma's really, really good at establishing relationships and building them early on when these guys are freshmen and sophomores. But the problem is your board is changing every day from when they're freshmen to when they're seniors. So you can get in and be buddy-buddy with the kid as a freshman and sophomore, and he's the best player in the state. But 2 years later, that kid might not be a take. So you just wasted your time for 2 years, all right?
Yeah.
So you end up wasting a lot of time because of that. But also, like, if you feel really good about a player or a prospect being a guy that you'll take no matter what happens with him, you can really mess things up by establishing a relationship with him as a freshman or sophomore, talking to him every day or multiple times a week. Because if you ever get tired or need to go focus on other kids and you stop talking to that kid, they get pissed at you.
Yeah.
And if you go from talking to him 4 days a week as a freshman because you think you can pressure him to commit super early or as a sophomore, and then, you scale it back a little, it goes down to 1 time a week, and then Texas or these other schools start talking to him for the first time, you're going to fall out of the race. And, like, this happens to Oklahoma with, like, 10 kids a cycle each year. So, and also,
I was wondering, like,
like Oklahoma has –
that's not an NIL thing for OU. It's just like they're just kind of mishandling the way that they go about this.
So that's another thing for Oklahoma that's like super fascinating. Like, they have a lot of money up there, but they don't want to. Like, the only reason they lost Caden Green was because of NIL. Like, that's it. And there's certain prospects each cycle that they hone in on, and it'll be like, this guy has an unlimited check. Effectively, he can write however much goes on it. They'll have 2 or 3 guys like that. But then the rest of the class, they're kind of lowballing. Wow. And are not really lowballing, but just like, hey, money isn't what's important here. It's the soul mission and being turned into a man and all that other stuff. Those things are important, but it's not important when you're getting offered hundreds of $1,000s more at another school.
Hey, I can
and you also won't have to live in Norman.
Yeah, I was gonna say I can turn into a man for $500K a year. I could still develop like that and also get paid on the side. Thank you very much.
Yeah. So, look, Oklahoma has a lot of money to get into these big NIL battles, but they rarely will ever do it. They really prioritize the culture and making sure they fit and all that, which is important in today's age. And every college says the same thing, how, they're making sure they check boxes for culture, but few actually do it. Oklahoma is one of the schools that will actually do it. And, while it could give you a lot of good locker room chemistry, at the end of the day, the best teams are going to win with the best athletes. So, yeah, but that's kind of where it is with KJ Ford. It feels like it's kind of on an identical timeline to Colin Simmons' timeline, where it was, top player in the state. Texas is always going to be in this, but Pretty much every other school except for Texas seems to be ahead of Texas at this point as he's a sophomore. But, we just got to wait it out. I think once Texas really starts putting their foot on the gas on this one, they could be in the mix pretty quick. So that's pretty much it for KJ Ford.
Mm-hmm.
And then last, I think, really big piece of news to this, Matai Taguai. He's a 4-star linebacker from San Clemente, California, was originally in Las Vegas his first 2 years of high school before moving out to California in between his sophomore and junior year. And I mean, man, I have a man crush on this prospect. Like I've always been in love with him just because his film is awesome.
Yeah.
He has awesome testing. He's 6'4", 190 pounds, looks like $1 million. But dude, he was playing safety in 7-on-7, and like the way this kid was moving, like Hudson Standish and I were like drooling. Kids aren't supposed to move like that or look like that at 17 years old in the spring of their junior year.
He's a linebacker normally.
Yeah, so I believe we have him listed as a linebacker. It might be athlete just because he's super, super versatile. Committed to USC within the last week or two, and USC's playing for him. They're going to use him as an off-ball linebacker, and he's also going to play nickel. They're going to move him around everywhere. And Texas was talking to him to kind of move around in their defense as well. But is somewhere in the 70s. He's a top 100 prospect. I believe he's like our number 71 or 73 overall prospect. But had OVs lined up for USC, Texas, I believe Washington, Oklahoma, Utah, a couple of those schools. 24/7 Sports spoke with him yesterday at the tournament. And, he admitted he's pretty locked into his USC commitment. He doesn't really see any other schools changing that. He told USC when he committed that he was going to cancel his visits to every school except for Texas, Washington, and Oklahoma. He told USC just the relationships he built with those staffs are too strong, and he had told him he was going to visit, so he felt like he had to go through with it. As far as what the visit could look like, that's still TBD. He did have official visits locked into those 3 other schools, but he told us yesterday that he's not sure if those visits will be unofficial or official, or if he would even return after just one time. He's not sure exactly what that'll look like, but Texas is definitely a school that'll get a visit if he ends up actually taking those other visits. So, and with USC, I don't really see anyone getting him off that commitment either. He hasn't been able to visit really any of the other contenders he was choosing. Like, in fact, he hasn't visited any of the other contenders except for Oklahoma. I don't think he made it up to Washington. I know he hasn't made it to Texas, but USC, they kind of just got him that same weekend. They landed all those other commitments. And I mean, yeah, but this is the only linebacker so far this year that I've looked at and thought he needs to be in the same tier as Bo Barnes and Riley Pettijohn. That's how special this prospect is. And if I'm being honest with you, even after just seeing him in 7-on-7, I might like him more long-term than either Pettijohn or Barnes.
Wow.
There's just – he's an absolute freak show and just $1 million. And great kid, great interview as well. Yeah, and then I'm trying to think other big Markel Ford, he's a 2026 safety at Mesquite Horn, the same school as Lamont Rogers. Look, he's going to either Texas A&M, Oklahoma, or SMU. Definitely like the first 3 schools' his chances more than the last one there.
Yeah.
But look, A&M is slightly the leader here. There's a lot of time left, but the decision is going to come down to those 4 schools. If the decision was made right now, we would 100% probably be A&M. But Blake Gideon, Texas, they've steadied contact lately. It used to kind of be they'd run hot and cold, where it seems like it's been a lot more consistent as of late. Chris Gilbert isn't necessarily involved in this one yet, but effectively the entire Mesquite Horn staff coached under Chris Gilbert at some point. So he's bound to get involved at some point. He's a big part of Lamont Rogers' recruitment. And then another thing, the most important thing to note here, Texas not only told coaches at Mesquite Horn, but they also told Ford this. But in the last week or two, Ford was told by Texas that he's the number 1 safety on the Longhorns board in 2026. So that being said, I love Ford as a prospect. When I wrote a story about him a month or 2 ago, I think the first comment was how much I love this kid. Really fiery safety, talks a whole bunch of shit. I love that because he backs it up. If you're a shit talker, you better be able to back it up. And Markel Ford can do that a lot of the time. And really, really unique prospect. Only really plays safety for Mesquite Horn. They have a lot of one high looks. Texas actually told him if he ends up at Texas, they're going to kind of design a bunch of plays for him where he's literally the only safety on the field, which could be really interesting just because Texas almost never does that. But I mean, look, only at 2 interceptions. This is one of the rangiest prospects I've ever seen at the safety position. Can just cover a ton of ground. And I do remember the first play of his highlight film, the other team's on like the 5-yard line, and he makes this play where he comes from midfield all the way to the corner of the end zone to pick the ball off. And that was to win the game for Mesquite Horn. There was like 3 seconds left. That was the last play of the game. I forgot who they were even playing. But if he doesn't make that play, that's going to be a touchdown and Mesquite Horn loses. So really like the kid. This is the type of kid who's going to hit the shit out of you, put you on your ass, and then talk shit to you while you're getting up.
There you go.
You can feel certain ways about kids like this. I love them. I think they're needed to be successful in college football in 2024. You need a mix of shit talkers. You need a mix of guys who never talk. Yep. Just to have some balance in the locker room. And this is a guy, these guys also make everyone better around them because they piss everyone off that they won't shut up and everyone wants to shut them up. So,
the guys on the other side of the ball at practice are like, all right, I got to step up so I can get this guy to stop talking.
Yeah, but man, I love Markel Ford. And in each interview, I always ask him, what are some goals for your offseason? Because I know he's always going to say the same thing. And Mesquite Horn, with the new realignment, they got placed into Duncanville's district. And so I'm like, okay, man, what are some goals for your offseason? And he's always like, well, we in this new district, so I want to be first team all district because if I go first team all district in this district, nobody can say shit to me. And I was like, yeah. Facts. He's like, everybody knows this is the best district in Texas. They can't say nothing. I was like, yeah.
It's true.
But I like him. I always gravitate towards kind of the firecracker kids like this. So a lot to like about Markel Ford and decent news that he's the number 1 safety target on the board in 26. So
it's awesome.
Yeah.
What a day. So great weekend for Texas. Picked up a commit. They also got a kicker/punter commit, right, as a preferred walk-on. No love for Spencer Barnett today, Jordan?
Oh, we should have started the show off of this because Hank and I kind of got in some trouble whenever this kid committed because we kind of circled back with sources at Texas that we originally sent this kid to back in the summer. And they were like, oh, we don't know. There's some other kickers we like more. And we were like, no, this kid can bang from 50 consistently. What are you talking about? So whenever this kid commits on a PWO in April or whatever, my ass and Hank's ass went back to the text we sent him to.
Yep.
Held it down, replied, sent a space, and that was it. In my source, he's cool. I can if this was some other sources I had, I would never try that shit because you're never getting that text back. But this one was like, go fuck yourself with the laughing emojis.
Yeah, there you go.
So yeah, but hey, Spencer Barnett, man, keeping him home. Westlake, I felt like this kid has been in high school forever. Before him, they had another kicker that ended up signing at West Point in the class of 23. But I remember, I'd be out at their spring practices there for Vosick or Gray House, and I'd be like, yo, who are these 2 white boys over here that's banging from 50 all practice? This is crazy. And Salazar, Westlake, that's all they're used to. But dude, I'll go to some other schools for spring ball practices, and they don't have a kicker who can make a PAT half the time.
Right.
So yeah, but happy he can stay home. I know Texas is a school for him, just like it is for pretty much all those Westlake kids. So, always cool when they get to stay home and wear the burnt orange.
Well, they are kickers, so the white boy was assumed. But thank you for, and it's also Westlake, Westlake. So the white boy was also implied there as well.
Yeah, especially those ones.
Yeah, no kidding. Well, Jordan, this was great, man. Always great stuff. We'll encourage everyone to go over to Horns 24/7. If you're not a subscriber over there, you're wasting your time. Jordan and Hank giving you the best recruiting coverage that you can find anywhere on the Texas beat. Massive weekend. Sounds like a super successful weekend for the Horns. Hopefully Jeff is back. Jeff was sick today. Jeff Howe. I'm not sure if we mentioned that earlier, but hopefully Jeff is back tomorrow with Jordan, and they can talk more about the scrimmage and more about the recruiting successes for the Longhorns over the weekend. But great stuff as always, Jordan. Appreciate the time today, and we'll see you tomorrow, man.
Yes, sir. I'll see you.
All right. Enjoy that Eclipse. Speaking of Eclipse, nice glasses.
Dude.
I don't know if those are regulation size for the Eclipse, but I got mine ready to roll today.
These are actually my first pair of real glasses. And I saw C on the comments line welcoming me to the Glasses Club. I finally realized, BK, like a couple months ago, I was like, man, I can't see shit from far away. And we were watching TV and I was going, I can't really like read the score. Like, I think it's 88 to 83. And then I put on my wife's glasses and I was like, it's not my prescription. So it was a little off, but I was like, oh yeah, it's 88 to 83. Like actually confirmed. Not like, I think that's the score. So I finally went and they were like, you have functional vision, but like, let's make it perfect.
Wow. Okay. So I think
I ended up with these somehow.
Yeah. Well, they look good, number one. And some people can't pull off glasses. And I was one of those people. Thankfully, I got LASIK, so I don't need glasses anymore. But you pull off the glasses look, number one. How do they feel? Have you gotten used to the feeling of wearing them yet?
Honestly, the feeling of like how they were on my face wasn't really bad. But the toughest part was like almost the like spatial, like my depth perception, if that makes sense. Like it was just weird, like because I was seeing so well, but I got them like a week ago. Yeah, I got them 6 days ago. So by the time the weekend came around, I didn't wear them at first. The eye doctor was like, wear them a couple days, or wear them for like a couple hours a day. Maybe like when you're watching TV or driving home, if you're driving home at night, do that. So I did that. And then yesterday was the first day I wore them basically all day. And I didn't even like think about it.
Nice. Okay, so they're helping. Like your vision is
okay. Absolute game changer. I have not, this is the first time I've worn them on camera where other people can see them on a broadcast. So I'm breaking them in here, seeing what the reaction's like, and then I may bust them out on the news one day.
All right. I mean, you're getting some compliments. It's a lot of dudes complimenting you. I'm not sure if that's what you were looking for there, but a couple of folks showing some love early on.
So you know how I know that my wife doesn't like them? I put them on and she goes, "You look industrial." Like, what does that even mean? And I told my dad, I go, Jasmine says I look industrial. And he goes, means she doesn't like him, bud.
Yeah.
He goes,
industrial.
Yeah. I was like, what does that mean? I thought maybe she was going to go more for like, you look like you should be in like a Southern coffee shop with like a top hat on and like, reading a Faulkner novel. Like, that's where I thought she was going to go.
What industry was she talking about there? Like, that's such a vague, just calling someone industrial. Like, what does that even mean?
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I never knew you could describe a person as industrial. Like, right. I knew you could describe an area as industrial. Well,
that hurts that's the nicest thing she could come up with too, because she probably thought that was being nice, and then she had some other thoughts like running around in her mind before that was the word that she settled on, and she settled on industrial. That was like as high as she could have gone.
She's since come around on him, but I think it was just that it was so weird seeing me in glasses because I basically just wear sunglasses when I drive, so she almost never sees me in glasses at all, like even shades.
Yeah,
so it was probably just tough to get used to seeing me with them on.
Yeah, it's weird. It's the other way around too. Like if I see someone I know who's worn glasses forever and they'll just like take their glasses off for a couple of seconds, it's like a completely different person. So it's almost got the same effect. Like shit, I remember I was like 9th grade, I think, when I got glasses for the first time. And I just like remembered, like I thought I looked completely different and people were like treating me different at school. It was just like I was a new kid coming into school for the first time with the glasses on. Like it makes a pretty big difference. And it's like, if you've never seen somebody in glasses, like when you see them in glasses, it's kind of like a slightly jarring experience the first time it happens.
Yeah. So I had glasses one other time. I I had pretty good vision most of my childhood, but when I was 7, I had like or maybe it was I was like 5 or 6. I was young, but I had a lazy eye. My left eye wouldn't track. So people thought it was like creepy as hell, I guess, because I could be looking at you and then shift my eyes over here without moving my head. And then one eye would stay straight and the other eye would go that way.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
God, that's like
So
Max Scherzer level creepy.
I had to wear the glasses and then basically just do like the eye version of physical therapy.
Wow. Okay, to work on it. I didn't know you could even fix something like that.
Dude, it was an easy fix. Like I did that. I went to like probably a couple sessions, wore glasses for about a year. I had the Kareem Abdul-Jabbar glasses or goggles when I played Y Winners.
Yeah.
So it was a interesting time in my life there. But yeah, I got some shit from the other kids. Kids suck, man.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Like other kids suck to other kids. I should clarify that.
Yeah. And they're getting worse, I feel like, too, because like cyberbullying was not much of a thing when we were growing up. So it's like if you got bullied, it was just like in person, like a kid would talk shit to you, and that's how it went. But now it's you can go on social media and dunk on the kids, and they can bully you in person. So it can't be fun. Like it can't be fun to be a kid right now because kids are always out to get other kids, and yeah, they're mean. They are mean. Well, it's a good look. Hopefully. I remember when I got glasses, like the more I wore them, and I switched to contacts pretty quickly, but my eyes got worse. It's almost like my eyes got used to having them on. So they just like gradually got worse and my prescription got stronger. I don't know if that's like a conspiracy theory or just something that happened to me, but like I'm hoping like whatever prescription you're on, like you get to keep those forever. And it just helps your vision and helps your life, and you're good to go. And you don't have to worry about like your eyes getting worse every year and having to get new frames and all that shit, because that can be a pain.
I could see that happening though, where if you wear them all the time, or you wear your contacts all the time, then maybe you're almost like your vision's not getting worse, but maybe it's like a mental thing too. Like I was saying about the depth perception issue that I had for a minute when I got them. It was weird. Like turning my head like this was weird for the first couple days, because it had to, you get the peripheral without it, and it has to like catch up to it almost.
Okay, last question before we get to some sports and some other stuff we've got planned today. I hate asking this because it feels like it's an insult if I do. The glasses look good. I'm going to say that again, and I mean that. But have you thought about, did you think about, are you thinking about contacts, or you feel like glasses is the move?
No, because I don't need them that bad. Like I was still functional without them. It was more just like I couldn't see, like farsighted basically. Like I couldn't read writing or see details that were maybe more than like 10 to 15 feet away. So I was living perfectly fine. It was just kind of like perfecting it and making it not like if I was a certain distance away from the TV trying to read something or look at the score.
Yeah. Good news is you don't read off of anything for a living. So that's
that we have our fancy new studio, and one of the shots that looks really good is like the camera's really far away because they have to get that depth. And I could still read it, but there was a time where I was like, if this gets any worse, like I'm gonna have to step a little forward here.
Yeah. Well, there you go. Good life change. I'm excited. Let us know when the first TV broadcast is, when you're rocking those. If you ever do rock those on a TV broadcast. But yeah, your glasses look a lot better than the ones that I've got rolling today.
Oh, well, you're on board with everybody around the world right now, though.
I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed that I have these. Now, I will say these right off the bat. I did not pay for these. I was in Dallas over the weekend for a wedding. I was staying at a buddy's place, and he had bought like a big pack of these off of Amazon, and he had extras. So he's like, take one. I was like, all right, fine. I will take a pair. So I'm a little embarrassed that I even have these, but I will justify it by saying I did not spend my easy earned money on these like Spy Kids 3D glasses that you could probably get at a movie theater for free right now.
What are they charging for those? And how do you know that they actually work? That was my big skepticism with the glasses.
Well, I've got the medical king, so
well, there's no way that they could go wrong then.
Exactly. And look, you see this? We got the CE and the ISO. That's approved right there. And a little message too. Conforms to and meets the transmission requirements of ISO 12312-2 filters for direct observation of the sun. So that has to be true. Like you can't put that on these if that's not true. So these are ISO approved.
Well, I'm excited for when at some point when we're in the middle of the show and all of a sudden it just gets pitch black in here.
Yeah. And so we tried these in Dallas. It's like my buddy, his fiance, and I, like that. We all went outside and put these on and just like looked at the sun. No, like I can't see shit in these right now. It's just like black film. Like it looks like black film. That's what it is. Like it's not like, oh, this side you could see through, but this side is just black. Like I cannot see you right now. I can't see anything. So I'm trying to figure out exactly how this is going to, like, maybe it's more just protection than anything else because you're not supposed to look at the sun ever, but especially today. Like, I don't know how this is going to work because I literally cannot see a thing through these right now.
So I didn't get them because my plan is to basically just like peek outside when it becomes full totality and it's dark and just peek outside at that creepiness. Like, I don't know. I'll just wait till somebody posts a video, or I know it's not the same thing. I get it, but I just don't care that much, to be completely honest. I get why other people do. I just don't. So I'll wait till they post some cool scientific video of the entire thing. I'll watch the 8-minute, 10-minute long video or whatever it is with some science dude telling me how great this is. And while it's happening, I'll just peek out. And if the sun gets too much, I got the blinds right here in front of me, getting some natural light. I'll just close those.
There you go. Yeah. Some science, dude. I love that. Hey, you're really taking this thing seriously today.
Some Bill Nye looking guy.
Oh my God. Well, it's you watch Always Sunny at all?
It's been a while, but yeah, that was a classic. Come home from the bars and eat a bunch of junk food and put on It's Always Sunny.
There's an episode, maybe a couple of episodes, where they refer to like any character who talks about science as science bitch. And shut up, science bitch is a line that is used a lot, and a line that my friends and I have used to each other anytime we've brought up anything scientifical, if that's even a word, in the past. So that's you're giving the shut up, science bitch vibes from Always Sunny right now, which is fantastic. Yeah, like I'll take the blame for this, and I feel like I'm going against something I said because I've been dunking on this eclipse for weeks, and my stance on the eclipse is still the same. It's not changing. Like, we are going to get another eclipse within 5 years. And it's going to be another eclipse that people tell us will never happen again for the rest of our lives. Because I know that because we've had 5 of those already. So that's how it works. But we'll be taking a break. I came up with this from the 1:30 to 1:40 when the zone of total itty is supposed to be here in Austin. We're going to be replaying a Ricky Williams interview that Bucky and I did during this past Texas football season. So we're not just going to go completely blind here, no pun intended. We're going to give you all something to watch and listen to if you want. But I'm just curious. I'm not going anywhere. I'm walking outside my apartment to look up at the sky to see what this thing looks like. I feel like a poser because I've been dunking on this thing forever. And now I'm saying, we're going to actually go check it out. But yeah, that's what we're doing today. So it's got my attention enough. I really just want to go look at it so I can dunk on everybody for building this shit up for so long. I think really that's the goal of this deal. But we will be taking a little bit of an eclipse break in the 1 o'clock hour of today's TSU broadcast.
I'm looking up here, BK, in the northern suburbs of the greater Austin, Texas metropolitan area. It looks like the weather is not cooperating.
Oh, no.
I mean, it's where I'm at it. It looks really hazy. I mean, I don't know what the line of delineation is on when it starts to get a little better, but I don't really see any sun.
Wow. Yeah. I mean, I haven't been outside today. So yeah, I don't know what it is. I'm South Austin, so I'd be able to tell, I guess, if it was different down here, but that'd be hilarious. And I feel like I'm supposed to feel bad for people who traveled to get here for this event, but I won't. You're an idiot. I feel dumb walking outside my apartment to look at this shit. The thought of actually getting on a plane or getting in a car and going hours for this, I almost hope you get let down. I almost hope you get disappointed here. And I hope it is cloudy and rainy and whatever the hell it has to be for folks to have a bad time. That's where I am.
Yeah, I've talked to a few people. Actually, just as I said that, it started to get a little bit of sun, but still partly cloudy.
Yeah.
That's as meteorologist as I'll get here. But yeah, I bumped into a few people like around, like just like when I was around the station. A lot of people are staying in that North Austin area up by the Domain. Like talked to some people when I was just getting a Starbucks the other day, or yesterday and Friday that were here. Sorry, just over the weekend, whatever.
Yeah.
And they were essentially saying like, we get that it's ridiculous. And these are like strangers that I was just bumped into while I was waiting for my coffee, but I'm just that kind of guy where I'm going to like needle a little bit. And they were like, look, we totally get it. Like we totally get how ridiculous it sounds, but if we get let down, then whatever, we just hang out and have a good weekend in Austin. And I was like, all right, like that's a good way of putting it. Like, I think the crazier thing would be traveling to like I heard like Paducah, Kentucky is like one of the cities, like one of those small cities along the way in the path of totality. Like, I don't know if you've seen the map where it goes up, I think to like, I don't know if it's all the way up to New York or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
But those people, I'm like, all right, if you travel to some random ass small town where they've jacked the hotel prices up even more than they probably did in Austin, that's crazy. But if you traveled to Austin and you're like, we're just going to stay here after and have a good weekend, then all right, like I can kind of see where you're coming from on that.
If you're traveling to Paducah, what is it?
Paducah, dude, come on.
Okay,
Have
if
some
you're traveling,
respect.
you're traveling there, you need to get laid. Like that's really what it comes down to. Like if you're spending your hard-earned money to go to a place like that to watch the sun, like go in front of the moon or vice versa, then you got to find somebody. You got to do something different in your life because it ain't working. I'm sorry. I am sorry. Maybe they're happy that John Calipari's gone, or maybe they're sad that John Calipari's gone. What a story that is. And I'll give you the floor on the sports topics. There's so much we could get into, right? Obviously, we've been having a good time talking glasses and Eclipse. The Eclipse is a huge story. That's like the biggest world story, I guess, going on today. But man, sports-wise, locally, nationally, internationally, so much to get into. Where do you want to start with the sports this afternoon?
Yeah, we can start briefly with Coach Cal. I mean, I think that news of him leaving Kentucky after 15 years, a national championship, quite a few Final Fours, basically, over a dozen NBA players. You could put together some pretty damn good starting fives with active NBA players that he helped recruit, even if they're only at Kentucky for a year. And I understand Kentucky fans' frustration with how it went with him down the stretch there. I mean, I would even say, is this, to bring it back to Texas, is this Mac Brown-esque in a way where, won one national title, was there for about a decade and a half. What was Mac here? 17 years. And then at the end, it was just getting a little bit stale. For Kentucky, they weren't getting out of the first round. There were too many upsets. And even when they did, they weren't necessarily competing. But I mean, if you go back and look at his body of work at Kentucky, it's really damn good, man. And if you look at who they had before that, with what, Gillespie, and then I'm blanking on who was after that or who was before that. But, he kind of pulled them out of basically complete irrelevance and brought back the standard there. So I think Kentucky fans, when this blows over and they end up getting their guy and things settle down a little bit, they'll probably look back pretty fondly, I would hope, on the John Calipari experience. You don't think so? I mean, BK, you're a KU guy. You know how hard it is to win a national championship in college basketball, given the fickle nature of the tournament.
So, okay, I guess I'm looking at this in a different way. Like maybe down the road, long down the road, Kentucky fans will be able to appreciate John Calipari. But I'm just thinking, like, let's say Arkansas goes into Rupp next year. I think Calipari's getting booed mercilessly. I don't know if it's like Chris Beard going back to Lubbock level bad, where it's like you got to hire extra security because people might, try to murder him if you don't. But like
throw more than just tortillas.
The short term, yeah, exactly. In the short term, and I could be off on this. Right? This is just like checking Twitter, looking at Kentucky message boards. Like this is just the vibe that I am getting right now. But like I think it's going to be pretty bad when Coach Cal comes back to Lexington for at least the foreseeable future. Like if Mac's at North Carolina again. Yeah, if North Carolina played Texas in Austin, everyone would cheer for Mac Brown. Like I think there's a lot of great elements to that comparison, but like I'll just use that name that you used for this. Like everyone would cheer Mac. He'd get a video. People would go nuts. It'd be just like a love fest all throughout. I think the first time Cal goes back to Lexington, there's going to be some bitterness there. Not just because he left for like an in-conference school, but because like I think Kentucky fans think that he got that lifetime contract and then stopped trying, almost like a Jimbo effect. It's like he got his money, he knew he was set, and then he just didn't care as much anymore. And Kentucky fans care more than any college basketball fan base in the country. I think they might hold that against John Calipari.
Yeah, I see that. And look, anytime I do this where I go like, the fans should be happy because like really they should. Like I said, it's really freaking hard to win a national championship. They're also, you can look at it short term, most recent history, and then also, to use the word of the week here and the word of the day, the totality of the situation. You should be pretty happy. I mean, there were a lot of fun Kentucky teams to root for, but then whenever I say that, it makes sense what you say too, where it's like, nah, these fans are just absolutely insane. Like Kentucky basketball there is what football is here. So, when that was happening here, when similar things were happening here with football, with Mac Brown, and then even, after that with Herman, when things were going semi well, but they weren't going, as you would expect Texas to be, which is what they are now, a national championship contender, then yeah, fans aren't going to be happy with that. And we also don't totally know all the things behind the scenes, his relationships with people. Maybe those had wilted away. It seems like the relationship with the fan base had definitely wilted a little bit. And the last thing I'll say on this too is I think the fans' real frustration is because those fans there, like just like our fans here, know football. I mean, even as rabid and as crazy as Texas fans can be sometimes, Texas fans know football. Like that's our sport here in Texas. We know football.
Sure.
I feel it's the same thing with basketball with them there. And they're looking around going, dude, you keep just going this one and done route and not refusing to use the portal, but refusing to actually rely on a little bit of experience. And we saw that burn him 3 years in a row in the tournament. And I think they're getting frustrated looking at it and going like, I mean, you see Purdue and UConn tonight. Obviously, Purdue's taking their lumps. We'll talk more about that. But here they are staying the course. And now they're one win from a national title. Yep. And look at what UConn did too. I know they have Castle, who I think was a McDonald's All-American and all that. Like, it's not that they don't get those guys. It's that they don't rely on those guys. It was still just too much reliance on all his one and done guys. And look, that team had a little bit of experience this year, but like he couldn't get them to gel. They played no defense. I mean, all their games were, in the SEC were 95-92. And it was a coin flip which way it went when they played good teams.
Yeah, they lost to an insurance salesman. I mean, like Jack Golke, for as great as that guy was in that game and as great as he was in Oakland's 2 games in the tournament, like that guy's probably going to be working for Enterprise or selling insurance within 3 years. Like that should never happen. In Kentucky a couple of years ago, they lost to St. Peter's. I know St. Peter's went on that deep run, but like you can't lose at Kentucky to teams like St. Peter's and Oakland and have fans be okay with it. And that's just where it is right now. Like, it's just that it's a passionate fan base, and they're celebrating today. Like, they just won a national championship. That's how excited they are. It almost feels like a win for Kentucky. And the whole headline is hilarious, Jeff. Like, if you saw that the coach at Kentucky just left to take the job at Arkansas. Like, if the coach at Kentucky leaves to be the coach of the Lakers, that makes sense. Maybe UCLA in college would make sense. Probably not now, but like 20 years ago, maybe if Kentucky coach leaves for UCLA job, that makes sense. But the coach at Kentucky just left on his own accord to go coach Arkansas. That just kind of shows you just how much things have soured there. And I'll ask you this, Jeff, like, would you want Coach Cal to be Texas's coach right now?
No, I don't think so.
Like that's where it is. Like that's kind of where like 5 years ago, it would have been like, oh my God, I would have walked on glass for that guy to be here. And then now it's like, I think if you've got a program that has decently high expectations, like I'm sure Arkansas is not upset. They could have done a lot worse with this hire, but like, we don't know if John Calipari is still amongst the elite coaches in the country anymore. And that's what Kentucky obviously was looking for.
Yeah, no, I'm laughing at Longhorn Bears comment there. That's like Saban going to Mississippi State.
Yeah, honestly, like
we were talking about what if Mac Brown came back to DKR? I think this is this is different to your point, BK, because like they're going to play next year. I'm pretty sure, right? Doesn't the SEC? I know they're adding more teams, so I don't know exactly what the basketball format's going to look like. But like at some point in the next 3 years, Kentucky and Arkansas are going to play an SEC game, and if it's not already for sure happening, it'll more than likely happen next year. And if I'm the SEC and you're trying to drum up interest for your sports and you're trying to get more views on your TV deal with, a Tuesday night in January on ESPN after football's over, yeah, I want that late January game to be at Rupp. Like you're going to make sure that happens.
Oh, we need that game twice. Like I assume SEC basketball will be like the Big 12 was this year, right? Like in years past, it was home and home. Obviously, you have too many teams in the SEC to make that happen, and you had too many teams in the Big 12 this year to make that happen. So you'll play some teams. You'll play every team at least once. You'll play some teams twice. If I'm the SEC, I'm making sure Kentucky and Arkansas happens twice next year. Of course, the Rupp game, that matters more, but obviously you get a massive storyline with either of those matchups. Hell, I'm putting Texas and Ole Miss together twice. Again, Texas and OU will probably play twice. Texas and A&M will probably play twice. Maybe Arkansas as well. Speaking of Coach Cal, like you want to do it to where it's almost like football. Like the biggest game should be played every year and more often every year. But because of the Chris Beard storyline, like if you get something like that, you make those matchups happen as often as you can, right?
Dude, I can't even begin to process what the reaction would be like to Beard walking back into Moody Center. Like, what do you think it would be?
I don't know. And I don't even know what I would do, Jeff.
Right.
That's the thing. It's like, okay, I try to figure out what I would do, and then I try to think about what other people would do. Like, I'd have to boo. I think I would boo. And maybe because I'm media, I'd have to be a little toned down with my booing. But my booing would just be like upsetness, like it's so sad. You ruined everything for us. Why did you? He just pulled the rug out from under me. That's how I feel. So yeah, I would boo, but I don't think it would be to go back to the Chris Beard returning to Lubbock. Like I don't expect anything like that when he comes back to town, right?
No, I mean, and I think most Texas fans. I mean, I've ranted about this on the way that people have treated Rodney, at least fans on social media and stuff, because it's mostly just, you use the perfect analogy there. It's the rug being pulled out from underneath us. That's how so many Texas fans feel about Beard, is it's like just mixed emotions that feel like so many mixed emotions that you'd almost like, if it were a real thing outside of just sports, you'd like go to therapy for that. Like, it's just like a mind F where you're just like the booing would basically be boo. Like it'd be like, we wish you were still here, but we hate you for ruining this. It's your fault. It would be like almost, like you just totally got let down and you're like, we have to boo you, but like we also wish you were here. And I think that's kind of the pushback that people have given on Rodney, is it comes from the point of he was never the choice. Like with Beard, they had the golden boy. They had the prodigal son, as CDC said when he introduced him. The prodigal son returns. And then now it's like, after all the, like happiness of the Elite Eight run last year went, then it's like, oh, you lose a couple games and it's like, wait, Rodney Terry's our coach? And then you start looking back into like, that's what I did at UTEP. Look what I did at Fresno State.
Yep.
So that's where I think it's just so the emotions would be so complicated for Texas fans if Beard returned.
I think there are two options for that game. It's either you're silent or you boo. You can't cheer, right? Like there's nothing.
Oh, no, he didn't do anything here.
Exactly. Like there's nothing that would constitute you to give him any sort of applause or ovation or like a tribute video or something.
Definitely not that.
What about you put up the mugshot on the Jumbotron? Really get the crowd going right before the game. That sets the tone right there, baby.
I wonder if some student would do that. Although hopefully they would be talked out of that, because
hopefully they'd be talked into it. That's what we're looking for. We need more of that type of stuff. Like when Texas Tech came to town, I wanted the Pop Isaacs mugshot on there. That's what I wanted. That would have gotten the crowd a little bit more animated right there. Maybe the Longhorns could have won that game in Austin,
See, you know what I love about you, BK, is we're both all about the chaos, but you have no like threshold. Like
Yeah.
for me, it stops at a certain point. Not that I would be like irate if something like that happened, but I'd be like, yeah, we could stop it there. And you're like, hell no, like full send.
Full send. Always. Like I want the students to be, they're always wearing orange, I guess. It is Texas after all, but like give me orange jumpsuits for that game. That's what we're going for here.
Burnt orange jumpsuit.
Yeah. Yeah, give me that look when Beard comes to town. All right, I made my decision. I'm booing when that happens. Like it won't be. I don't think I'll treat it like every time Ole Miss plays in Austin, I'll boo for as long as Chris Beard is there. It might just be like first time, and then I'll get over it, and it's just like whatever. He's just another team that we have to beat, and another coach that we have to beat. But first time, if I'm in the building for that game, yeah, the Boo Birds will be out for me, and I think most Texas fans will boo, but it's not going to be like 100% to where it's just like everyone in unison is going crazy every time they show them on the screen or when they introduce them. I think it'll be like a smattering of boos and then just some like apprehension and just some apathy because he was only there for only here for a year and a third, basically.
Yeah, and after they do the opposing team starting lineups, the PA guy will do the Rebels are coached by Chris Beard, and then that's probably when it would happen. A little bit when he first walked out, and then everyone would go boo, and then it would be over. And then they would drown it out by playing the hype video before they do their home intros.
Right. Big X the plug on there. Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't be like, the FUT chance like Tech did or F Chris Beard chance. Like it would never rise or fall, however you want to describe it, to that level. I'm with you. Like warm-ups when he comes out there, and then when they introduce him at the end of the Ole Miss starting lineup, but I don't think it would happen too much. So there you go. Your thoughts, by the way, on Kentucky's replacement before we get to some other stuff. Like Longhorn Bear says Mark Fewer, Scott Drew. But this is interesting. I mean, that job does not open up very often. I mean, that is maybe the premier job in college basketball. Of course, you can make an argument for Kansas. You can make the argument for Duke or Carolina or UCLA. But you're talking about the second winningest program in college basketball history. And just, I don't have to explain what Kentucky basketball is. Everybody knows what Kentucky basketball is. So they should be swinging for the fences. Like we at Texas are like, oh, when our basketball job opens up, we swing for the fences and we hope. Kentucky should expect to land one of the best coaches in the sport. If you're in charge of that athletic department, what's the first call you make and what's kind of your order of business here trying to replace Cal?
I think I'd make the call to Nate Oates at Alabama. That's probably one that makes a lot of sense for him too. The timing's just great. Took them to their first Final Four as a 4 seed. We know that's a football school. He's done, I know he's had his ups and downs with, just different circumstances and things they've dealt with everything they dealt with last year with that whole, murder case and that situation. So he's dealt with some interesting things that I think you would probably want to vet. Not that, I think he didn't handle that well, but you would just want to make sure you do your due diligence on talking to people behind the scenes on, how is he, like, what was this guy like when this happened? Like, is he running his program the right way? Like all those kind of things, which I don't have an opinion on that, but if all those things check out and your referencing is good there and your digging comes out fine and clean, then I'd make a call to him. I heard the buyout was pretty damn expensive. So that could be an issue. Mark Few is one I hadn't thought of immediately off the top of my head, but that's an interesting one because I know he really wants to win the big one at Gonzaga, but he's gotten close a bunch of times. He's had really, really good players there. They had a solid team this year, made a 9th straight Sweet 16. But does he finally go, hey, almost like Coach Cal, it's time for a change of scenery. It's time for me to go try my hand somewhere else. And he can recruit at a pretty high level there, but not at the level that you can recruit at when you're at Kentucky. He got guys to Gonzaga, but it was still a lot of, let's go get guys that maybe aren't, they're highly, highly rated guys, but they're not the 5-star with the big NBA, draft lottery ticket label on them. And then let's develop them. Your Drew Timmies. I know he had Suggs, so he can go out and get some of those Jalen Suggs. But you go to Kentucky, man, with the buzz that would come with his resume and his past success at Gonzaga and his reputation. I mean, he would be able to absolutely light it up in the portal, on the recruiting trail. And I think he's a guy that he did it the opposite way that Coach Cal did. Like, people were getting so frustrated with Coach Cal not adapting and being too reliant on the one and done. Like we said, Fuse had a few of those one and done guys at Gonzaga, but it's mostly been your Drew Timmies, where he builds around guys like that and, gets it done in a more traditional way. So maybe Kentucky now, with the way the game's gone, like, that would be the perfect fit at the perfect time, and he may want to get out.
I wonder if Mark Few would excite people, right? Like, his resume is really good, and with what he's done at a place like Gonzaga, just no one knew what the hell Gonzaga was before he took over. And now, like, all right, when you think of college basketball, you don't get through 10 schools before you think of Gonzaga, or at least you shouldn't, when talking about the success that they've had since like 99 or 2000 when he took over. But like, it's not fair that he's known for being a tournament choker, because 9 straight Sweet 16s is freaking ridiculous. And he's been to 2 Final Fours, which those aren't easy to get to. Ask Texas. But like, does that, I don't know. I could just see Kentucky. Like, I would love Mark Few here. That would excite the hell out of me. But is that big enough for Kentucky? Like, is he have enough of a resume, as weird as that sounds, to like galvanize Big Blue Nation?
I mean, what's better? Who's better out there? Like, what's a more big splash higher option? I think his resume precedes him. I mean, you know that isn't a hire where he's going to be there for 20 to 25 years. But I don't know how old he's off the top of my head. Hey, Mark Few could be there for 5 to 10 years.
And like, 61, I think, so yeah,
So I think if you make that hire, maybe you're not giving him a 10-year contract, although I don't know, maybe that's what it takes to pull him out of there, and then you do it. But I think you could expect for him to be there anywhere from 7 to 10 years and then retire around 70 something. It doesn't seem like, this is another name, Jay Wright. It doesn't seem like he has any interest in leaving his gig now. I mean, I've heard him on different shows going in more detail outside of just his role with Turner right now, what he's doing for the tournament. But I think he enjoys that. And also, one thing I've heard too about Jay Wright is that he really enjoys just being able to kind of fly under the radar a little bit in a big city like Philly, for even how successful of a coach he is, a 2-time national champion within the last decade. But like, he can go out, I'm sure, in Philadelphia and maybe get recognized a little bit, but not get bombarded. Yeah. That's a completely different scenario when you're walking in the door at Kentucky. I mean, you can't go to dinner. Like, you've got to go in the back door. You've got to get a separate room. Like, I don't think that's something that Jay Wright would be interested in. Now, if you're running the search at Kentucky, you got to pick up the phone and make the call.
Sure. Yeah, I think that's the first call I make, right? Like, Jay Wright is swinging for the fences, and Kentucky should feel like they can get Jay Wright. I'll be honest. Yeah, the second call I'm making is to Kansas. I'm calling Bill Self. There's no chance he leaves Kansas for UK, but like, why not? Like, see if you can make him an offer you can't refuse. The third call I'm making is Dan Hurley. Like, after the game tonight, I don't think Dan Hurley would leave UConn, but like, that's I want Texas to do shit like that. And it's foolish because Texas basketball, they don't have the pull to get any of those guys. But like, that's what Kentucky should try to do. Now, odds are all 3 of those guys say no, but I'm trying all 3 of them. Go ahead.
Matt Painter.
Yeah.
I mean, do you call him and say, hey, we love what you built at Purdue. We love what you showed us this year. The adversity deal gets thrown out a little too much, but just from a purely sports standpoint, a lot of adversity, a lot of noise. After last year losing to Fairleigh Dickinson, he keeps that team together. Again, we go back to another guy who, like, I know he's had one and dones here and there. I'm blanking on the guy that was on the team when they beat Texas in the second round. That's in the NBA now.
Oh, Ivy, Jaden Ivey.
Jaden Ivey, yeah. They had Jaden Ivey. So, I mean, he can get guys like that. But is he interested now in coming down to Kentucky? If he doesn't win this year and Edey's gone, does he go, you know what? Going down there now, I'm going to strike while the iron's hot. This gives me a better chance of actually pulling through and winning the national championship. It doesn't guarantee you that it happens, but the resources, the name brand of the program, is it a similar situation to Mark Few at Gonzaga, just with a younger guy where he says, hey, I think I've built this thing up about as big as I can get it. We've got as far as we could go, and we couldn't win the last game. Both those coaches are guys that could say that and say, you know what? let me go somewhere where it doesn't guarantee me anything, like I said, but you have a good chance of closing the door and getting over the hump at Kentucky, I would think.
Painter's a little bit lower on my list, but I'm not going to spend too much time arguing against him as a great head coach. He has proven to be a great head coach. He's a little bit lower for me. Like Billy Donovan is a name that's been talked about a lot. I'd maybe try him, even though it seems clear that he wants to stay in the NBA. And there's part of me that's like, well, college basketball has changed a lot since Billy Donovan has been there. If you wanted to come to Texas, yeah, sorry, RT, we're taking Billy Donovan. But maybe Kentucky's going for something that may be a little more of a sure thing, but you could do a hell of a lot worse than Billy Donovan. I'd look at Scott Drew. Like, if you can't get any of the first 4 or 5 names that I just mentioned, I'm going with Scott Drew. Because everything that Mark Few did at Gonzaga, Scott Drew did at Baylor. Now, there's more high school basketball talent in Texas than there is in Spokane, Washington. But, like, Baylor basketball was nothing. And nothing that's being nice to what Baylor basketball history was before Scott Drew got there. And he took over. It was a scandal-ridden program with the player covering up a murder of another player. It was a disaster. And Scott Drew has done everything Mark Few has done, except he won a national championship against Gonzaga, funny enough, and Mark Few in 2021. So he's a little younger than Mark Few, and he's a little more accomplished because he's got that national championship that Mark Few doesn't have. If you can't get the ultimate home run hire, I think Scott Drew's my call. Even before Nate Oates, I think Scott Drew is the call that I'm making if I'm Kentucky right now. And I would hate that as a Texas fan because I'm glad to be leaving Scott Drew's conference, and it would suck to have to deal with that guy again because he's had Texas's number over the last decade and change. But to me, that's a realistic name that should move the needle a lot, and I think makes Kentucky an immediate national championship contender if they haven't been already.
Only reason I didn't throw him out immediately is because he didn't want the Louisville job. And I get those two are not exactly the same, but that's still a blue blood job about 45 minutes away that he didn't want. So,
yeah,
what does Kentucky have? I mean, I kind of know the answer to this, or I guess a better way of putting it is, does what Kentucky provides you, the little sliver that job might be better than Louisville, does that make it that much more enticing for Scott Drew to where he says, okay, you know what? This is what I'm now going to pick up and leave what I built in Waco for.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think it could because Louisville, they've been the worst team in major Georgetown exists. One of the worst teams in major college basketball the last couple of years. So it's a rebuild. You can rebuild very fast in college basketball, but it's still a rebuild. Like Kentucky's got talent on that roster. That was a 3 seed this past year. So maybe that is something that Scott Drew looks like. And he's like, okay, it's Kentucky. I'll probably lose a lot of these guys, but the guys who come back are still really good. And I'll be able to I don't really have to build things. It's kind of built already, and I'll be able to take over. Or maybe he stays in Waco. Who knows? Someone said Kelvin Sampson. Kelvin Sampson's 68. I don't think he's leaving. Rick Pitino is going to be a fun name to watch. Obviously, the former Kentucky coach, former national champ there, and national champ at Louisville, ironically enough. I don't think he enjoyed St. John's very much. They should have been in the tournament this year. Just missed it in his first season. He's a great coach. I know he's got some baggage. I think he would love a Kentucky job, or really any job that's slightly better than St. John's. But I don't think UK will go down that rabbit hole again. But it's going to be fun to watch, man. Like, that news came out of nowhere. I was telling Bucky this morning, Jeff, usually it's like, okay, there's rumors about this for like a week, couple of weeks. And it's like, we'll see. Does anything actually happen? And then, like, boom, it either does or it doesn't. This one was just like, Arkansas is considering making an offer. And then, like, 30 minutes later, it's like, it's done. Cal's leaving Kentucky. He's going to Arkansas. Here are the terms of the deal. And it was like the snap of a finger. The whole thing started and finished just like that. It was crazy.
Yeah, that was. I mean, I was busy with, getting the show ready yesterday. We were watching a little bit of the crazy golf at the Valero Texas Open. And then I looked up, and it's the same thing as you, the same timeline where it was like, saw a couple people kind of tweeting about this, and you always want to be careful at first. Yeah. And then an hour later, it was like pretty reputable sources that he's negotiating with Kentucky with Arkansas. And then by like 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock, it was multiple sources that we would trust on Twitter, like big national reporters saying this is a done deal. Coach Cal to Arkansas. Wow. And that's why I think we're spending so much time on it today, even here in Texas, is because it completely, alters the landscape of the entire sport.
Kind of feels like, and I hate it for UConn and Purdue, right? Like, they got a national championship tonight. I don't want to say like overshadows that, but on a day that you want the sports headline to be like the national championship game, it's kind of felt like the sport's biggest headline is Coach Cal leaving.
I think it will be. By the time tonight rolls around and the eclipse is over and this chatter's kind of died down, and guys like you and me have had enough of talking about Coach Cal, then we'll watch that game and everybody will be talking about that game tomorrow morning. So I think, and it was kind of just kind of a bad break too, that even all of the national media coverage outside of sports even was just all Eclipse today.
Yep.
All Eclipse. I mean, I turned on, I don't even watch the national news outlets very much, but I turned on quite a few of them, and man, like that's all they were talking about. Just, I flipped CNN on and it was Wolf Blitzer tossing to two anchors somewhere, and then they were tossing to reporters. One of them in Kerrville. They had a reporter in Kerrville. They had a reporter in Buffalo. They had people all over the place. And I'm like, this is crazy, man.
Probably the best day of news that we've had in a long time. It's usually it's just depressing turning on the tube. So that's maybe I don't hate that much.
Right.
I do love the conspiracy theories though. Like, this might be our last show. This might be our last day on Earth. Like, you might be the last person I see, and I feel worse for you because you look good. You got to deal with me. I might be the last person you see. The zone of totality comes in and just destroys the world like Armageddon, the apocalypse. I don't know. There are all these crazy theories out there that this could be our last day on this earth.
So funny story about that. When we had the half eclipse, I think it was like late summer, I was on the couch watching TV. Want to say maybe it was a Saturday late morning, and the half eclipse comes in and it got pretty damn dark even on that one. My dog starts running around, and when he has to go to the bathroom, he'll just rub himself against the door. So he started, because it shuffles the blinds. I'm like, thanks, dude. And he starts doing that, just acting like a total jackass. I'm like, oh, he's got to go outside. So I peek open the blinds. I'm like, what the, so I open the door and I'm like, oh, I'm not letting you outside right now. I close it, just open the blinds to keep peeking. This dude is on the other side of the house, the front door, howling. Like, I've never seen this dog, basically howling at the moon.
Yeah.
And I thought the world was ending. He's just going, oh, and then barking a bunch. And usually he's pretty quiet and low key unless there's somebody at the door. Nobody at the door. So I'm glad we're taking 10 today to do that, because I may have to deal with him losing his absolute mind.
I think that's a normal thing for dogs.
Yeah,
they're so used to a certain schedule, and then boom, it just randomly gets dark for 5 minutes, and then it's back to light like that. It might take your dog a couple of days to really figure out what just happened.
Yeah, and to your point about it feeling like the world ending and the crazy conspiracies, I've never seen him act like that. So we'll see.
Dogs may turn against us today.
Maybe we'll come back for the final 20 minutes of the show at 1:40, 1:45 and chat about that. And old Simba back here will be losing his mind.
There you go. It could be zombies at that point. I don't know what to expect. Like the Gus Fring and Breaking Bad, half my face is melted off. I don't know what to expect. All right. We'll talk about the national championship game a little bit later. We've got plenty of Texas sports to get into, but before all that, some sponsor shout outs real quick. Some love to our friends out at Covert BK. If you're in the market for a newer pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, you got to go see our friends at Covert BK. Dan and Stacy and Mike and Jerome and the whole crew out there, they will treat you like family. The best selection, the best service, unbeatable prices. They've got it all out there at Covert Bee Cave off of 71. Go to their website, covertbeecave.com. You can look at the weekly specials that they've got. Always great sales going on out there at Covert Bee Cave. Of course, part of the Covert Auto Group that's been around Austin since 1909. Also, a shout out to our great friends at Audio Visual Consultations as well. If you need to spruce up your home TV setup, there's one call you need to make, and that's to AVC. 512-255-8678. That's the phone number. You give them a call, and they will turn your TV dreams into reality, whether it's multiple screens on one wall like I've got. If you want that big screen with the surround sound, if you want a home theater room, if you want that badass patio setup, you can watch the games and the movies and the shows outside. AV Consultations, they can do everything, and they've been doing everything in Austin since 1988. Once again, the phone number, 512-255-8678 for audio-visual consultations. Jeff, how about Texas softball, man? What can you say about their weekend, becoming the first Big 12 team to win a series against Oklahoma since 2011? They became the first team in general to win back-to-back games against Oklahoma since 2019. And of course, more specific to Texas, the first time the Longhorns have beaten the Sooners in a softball series since 2009. So history made for Texas. Not like Texas just did something that Texas doesn't usually do. Texas did something that nobody does against Oklahoma. Shout out to Mike White and the Texas softball team. An amazing weekend performance out at McCombs Field.
After yesterday's game, this is how you knew Texas knew the series was a big deal too, and the opportunity they had in front of them. They'll usually do some media, I think, just like on the field afterwards, and they had a whole like table post-game press conference set up, almost like they would for an NCAA tournament series if they were hosting a regional, super regional, whatever they would host at McCombs Field in the postseason. So they knew it was a big deal, and man, credit to them for not only like just winning the back-to-back games, which is huge. You mentioned all the historical, perspective of it, and first time that they'd beaten Oklahoma in a series since 2009. Freaking 15 years ago, man. That's crazy. Yeah. Also, not to give the Sooners too much credit, but like speaks to their dominance and how they've become the standard in the sport of, NCAA softball. But credit to Texas for bouncing back. They lost the first game on Friday night, and then to come back and beat OU twice, and both scores 2-1, both on Katie Stewart RBI double, or she had an RBI double in the game on Saturday to put them up, and so did Viviana Martinez. So 2 big hits there for Texas in that one. They fall down 1-0 in that one early, and then get those doubles, and then hold on. So, I mean, just credit across the board. And then the next game, they fall behind 1-0 again. Katie Stewart hits a 2-run home run later in the game, and they end up holding on. Like, look, if you're searching for the next Texas team that, could win a national championship, I don't want to get too far ahead of myself with this team, but if you can do that to Oklahoma, look, I get it. It was on it was on their home field. And basically, if you're playing Oklahoma in the Women's College World Series, you're essentially playing them on their home field or in their home market, which kind of sucks, to be honest.
It's
especially
bullshit.
Yeah, especially with what they've become. It's like you would hope at some point the NCAA would be like, all right, guys, come on. Like the team that's been the dominant standard of our sport over the last decade, maybe even more. Like, should we do something about them getting a home field advantage? Like basically playing a home game in the bigger, series to decide a national champion. But yeah, this Texas team, man, I don't know why you would think that they wouldn't have at least some sort of chance to win the Women's College World Series this year. And that would be something because look, Mike White was brought in here to take this Texas softball program from good, which they were, to good and competitive, to great and national championship caliber. And in his job, just breaking that down, the one kind of benchmark there was you'll know you're there when you can get past OU, like really get past OU. And to his credit, they've gotten close times. They beat them once a couple years ago here in Austin, played them for the national championship. We know, what was that, 2 years ago?
Yep.
And they've gotten to the point where they're on, like, I think they're in the same conversation. They're, even if it's still 1A, 1B, they're right there with Oklahoma. And last thing on that is he joked in the post, well, not really joked because I think he was being serious, but he kind of laughed in the post-game press conference and said, well, I think we did what people thought was impossible. We beat Oklahoma 2 days in a row. Not just beat them in a series, they beat them 2 days in a row. And that's how crazy dominant they've been, is that we're sitting here like losing our minds that happened.
5 years since anybody beat them twice in a row, and that was UCLA in the Women's College World Series final. So, like, literally the best team in the sport that year was able to beat Oklahoma 2 days in a row, and Texas, the first team since that 2019 Bruins squad to get that done. Actually have that cut that you're talking about. Here's a little bit from Mike White after yesterday's win, which of course meant a series win for Texas over Oklahoma.
Yeah, I mean, the first thing I'd like to do is congratulate both teams on outstanding performance this weekend. I think that it was a great softball to watch. A lot of good plays, some pressure hitting, some good pitching. Had everything you really want to see in the series. I think we probably did what most people thought was impossible, and that's to beat Oklahoma 2 days in a row. It's certainly not, I can't remember the last time that happened. That was a long time ago, and I think it's the first series we've won against them since 2009. So again, it's big for our program. They're always a challenge. They're going to bounce back hard. We know that, but I think we learned a lot this weekend about ourselves. Very proud of our pitching and our defense, which really we talk about winning championships with defense. And I think that showed through today.
Yeah. Now you just hope that like Texas does enough the rest of the way to be the number 2 team in the country. So they're on like the opposite side of the Women's College World Series bracket as Oklahoma. And you hope somebody else beats OU. Like the odds of that happening are incredibly slim. And odds are, you're going to have to beat Oklahoma 2 out of 3 again to win the Women's College World Series. And like you said, that'll basically be road games, whereas you had these in Austin. But yeah, it's nice to know that you can do it. You can do it. And that mental thing, it's hopefully that goes a long way. If these two teams do rematch in Oklahoma City, hopefully it's like Texas goes in there with some confidence. Whereas look, Oklahoma's the best team physically, whatever, like they recruit best, they develop the best, they're the best all around. But I think there's like a mental block too for a lot of teams when they go up against Oklahoma. Hopefully now Texas doesn't have that like, oh shit, this is big bad OU. We got no chance. We're going to piss down our leg and beat ourselves in addition to them beating us. Hopefully it's like, no, we know we can hang with them. Like if we play our game, we are capable of beating them in a series. So that's the mindset that you would love to see translate to the Women's College World Series if these two teams do end up squaring up again.
And I think what it helps them with the most too is, big picture confidence-wise going forward, it helps with, hey, we've gotten our program over, one, I don't want to call it a small hump, but we've gotten our program over one hump. And and actually it is a pretty big one, but still the ultimate goal, is now you get over that hump and it's like, hey, we can win the Women's College World Series. Like we can win the whole thing because this is the team that wins it every year and we beat them. But I think it's also confidence for when you face them down the line, or, you mentioned UCLA, they're another team that's, kind of a 1B, 1C benchmark in that sport as well. So whether it's OU or another team that you get into, a dogfight with, a tough game, a deficit, whatever it is, you now know that, hey, we lost game 1 to OU, came back and won 2 straight. And then even when you break it down further, in both those 2 games we won after we lost, we fell behind 1-0.
Yeah.
So when you get in those situations, I know it's a 1-run deficit, but still, those are things that maybe before you've proved this to yourself, if you're UT, it was like, we lost yesterday. And now they came out and scored in the first inning on Saturday. Like, you start to question it a little bit. No question in your mind now. If you get out there and this is the series for the Women's College World Series, you fall behind 2-0 in the first inning. Okay. Like, let's do it. Game on. We know we can do this. You use the word roadblock. I think that's the perfect phrase for it is, roadblock. Like now that's gone. Like we know we can do it. We've proved it. There's no question about it.
And that finish on Saturday was massive, right? That play at the plate, and Reese Atwood, give her credit, the Texas catcher, for taking that collision, holding on to the ball to preserve that 1-run victory. An incredible relay from the center field wall as well to get the ball to the plate in time to beat that Oklahoma tying runner. If Texas loses that game, like if OU scores that run, then OU goes on to win. Texas doesn't win yesterday, and we're talking about a sweep here, and it's like, shit, we're not on that level. Like we still love Mike White. We're still a top 5 team in the country, but Oklahoma's just a different beast. Texas is able to make that play. It's funny, it kind of started with a misplay in center field too. It turns into an out that ends the game, and then they kind of ride that momentum into a Sunday win and a series victory. So yeah, that was a game-changing play, a couple of game-changing moments, obviously, on Saturday and Sunday with those 1-run victories. But to make that play in that spot, that felt like perhaps a little changing of the guard. I don't want to overreact too much because OU is still OU, and the Kings/Queens are still the Kings/Queens until they're taken off the top when it matters most. that maybe was a sign of like, okay, they're not as dominant anymore, and Texas is just about on their level right now.
That's a great point about that play on Saturday to win it. I guess you could call it a walk-off, play at the plate there. But if they don't make that play, then it's also what I was just saying. It's the here we go again. It's oh my gosh, now like they're one base hit away from taking the lead, because then Gurley got that hits on second or third. And it's just the, oh my God, really? Is this going to happen again? We had them. We were about to even the series. We're at home. It's like those are more difficult to get past. Now, when you get in that situation again, if you don't make that play, yeah, you're going to be frustrated, but you're going to go, okay, well, we'll make the next play. We know we can beat them. Mm-hmm. And I think that psychology of it is absolutely massive.
Yep, that's well said, my friend. So Texas softball takes 2 of 3 from Oklahoma in the biggest series of the year, and the biggest series in the last few years for the Longhorns. I haven't seen any updated polls. I wonder if Texas is number 1. There was a time earlier this year Texas was ranked ahead of OU on a couple of the polls, and then Oklahoma went back up and was number 1 again. Maybe Texas will get some love right now over Oklahoma because of what just happened. I got a hunch it won't be the last time these two teams play this year. For as happy as we are with the performance of the Texas softball team, Jeff, across the street at the Dish, the Texas baseball team let us down. The first Big 12 series loss of the year for Texas comes against a team that entered the weekend tied for last place in the Big 12 conference. BYU comes into Austin. It was one of those Thursday to Saturday series, of course, because the Cougars can't play on Sundays. And BYU takes 2 of 3 from the Longhorns. And just when you think maybe Texas has turned a corner, they had that 3-game win streak, right? They went on the road, beat K-State 2 out of 3 times. They had the nice win over Abilene Christian on Tuesday. It's like, all right, they figured some stuff out. It's all good. They kind of lay an egg here in Austin. One step forward, one step back is sort of what it feels like for Texas baseball right now. That was disappointing for David Pierce and company.
Yeah, and if you're a fan of this Texas baseball team, which I know a lot of people are, I said this earlier in the year, you're going to just have to accept that there's going to be some really high highs and some really low lows with this team. Like that's just a fact of the matter with this team this year, man, because they're, the pitching's not exactly what we thought it was. I think that's a big issue right now is I don't know what's going on with LeBaron Johnson Jr., but he's not pitching like the ace you thought he would. I mean, his start against BYU, 3 innings, 4 earned runs. His start at Kansas State, only made it through an inning, gave up 6 earned runs. Before that, he went 7-6 against Baylor and Washington. So it's there. But even in those, he wasn't super dominant. He's had one dominant performance this year. It was his second start the second weekend when they hosted Cal Poly, which is a decent mid-major team. They've had a nice little revelation with Grubbs and Ace Whitehead as those 2 guys, when I think that was the bigger concern at first was, hey, we know we got LeBaron figured out, but do we have it figured out with, the 2 guys behind him? And the answer was no to that. And then, Tanner Witt's not doing well. And, he's, I guess, injured again or whatever his situation is. Mm-hmm. So you found the positive, part of this is you found 2 good guys there, but those aren't ace type guys yet. I mean, no pun intended with Ace Whitehead. Maybe he will be the ace at some point, but I think it's frustrating for Texas that you're not getting what you thought you would out of LeBaron Johnson Jr. And he can still figure it out. We know it's there. So hopefully David Pierce and the rest of the staff can pull it out of him. I mean, that guy works his absolute tail off. That's one thing that we've heard from all these guys, but you're going to have to accept, to bring it back to just the entire season, big picture with these guys, that it's going to be a roller coaster, man. Like, they won 3 Big 12 series, 2 games to 1 to start it. So they're right there in the Big 12 race. They're right there. I mean, they're 1 game out of a tie for first place. They're 7-5 in Big 12. There's 4 teams with a 7-5 record, and Oklahoma and West Virginia are 8-4. So this is still a team that could win the Big 12, which is crazy to say. But you're going to have to just accept the ups and downs.
The one thing I'll push back on, and this is subject to change, they haven't had any really high highs, have they? I don't consider a 2-1 series win over slightly above average competition is a high. To me, a high would have been beating A&M. A high would have been taking 2 of 3 in Houston. A high would have been sweeping. Like, there are highs, and maybe I'm just being way too nitpicky here. But like, they have not had a moment that tells me this is an Omaha team this year. I'm not saying sky is falling. They've got no chance to make the postseason, but there has not been one singular moment this year where I've been like, no, this team has the makings of a College World Series squad. It could happen. If they win the Big 12, I'll change my mind on that. But I have not had a high enough high to where, like, I have felt like this is one of David Pierce's teams that has a shot to do something special.
Okay, that's totally fair in that context. I guess what I was referring to more was the highs of the 7-1 start of us thinking, before they went to Houston, and the excitement of, man, let's take this 7-1 start and this team on the road to Houston. Now, obviously, anybody that's watched college baseball, unless you're seeing something that's just generational on the field, like you just know that this team is unreal, and maybe you're bringing back the same exact team from last year, which they really weren't. So maybe that's one where a 7-1 start, you could be like, this is an Omaha team. I mean, I was never sitting there going, this is an Omaha team after that, but I was excited to see what they could do, taking a 7-1 record into Houston to play 3 really good teams, 2 ranked teams and awesome Texas State team. And then they do what they did there. And then they lose to A&M midweek, and it's the 4-game losing skid. And then the other high that I was thinking of, where maybe I was overhyping it a little bit, but I thought taking 2 of 3 at Tech after what had happened, leading up to that, I thought that was big. And again, not that I was like, Omaha, like that's an Omaha team, but I was sitting there going, okay, maybe they're trying to figure it out. They steadied the ship. I was trying to give Pierce credit. We've seen this with his teams a bunch of times where they play poorly in those showcases in Arlington and Houston. Even CB just commented, they always seem to lose to A&M on Tuesday nights. I don't put too much stock into those. So that Tech series, when they bounced back by taking 2 of 3 on the road in a hostile environment, I felt pretty good. And then they come back and lose the series to Washington. And you're like, it's just the ultimate roller coaster. And even, to use your words, you made a great point where it's just the 2 steps up, 2 steps, or 2 steps forward, 2 steps back, or whatever it is. 1 step forward, 2 steps back.
Yeah, it's just inconsistent. And, sometimes that's baseball. I get you're not going to win every single game, but it's like every time you want to believe in this team, or I won't speak for you or anybody else, every time I want to believe in this team, something like that happens. And maybe they go out and beat Texas State 2 in a row tomorrow and Wednesday. Those would be good. Maybe they go 4-1 this week, right? Win 2 against Texas State and take 2 of 3 down in Houston over the weekend. That'd be great. There's always going to be like, okay, when's the other shoe drop? Or it's like they might lose these next 2 games and people will be like, oh, they suck. They're screwed. Then they might go sweep Houston. And it's like, oh, they're in first place in the Big 12. So you can't get a good beat. I guess though, when you're consistently inconsistent, you kind of know a little bit about your team. That's kind of the one thing with this Texas baseball team, though, is you don't know what to expect because they are consistently inconsistent.
Here's, I think, to add on to that, the simplest way that I could put it with this team. They are going to ebb and flow, high and low, even more so than a normal baseball team would, because we know it's ups and downs. Like with baseball, it's a marathon, not a sprint, in this sport, whether it's college or major league. But you're just going to have to accept that that's the way it is. They're going to ebb and flow, and you just have to hope that this team, with the talent they do have, the raw talent's there, that they get hot at the right time. Yeah. And I know that's probably oversimplifying it, and that's the case with most teams most years, but still, like, you gotta, like, with them more so than any other team, they're not, like, if they start falling apart, it's probably going to fall apart quickly and it's going to look really bad. But this is a team that has the talent, if they get hot at the right time, to get to Omaha, and then who knows?
So I don't think they can put it
the talent.
Well, I don't think they can, like, here. Okay, here's my April 8th prediction. This is stupid. There's so much baseball left. We don't know what the bracket looks like at all. Whatever. My prediction for Texas baseball right now: they will be a 2 seed in a regional. They will win a regional. They might sweep through the regional. They'll be like, oh, great. This team looks great. They are playing their best baseball at the right time, and they're 2 wins away from Omaha, and people will be buying in, and then they'll go out the next weekend in a super and get swept and look like shit. Like, I don't think what you're saying is dead on. Like, they have the talent, I think, to make it to Omaha. I just assume at Texas they usually do. And even in a down year, I still feel like this group has enough horses to get there at the end of the year. But I don't know if they can play their best baseball 2 weekends in a row. That's the point that I'm making. So that's what scares me. It's like they can make a run in the Big 12 championship. And if they do that, I'll be like, shit, they're going to lose in the regional. Or they could not make a run in the Big 12 championship, look like shit. And I'll be like, yeah, they might win the regional, but then they win the regional. And it's like, shit, they're going to lose the super. Like I have no faith that they can play their best baseball 2 weekends in a row. Cause it doesn't feel like they've even done it for like a full week yet after that 7-1 start against really bad competition. I don't have faith that they can get hot enough consistently enough to be one of those final 8.
Yeah, and that's totally fair. Do you have a view of the outside from where you're at?
I do not. Here,
It's starting to get eclipsey.
Okay, I'm gonna do a quick blind open.
Yeah, it's starting to get a little creepy outside.
All right, I see some. I just opened the blinds in this room. A little darker.
Like it's looking like there's an Instagram filter on what I'm looking at outside right now.
I see one jabroni walking around with these stupid ass glasses.
My neighbor, I couldn't do that to one of my neighbors. That'd be mean. But I wish I could flip the camera around and put them on right now. Yeah, he's walking around. Doesn't have the Eclipse glasses on, but my man is locked in over here.
Is he staring at the sky without the shades?
He's kind of No, he just put them on and now he's looking up at the sky.
I did just get a text from my buddy, the guy who had an extra pair of these glasses, and he said the glasses work. So we'll see what that means. I think I said at the start of the show, we tried them on Friday, just like looked up at the sun on a regular day, and it was like, this is a huge waste. We just got jobbed. So maybe he's pulling my leg, but I don't know. Maybe there's something to these movie theater style plastic glasses over here.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just gonna play-by-play on my guy over here.
I was about to say, no, this is like
I don't even know his name. He's locked in though. He's like standing in someone else's driveway now, like trying to figure out what's going on.
It says there are more than 200 people watching us, and we know we've got a lot of folks on the app tuned in, but I feel like most people in the world right now are locked into the Eclipse. So us doing some play-by-play of Eclipse things, I don't think is the worst deal in the world. Like you said, this is the biggest story of the day right now. So there's now a couple of people out in the apartment complex parking lot, like some guy's messing with his pickup truck a little bit. It looks like he's got a few gadgets he's got ready to take in this Eclipse here. So it's a big deal.
My guy's back in the lawn chair. Brought the lawn chair out. This is suburbia at its finest out here.
Yeah. Lawn chair, just looking up at the sky. You can't get a tan from this, can you? Like the whole point is that you can't, right? It gets dark, so it's going to ruin your laying out experience today.
You know, a lot of talk about the specs. Maybe I should change.
There we go. Those are just regular shades, right? Those aren't these guys.
No. I will still not be looking up at the sky with these.
Those aren't ISIS approved.
I don't. I mean, they're polarized. They do have a CE on them, but I don't think they're Eclipse approved.
Okay. Well,
I don't know if maybe I should Google that. Can you look at the sky with polarized sunglasses?
Yeah. Do regular sunglasses work? Yeah, I don't know.
I'm gonna Google.
I might do that.
I'm the first person to Google that.
When we go outside in a few minutes here, I might bring out like these, but also just bring out like a regular pair of sunglasses and see what it looks like. And then I probably said it earlier. I've been on for a while today. Sorry for repeating myself to those of you who've been listening or watching all day. I'm going to raw dog this Eclipse at some point. Like I am going to take my chances and look at this without the glasses. Not because I'm trying to prove a point, but it's like, I want to see what it is. I want to see what it looks like without.
So when it's full, I've heard when it's full totality for like the 2 to 4 minutes that it's full totality, that you can take the glasses off and look. It's more, I think those are more to protect your eyes from the sun when it's moving like that. Okay. And then also so that you can see whatever the cool, like there's supposed to be some, like I keep hearing about the ring. There's supposed to be some ring, some diamond going on. Yeah.
Not the ring.
Yeah.
Like a movie character.
I don't know, but can't miss that, right? Yeah.
Dude, oh my God. I'm getting terrified just thinking about this, dude. This is bringing back some like childhood nightmares here. But if I go outside in a couple of minutes and this is what I see, I'm terrified. It's over. If that thing is coming out of the sky or just coming from anywhere, dude, I'll take any other crazy ass apocalyptic conspiracy theory that's been thrown around in regards to the eclipse overseeing this girl. This happens.
You're out.
I'm done, dude. I'm going to find a gun and off myself before she gets to me. I'm taking no chances. The childhood trauma I have from seeing that movie has not gone away, and I don't think it will for as long as I'm alive.
Oh man. Yeah, that's like for me, this wasn't really supposed to be a scary movie, but I remember one of the first movies I remember being kind of like really freaked out in was War of the Worlds. Whenever they had, I think that was like Tom Cruise, right? With the remake.
Yeah, Tom Cruise and Dakota Fanning.
I was like 10 or 11 maybe, and I guess my parents decided like, yeah, you can watch this. And the whole obviously the whole movie is like literally about the world ending.
Mm-hmm.
So I remember being freaked out and like for 2 days, like waking up and being like looking outside and being like, oh, okay, like shit's still normal.
Yeah, and it started with like some natural stuff too that could happen, and then you had these like alien robot things coming in and taking over the world. But yeah, I remember being a little freaked out. The Day After Tomorrow kind of freaked me out a little bit too. That was slightly before War of the Worlds, but that was another one of those like, all right, like most of the things in the movie could actually happen, and the world is ending. So now, do I need to be terrified that these are going to happen to us in real life? Those movies, they get to me a little bit.
You can see like based on I've been relying on the natural lighting. Like my window faces west.
Yeah.
If people are directional compass dorks like I am, then like you can tell how bad, or not how bad, but like how bad my lighting's gotten shows you like how much it's changed. Like we're at some sort of partial coverage right now.
Yeah, part of me is mad. Like I got the Ricky Williams interview we've got queued up is only 8 minutes and 50 seconds long. Like we've had Ricky on, I think 3 times to this point on TSU, and the other 2 conversations are like 30 minutes. And I'm like, that's too much. We don't need 30 minutes worth of coverage. But now it's like, is 8:50 enough for us to go experience the end of the world?
Run it back. We got people that are still sticking with us right now, getting fired up. We're almost here.
I'm telling you. Yeah. We are almost there. Rodney says he's going out 135 totality. Yeah, we'll probably fire off that interview at like 132 or something. And give us 8 to 9 minutes to go check out what's going on. But it is getting a little darker out there. Like to this point, from being inside, it just looks like it's about to rain. Like that's what the sky is showing me right now over here. But I can't see the sun from this vantage point, so I don't know exactly what's going on from there.
So I keep comparing it to like the filter. Like it just looks right now, it just looks like somebody put an Instagram filter on the sky. Where we're at.
I like that. All right. Well, while we've got a few minutes here, some bad news for Texas over the weekend. Not just the baseball team laying an egg against BYU. Tandre Sweat was arrested and booked for DWI yesterday afternoon. Not that there's ever a good time for that to happen. I don't know if there could be a worse time for that to happen for T Sweat right now, with the NFL draft being 2.5 weeks away. For him to get this off the field red flag, like he's still going to get drafted, but this might knock him down some teams' big boards. This might take him off some teams' big boards. Like this is not ideal at all. It doesn't take any radio guy or analyst to tell you that this is shitty timing for Tandre Sweat. And this is a bad look for him just a couple of weeks before the draft gets here.
Yeah, it's not that I like disagree with people about like the timing. Obviously, it's terrible timing. But I also think I don't think he was ever really going to be a first round pick. Like maybe there was an outside shot. And then of course this kind of cemented and solidified that he's not going to be a first round pick now. But I still think he was in that 2nd to 3rd round range. And I'm not really sure for teams. Again, I am not downplaying at all a DWI, drinking and driving. It's terrible. Horrible decision on his part. Awful. again, bad timing too. When you're doing that, you're putting other people in danger. Like I get all that stuff, but just based on the precedent set from this happening to other guys or different things coming up along the process, this specifically, I don't know if this goes like he was going to be a mid to late second round pick and now he's like a 5th round pick. So sure, it may cost him some amount of money that we'll never really know because we'll never really know exactly where he would have been picked if this hadn't happened. But I still think at worst he goes somewhere in the 3rd round. Because even if he was going to go mid-second and a couple teams say, you know what, like we'll wait, we'll take somebody else. It's just maybe not worth the risk. Like I think by the time the 3rd round comes around, if somebody's like, hey, we need help at interior defensive line, like they're still going to take Tandre Sweat with the 7th pick in the 3rd round.
I tend to agree.
If we're just being honest.
Yeah, this might be the difference between like T Sweat being a 2nd round and a 3rd round pick. Like I still think he goes on day 2. Maybe he costs himself, some draft positioning, which in turn costs him some money. But I still feel like he'll hear his name called on Friday when we get to the draft. And yeah, like there have been people who have committed way more heinous crimes over the history of the NFL who have still found ways onto NFL rosters. Like if you can play, there's a spot for you. If you can coach, there's a spot for you. So what's good? Like most teams are looking at the other. Look at Jalen Carter, dude. Like maybe
he was the example I was going to bring up too.
Of spots. Yeah, he probably dropped a couple of spots last year, but like that guy was involved in a murder of a teammate, basically, and he was still a top 10 pick in the draft. So, thankfully, Tandre Sweat no one got hurt. He didn't get hurt. No one else got hurt. That's the important thing from a life perspective. But if guys can and guys have actually killed people and gotten to stay playing in the NFL. So this is not going to prevent him from being able to play. The thing that maybe hurt Tandre Sweat was his weight at the combine. Like that may have taken him, that probably did take him off of more teams' draft boards than this incident. The 5.2 slow combine time, the slightly disappointing performance in Indianapolis. Like that's the stuff that is really going to impact where T Sweat goes. This is a red flag. This can't happen. But like you said, the NFL is forgiving when it comes to off the field stuff. If you can ball out on Sundays, there will always be a place for you.
And especially for a guy that's going to play interior defensive line, like he's not going to be the face of the franchise. He's not even going to be the face of your defense. At this level, he's going to come in as just a nice piece to, either start somewhere, be a rotational guy on the defensive line, or like kind of just come in and compete for a job and see what he's got. I know teams expect, majority of their 1st, 2nd, and 3rd round picks to hopefully become a starter in the first year, given that, you only got 53 guys on the active roster when you go into a game. But still, I don't think the expectations for Tandre are going to be so high coming into this that, given the position, like I said, it's not a quarterback that this happened to. And also, didn't Dak Prescott have something like this come up when going into the process? I'm pretty sure Dak got a DUI going into the draft process or in the draft process, and he still went right around where people expected. Yeah. And because he wasn't expected to be a starter and he wasn't a 1st round pick, even at quarterback, that was still something that people forget about.
Yeah, it's a good point. Good call back there. Not the first time. It won't be the last time Laramie Tunsil, the whole gas mask deal. Remember how ridiculous that was?
I was in Mississippi at that time. Holy cow, I'm looking outside right now.
There you go. What are you seeing out there? It's getting darker for sure.
Super dark now.
Yep. All right. Well, here's what we're gonna do. We can pause to play the video, the conversation with Ricky Williams.
What do you think? I mean, should we wait another couple minutes, or you think we're gonna miss it if we wait any longer?
I don't know. It'll take me a few seconds to get outside. I will just so it's not like dead air if the conversation ends. I will pull up like my phone on StreamYard to where if I got to talk to the people for a minute while I'm walking back up into my apartment, we can make that happen. So 1:32 feels like a good time. Apparently it's getting cold outside. I'm not bringing a jacket, but I want to let you see this. I want to let me see this. So we'll be back in a few. Without further ado, right now, one of our conversations with the legendary lifetime Longhorn, Ricky Williams. All right.
Is he back?
We've got Ricky back. Can you hear us buddy? This time?
Yeah, I can hear you. There you go. Hey, congratulations. Today, the 25th year of the Heisman Trophy.
Congratulations. people say congratulations, but what I said in my speech is I said all I had to do was stay alive. So,
That's all you needed to do if you stayed alive and you would win?
What, to make it 25 years?
25 years, yeah.
And you've done a good job of that, man. But congratulations anyway.
Thank you. Now it was fun. It was fun to get the stage and so it was funny. So Jaden Daniels' father played at Iowa State in 1998. And so after we won, I went up to his father and I said, congratulations. And his dad like had this big smile on his face. And he said, I've been telling Jaden about you since he was a kid. He said it was one of those big fish stories. Every time I told the story, you got a little bit taller and a little bit faster. But yeah, that game against Iowa State in 98, I had 350 yards rushing. And a little over 3/4. So it was cool. It was a cool full circle moment, you know, that the father of the current Heisman Trophy winner, you know, got run over by previous Heisman Trophy winner.
How is it to be back with all those guys in New York this past weekend?
No, it's fun. This is my 5th or 6th year coming back, and after 5 or 6 years, it's really become a fraternity. I feel like the guys are like family, so it's fun. Every year, get to see your buddy Doug Flutie.
Has he got any taller?
He hasn't gotten any taller, but he's always complaining about injuries because he doesn't slow down. He's still playing. He's still an athlete now. I guarantee he's still playing hockey up in New England, playing basketball, playing hoops, doing all that. Probably playing flag football. Exactly.
Or you didn't like to give that up either. I mean, you still used to play with with the kids. You'd come over to the neighborhood on a Sunday when you're playing the streets, knocking kids up against cars and stuff like that. You never want to stop.
Ever.
Ever. Well, I mean, it's good to have you. You know, it was good to see you this year, and for the Texas Longhorns. Ricky, how about winning the first Big 12 championship and then watching the Horns 2 weeks ago get it done?
Yeah, you were there. I think. Well, it's also winning the last Southwest Conference. You know,
yes.
And as Texas is leaving the Big 12, you know, they won the first and then winning the last. And I think if history repeats itself, SEC better watch out next year.
I love that. Ricky, we've talked to you about Jonathan Brooks, but Jonathan Brooks obviously tore his ACL pretty late in the season. What about these other running backs, CJ Baxter, Jaden Blue? They've kind of picked up exactly where Jonathan Brooks left off. The run game has been really consistent for this group all season long.
I mean, for me, this is the story of this team. I think if you look at the past great teams, at least in the past 30 years, there's always a star player, someone that really jumped out. And I think this Texas team, they just have a bunch of athletes, a bunch of guys that can play. And I think it's what makes this team unique. And as far as the running backs go, each of them, you know, someone asked me a couple of weeks ago about having a stable of running backs. And I think Buck can speak to this because he had Sean, Priest, and myself all in the backfield at the same time. And part of it is figuring out what each of the guys do well and putting them in situations to do that. And I think Sark and the offensive coordinator, they've done a wonderful job of getting the best out of the backs that they have there.
Now, Ricky, would you have loved to play in this offense that Sark does right now and what he does?
Yeah. Sark reminds me of Makovic in the sense of they're both offensive geniuses, and they do a wonderful job of scheming the run game.
Yeah, I mean, I'm noticing the counterplay and the different ways they're running the counter. I mean, they got to it towards the back end of the season. They didn't do it originally. I think they still were worried about that young offensive line, about vacating areas and pulling guys. But then they started using tight ends, and then they started to feel like those guys are old enough now that they could vacate, and the backside guy would come down and get his job done. But if they would have done that originally, they may have had a 1,500-yard rusher, this year.
Yeah, we know because Makovic loved the counter, and you block everyone down, you pull two guys, and you give running backs lanes to run. That's probably my favorite way to run. And if you have an offensive line that's athletic enough and intelligent enough to be able to block it up consistently, it gives defenses fits.
Yeah, I think it would help them, Ricky, was the fact that he had two young backs after Jonathan Brooks went down. He started running that counter. It gave him the two-way goes. It gave them two ways to think about what to do and not just run off tackle on a zone play where you made one cut and done. This gave those guys an opportunity. I mean, if a guy got kicked out, he'd go underneath. If a guy got hooked, they'd go outside. I think it helped out the young running backs.
Yeah, and I think it's not to get too technical, but I think it's great when you have an athletic offensive line to run gap scheme, to run the counter, because it's so hard to defend, especially nowadays where everyone's throwing the ball so much.
Yeah, agreed. Ricky, you talked about this team's talent. You talked about the versatility, their ability to win games in different ways. Do you feel like this Texas team has enough of that talent to win the national championship here in a couple of weeks?
They definitely have enough talent, but I think more importantly, they have a lot of momentum. But I will say, I was a little nervous. I had history's in the air. So I had a flashback. I was on stage and I was looking at Michael Penix's face when Jaden Daniels was announced as the Heisman Trophy winner. And I flashed back to Vince's face, when Reggie Bush was announced the Heisman Trophy winner. And so,
something to prove.
He's got something to prove. So Texas on defense better be ready.
Yeah, I mean, he's a wonderful quarterback, throws a nice deep ball, but what he does, he can throw from a lot of different angles, and he's not afraid to go ahead and throw it. He'll give his receivers an opportunity to beat your secondary guys, and he doesn't mind throwing 50-50 balls up. But he doesn't do many of those because generally he's on the money with his long throws. With the 50-50 balls, he looks at his tall wide receivers and said, hey, he's going to out-jump your little cornerback at 5'10". It's just going to happen.
Yeah, he's got so much confidence right now, and he's got such a strong arm. And I think defenses aren't used to playing against left-handed quarterbacks. So they've seen him before, but it's going to be a challenge. It's definitely going to be a good game. I'm looking forward to it.
Not to put the cart before the horse here, Ricky, but, looking at that other semifinal, if Texas is able to get by Washington, which will not be an easy task, like you just mentioned, you got a preference on Michigan or Alabama, who you'd rather see, or who you think the Longhorns match up better against?
They're both really good teams. I'd rather play against Michigan. I think you give Saban the game film from the first matchup. It's gonna be a good game either way. But I like the Texas-Michigan matchup.
Okay.
All right. Listen, man. Thank you for your time. I know you're busy. It's good to see you. It was great to see you at the meet and greet. Did you have a good time when you were in town? I mean, it looked like you were so excited when you were back in Austin a couple months ago. Like you had a great time.
Yeah, it's probably the best time I've had in Austin in years. So I'll be back.
Yeah, no, that is great to hear, man. We enjoyed having you. We always enjoy having you on this show, and hopefully, now I know the holidays are coming up. Got all these dadgum kids and grandkids. I mean, so now we'd love to get you on before we get down to New Orleans, or when we're down in New Orleans sometime, and talk about New Orleans a little bit now.
Yeah, please, I'd love to.
All right, my friend.
One last question for me, Ricky. Did you think about throwing an elbow at Billy Sims when he yelled "Boomer" on Saturday?
Not this time, but the 2 years where it was Baker Mayfield and Kyler Murphy. Then definitely, I wanted to throw my coffee mug at him. But
all right, I want to know this before I let you go. When are you going to be in the Heisman house? When are we going to have? We haven't had. Oh. Were you ever part of that Heisman house deal?
I think I was part of the first one. But
okay.
But what happened was when I launched my cannabis company.
Oh.
They stopped calling. But I'm telling you, when they bring me back, I can predict now because the commercials get edgier and edgier every year.
Yes.
It's going to be a smoky room. That's my
prediction. That is great. You have got to do that. You have got to do that. Hey, bless you, my friend. Tell everybody I said hello and have a great, great and safe holiday.
Yeah, thank you. You guys too.
All right. There's the legendary lifetime Longhorn Ricky Williams. Conversation from a couple of months ago. And I am back. Jeff texted and asked if he needed to run inside, and I told him, oh, well, there he is. I was like, I got it. All good. If you want to stay outside for a few more minutes and watch more of the Eclipse, you can do so. And
the neighbor hooked it up.
An extra pair of Eclipse glasses. Did you use them? Did they work?
I couldn't really see anything, to be honest, but I don't think it had anything to do with the glasses.
These didn't do shit. For the record.
Did you see anything?
Absolutely not. Like it was literally just. I might as well have had a blindfold every time.
It was just pitch black, right? Yeah,
pitch black. Yeah. So ISIS approved. It makes sense that ISIS would approve some bullshit like this. But I raw dogged it like I said I would. I did look up at the sky for a few minutes during the zone of totality, and I was not impressed. I'm not surprised that I was not impressed, but it just looked like a slightly overcast day. And also it was very cloudy down here. I don't know if there was a lot of cloud movement / coverage where you are in the Hutto area, but I am laughing so hard at people who traveled from all over the world to come to Austin for that, because maybe it was cooler in places where it isn't cloudy, but that was underwhelming as hell right there. And I barely saw it. I feel like it was like 20 seconds at a time. I could see the sun and what was happening with the sun. And every other time it was cloudy. You couldn't see.
So when the clouds kind of moved a little bit, this was like right before I walked back in, I looked up and like with the glasses, all I saw was a little like sliver of the moon, like just like a little gold sliver, like it looked like a mini moon.
Yeah. I saw the ring thing that people were talking about, and I'm not even kidding. I had goosebumps. I got chills for a second when I saw that ring. So it was like the actual movie logo. So I saw that. Like, I think I saw what I was supposed to see, but it was just for a few seconds, and then cloud covered it, and it was just like, all right, it's like a dark, cloudy, overcast day.
Yeah, I will say I was outside when my neighbor got the glasses for me. He ran back in when I was outside, and that's when it like was pitch black. Like our street lights, I didn't know if they were or if they were darkness censored, which they definitely are now because they weren't on. I don't think they're on anymore. They all turned on. So it was kind of wild to see. And it got eerie and creepy with a nice cool breeze. I see people talking about this too in the comments. There's a nice cool breeze that came in. That was nice. It was weird being out there and it's starting to get sunny again, or not sunny, but light.
There were a few dozen people out in my apartment complex parking lot, or just in like the grassy areas in between the buildings that were watching. A couple of guys had a cooler. One guy was literally laying down on the sidewalk, just staring up at the sky, like filming the whole thing. What's the point of like filming this on an iPhone? Like, just take it in with your eyes. Somebody with like legit cameras is going to be recording it. Hell, thousands of people across the country with like legitimate cameras are going to record it and get better video than you could ever get. I was like, what? Why are you recording? Some guy was on FaceTime the whole time, and there was another guy telling him to shut up as if like he needed to hear what was going on. There was no audio accompaniment to the Eclipse. I regret to inform you. A couple of dogs started barking, but like not an abnormal amount to where it was like, oh, this is clearly Eclipse based. Like some dog just might have heard something and started barking. Birds were flying around and chirping, but not to the point where it's like, oh shit, something is clearly different right now. So they're reacting different. Like, I don't know. It did not move the needle. It didn't feel like anything for me. I don't know if I did it wrong. I was just like, I just walked outside for an overcast day, and then it's about to be sunny again. That's all it was.
Yeah, and on the dog's note, mine was completely chill, which is crazy considering the story I told you about how wild he got for the half eclipse or the partial eclipse. He was totally fine. Like, he acted like nothing. Like, I opened the door, I went back inside and then opened the back door when it was the last part of the time when it was pitch black, and I let him go like kind of run around. I don't know what the dangers are to dogs, so I brought him right back inside. I didn't want dude to fry his eyes, so I brought him back inside. But yeah, it was like acting totally normal.
I mean, I'm looking at Twitter right now just to see,
people are
different folks for different strokes, like things that I find interesting, people couldn't give two shits about, and vice versa. That's just how life works, right? So maybe this is just my mindset of like, I don't think I would have been interested in this thing regardless of if it was cloudy or not. But I don't know. That was about what I was expecting, which was not much. It was just like a lot of clouds, and I feel like people just need to get outside more if they thought that was that different from normal skies. Like that felt like a pretty normal cloudy day, chance of rain sky. Did it not?
Yeah, I'm logging on too to see if there's anything like crazy.
It's a mixture of people taking like selfies of them in glasses, and then a couple of pictures of the actual sky.
I'll say this again, like, it was really cool seeing it go full darkness, but I think
I think the clouds did us in a little bit, like
for sure. Because when I finally got my glasses and I looked up, like I didn't see shit. Like I looked around and did the whole thing.
Yeah, Bonnie Tyler's song "Better Than That" Eclipse. I'm here to tell you, her rendition of "Total Eclipse of the Heart" was better than that "Total Eclipse" that we just had right there. Go ahead and put that on the record for the people. All right, well, that was good.
Yeah,
is that like you're fine? Your limbs are intact. It was like the apartment complex lights came on at my place too. I have no idea if they're still on, but it was weird because they flickered for a second when they popped on, and I'm like, oh shit, this is the start. But now it's just like, all right, it's kind of dark out, so the lights are coming on. That makes sense. But everything else, everything works. Everything looks normal around. Everybody's okay.
Yeah. I don't see anything here. I'm waiting for some aliens or some zombies or the combination of the two to walk in here and grab the mic from me and start spitting an alien sermon on TSU, but that doesn't happen yet.
Yeah, I'm out. I'm out on science again. I'm out on space. I'm out on science. I don't know if I was ever in, but I'm done.
Not a science dude, as I said earlier.
Yeah, the colors were amazing. Yeah, blue. The sky was like a different shade of blue, but it's normally like it. I've seen that sky before. Maybe
Did I do this wrong? I didn't see anything.
I don't know. I saw a lot of clouds and like the ring. The ring was the coolest thing. You could tell one thing was in front of the other, and you got the ring around, which was cool. But unfortunately, once again, that happened for like 15 seconds, and then a cloud came and covered the entire sun and the moon, so you couldn't see it anymore. Like that was the coolest part. That was the most unique part of the experience, was the ring bit that you got from the sky. But I don't like the colors didn't look that different from what a normal sky could look like, right?
Nah.
I
don't think so.
Okay.
Well, but barring the birds are going crazy. I love how now I'm just turning things that happen every day into like, oh my God, the birds were chirping, flying around and chirping.
Oh my God, the Amazon guy's here? What's going on? He's normally not here until 1:55. He's here at 1:50.
You know what? Maybe I should worry that the dog didn't freak. Maybe the dog is in on this. Who knows?
Yeah.
Food for thought.
Food for thought.
You know what? Barring a change in a zombie apocalypse or the end of the world, and later they're still going to play a significant men's basketball game tonight in Phoenix.
Yeah, Phoenix. I like that. Yeah, Phoenix is the host of the site of tonight's national championship game, as we can spend our last 10 minutes talking about some sports here, because if UConn wins by 50, it'll be more exciting than what just happened outside. I'm here to say it. But I think it's going to be a good game tonight. UConn is a 6 to 6.5 point favorite. These are two great teams, Jeff. Like, I get what UConn did in the tournament last year, and I get what they've done in the tournament this year. Like, none of the games that they've played have even been close. So I understand why people are just like assuming this is going to be a relatively stress-free win for UConn. But Purdue is the number one team in the country for a large part of this season, and they have one more loss than UConn. Like, UConn's 36-3, Purdue is 34-4 on the year. So, like, these are two teams that on paper are pretty evenly matched. They're the top two teams in KenPom. They've been two of the top three teams. It's been them two in Houston all season long in the AP poll. Like, I think you're making a mistake. I get why UConn's favored, and I get why the line is a little bigger than the records would maybe indicate for these teams. But if you're just sitting here assuming that Purdue's got no chance and they're going to need some, like, Eclipse-style miracle to win this game tonight, I think you're making a huge mistake. This one could be good tonight.
Maybe watching Zach Edey is like watching the Eclipse, like what we just went through. It's like, it's different. It's kind of cool. You can't really take your eyes off it, but it's like not that exciting at the end of the day. No, I'm excited for this matchup. I'm with you, BK. It makes sense. Like, the lines all make sense to me. I get why UConn's favored. But at the end of the day, like, Purdue, I mean, both these teams are top 15 in defense. They both play at a slow-ish pace. I mean, I know both can get out and run if they need to. We saw Purdue do that a little bit when they played Tennessee because Tennessee wanted to get up and down the floor and, make Edey show that he could run the floor. And Purdue pulls out that game. So that's when I say they play slow, it's not to say that they can't play fast, but I think we're going to see a slow, like if you're a basketball purist, you're an old school basketball guy or gal, you're going to enjoy tonight's game because it's going to be two big guys, a 7'4" and 7'2" center going at it. Two teams that are really good and really hard to stop when they run their set of half court offense. Like UConn's the one where I don't claim to be a total hoop head. I mean, I'm a basketball fan. I like basketball. I know a decent amount about the game, played it growing up, but I'm not like they should be like, I'm not breaking it down like our guy Zay, who's going to come on in a minute. Like I don't have that level of knowledge on it, but I know when I watch UConn, it's like, don't let them get in what they want to do in the half court offense because you are going to have a hell of a time trying to stop it. And I think you could say the same thing for Purdue. When both those teams get into their half court offense and play their game, then they're really tough to stop. And the best part is they play a similar type of game, it seems like. So could be in for a really good strength on strength matchup tonight.
Yeah, I think UConn's got more ways to beat you. I think they're a little bit more versatile offensively, but the best player on the floor tonight will be Zach Edey. I mean, he's the best player in the country, and he's been the best player in the country the last 2 years. So the hope for UConn is that they have the Zach Edey neutralizer in Donovan Clingan. Like Clingan's 7'1", 7'2", so he's one of the other biggest guys in college basketball, and he's also skilled enough and quick enough with his feet to be able to move to contain Zach Edey down on the low block. Like that's the difference, Too many teams. I thought NC State tried way too much on Saturday to play Zach Edey one-on-one. Like you can't do that if you don't have the size because he will just shoot over you and he's going to make it 9 out of 10 times.
Or get fouled.
Or get fouled. And he's a pretty good free throw shooter, over 70%, which for a guy that size is incredibly impressive. Like I thought they were a little too slow to double. But sometimes when you do double, Zach Edey, he's a great passer and he can see over everybody. So he does a good job of finding the open man. So the best way to be able to beat UConn or to beat Purdue is if you have a guy who can guard Zach Edey one-on-one. And I don't know if anyone can stop Zach Edey one-on-one, but if Clingan can at least contain him to where UConn doesn't have to send extra help on him, then that's going to spell trouble for Purdue. But Clingan can get into foul trouble. Like he could easily get into foul trouble. Everyone gets into foul trouble guarding Edey. So if he gets into foul trouble, or even Edey's just too good for him, then all of a sudden UConn has the same problem that every other team that's lost to Purdue this year has to deal with. They can't find a way to stop Zach Edey without bringing an extra guy. Edey makes the smart pass. If Purdue's hitting their shots, that's why they're so dangerous. That's why they're one of the two teams still dancing right now.
The biggest X factor for Purdue in this game, if they are going to knock off UConn, is they got to shoot the ball well around Edey. Like when they throw it into Edey and he dishes it out, I know it sounds insanely obvious to say, but they have no chance. Even if Edey plays well, they have no chance if everybody around him, like the Braden Smiths on their team, have a clunker shooting the ball. Like Smith went scoreless in the first half of that game against NC State.
Yeah,
and
I think
if he does that again, like they have no chance. Even if Edey puts up like a 20-point first half performance, they've got to have the other guys around him just make shots and early on get that confidence, see a couple go through and make UConn really respect it too. Make UConn say, like, however the game breaks out, if it's Purdue jumps out to a 7-point lead and it's because Edey's playing well and he's dishing it out to these other guys, then hey, like at least it makes you, if you're UConn, it makes you say, we got to really guard the three. And that could open it up a little bit more for Edey.
Yeah, I think Purdue needs 10 threes in this game to win. And they made 10 against NC State. They didn't need all 10. They won that game by 13 points, but they were 10 of 25. That's 40%. That's not like shooting the lights out of the gym by any stretch, but if they get to double-digit threes, they've got a shot to spring the upset tonight. If not, then they're in trouble because that means that their guys just aren't knocking down their shots. And you talked about Braden Smith, who's the second leading scorer for this Boilermakers team. He was 1 of 9. He had 3 points in that win on Saturday. You're right. He was scoreless at halftime, but it's not like, in the second half, he just found it and he carried Purdue to a victory. No, they kind of won despite him doing nothing. Now, he had a lot of rebounds, a lot of assists. He impacted the game in other ways.
But yeah, they need all of their guys to be on tonight. Fletcher Lawyer's got to hit his threes. Mason Gillis has to give you a little bit off the bench. Lance Jones needs to be knocking down his shots the way he did against the Wolfpack. I mean, it's going to take a lot, and your role players have to be good. It can't just be Zach Edey today to beat UConn, because once again, they've got so many different ways to beat you. They've got so many 3-level scorers too. I mean, you look at guys like Cam Spencer and Alex Caravan. He's just like, all right, these guys are knockdown 3-point shooters. That's all they can do. Now, if you close out too hard, they'll dribble around you and they'll finish at the 10. Those guys are great. Tristan Newton has turned into a star player, the kid from Texas. Spencer was fantastic on Saturday. They have so many guys who can score, and you can't just be like if you're UConn, it's like, all right, let's stop Zach Edey. It's easier said than done, but like, you know what you're supposed to do to beat them. UConn, they have so many guys who just have the ability to get hot on any given night that you might game plan to take one of them out of the game. You can't game plan to take all of them out of the game. Some of your defensive strategy against them is just hope that they're missing some of their open looks, because they get a lot of them with the way that they spread the rock.
Yeah, that thought about UConn even reminds me a little bit of South Carolina on the women's side, like what we saw from them. And I know UConn does have, Klingen's a pretty big star. So they do have him, and, it probably starts with him, especially when you have a guy like Edey and you're talking about a game plan there for tonight. But that was South Carolina all year, was, on the women's side, undefeated, but they didn't have a Caitlin Clark, even a Paige Beckers, even a Juju Watkins. Like they had really, really good players, and players that any other year would probably be some of these star players in the game. But because of Caitlin Clark and some others, they didn't have that true star. But they had 7-8 different players that could go off any given night. I mean, their leading scorer was Johnson off the bench yesterday. And UConn feels pretty similar to that on the men's side, where you're just like, you don't know where it's going to come from. But if they win tonight, which I think we all think they will, then there's likely going to be somebody that has 22 points where you're not totally surprised, but you're like, oh yeah, I wouldn't have put my money on that before the game.
Yeah, I'm with you, man. And it's doing some research on this game. I think Purdue fans feel pretty confident, even though they're 6 to 6.5 point dogs. They've got the best player on the floor, and they're going to try to ride Zach Edey in this one. And we'll see if Klingen can hold his own down there. I mean, Klingen to me is like, he's got a little Rudy Gobert to him, where I just don't think he's ever going to be a great offensive player at all, but he gives you a little something when you need it. But defensively, Klingen is one of the best rim protectors in college basketball. So defend without fouling. That's the key. If you can defend Zach Edey without fouling, then this game could get out of hand tonight. But I'm going to pick UConn to win. I don't know what my cousin's going to do, Jeff. Like
I know what my cousin's going to do.
You on UConn?
No, my cousin's not going to bet the spread. He's taking the under.
Okay. That's fair. Two teams that do like to slow it down, generally speaking. I don't hate that bet at all. It's at 144.5 right now. At least that's what I'm getting. I feel like Purdue's going to keep this game close and interesting, but I can't advise anyone to bet their hard-earned money against UConn. I just can't. In the NCAA tournament, like with Dan Hurley and what this group has done in the last 11 tournament games now that they've played, where it feels like they've covered every single line that they've been, and they've won every game by double digits. I can't sit here and advise the good people of TSU to bet on the Boilers tonight. That feels foolish.
And from a betting standpoint, even if you wanted to take the what'd you say, it's 6.5 with Purdue.
Yeah.
You saw in that Alabama game, that was a competitive game. It was the most competitive NCAA tournament game UConn's played all season. And you saw how quickly it can get out of hand. Like Alabama's right there. You're like, we're getting 11 or 12, whatever number you got, lose by 14. Snap your finger, couple free throws. Bama misses some shots on the other end. All of a sudden, UConn covers that spread easily. It's like, I think they're 5-0 against the number this tournament. And the numbers, the spreads have been pretty high.
They were an 11.5 point favorite against Alabama, who was awesome all year long. And obviously they made it to a Final Four. And UConn, despite that game being a 1 point game with 10 minutes left, maybe a little less than 10 minutes left, they were able to find a way to cover. So yeah, they're consistently good, but they have that spurt ability to where it's just like you look up at the scoreboard, you're right there. And then boom, they hit you in the mouth with like a quick 10-0 run. And you look up and it's like, shit, this game's out of hand. It's over. That's what happened to Alabama. Like Alabama had a 5-point lead a couple of different times in the first half. Like they were right there with UConn for a good amount of that game on Saturday, but UConn gets a couple of stops and they get a couple of threes on the other end. And boom, just like that, it's all of a sudden you have no chance. And the scoreboard would make it look like that game was a blowout on Saturday. So it's they're a wagon, man. They are a wagon, but don't sleep on Purdue. They've got the best player on the floor. They've got a great coach. They've got a lot of talented pieces. And I hope, maybe I'm just trying to manifest a good game tonight, but I hope and I do believe that we will get 40 minutes of really good basketball, and neither team's going to run and hide in this one.
Yeah, like anything else in a big game like this, when I'm not invested emotionally or financially, just want to crack open a couple brews and watch a competitive basketball game.
I'm with you on that. All right, I see the fellas in the waiting room. It's Chip and it's Zay. Oh, Chip with the Eclipse glasses. Hold on now. I can't see you guys anymore. These things are bullshit. What's up, gentlemen?
These are the ones I got from my neighbor, guys. Like while it was happening.
Telling you, if you I can't open my phone
because you can't see.
You can't see anything. These things are terrible. I mean,
but
that's what I saw. This is what I saw during the eclipse wearing these glasses. These things ain't shit.
Oh man.
There you go.
ISIS approved.
Oh, that's what you got?
Yeah, can you see anything?
A little bit.
Oh, man.
I feel like Chip's like my grandpa back in the day trying to show me something. Hey, can you see that? You see that, buddy?
There it is.
I saw you with the glasses earlier today, Jeff, and he's like, he needs help now.
Oh yeah, I left those somewhere. You guys will have to see them next time.
Zay, how was your eclipse?
It was cool. Me and wifey
check it out. Did you check it out?
Yeah, it was cool.
Yeah, you know, cool. Wasn't just white people shit.
No, I feel white people shit, but it was cool though. White people shit could be cool.
Okay.
Nothing wrong with that.
White people shit can be cool as long as you're not jumping out of an airplane or diving with great white sharks.
Yeah.
Or those guys who have the little wings and fly off cliffs.
Yeah, anything that you would see in the show Fear Factor.
That's why people shit.
How many brothers did we see on Fear Factor?
Not too many. Not too many.
What about Survivor?
There's a couple.
Yeah, there's some brothers on Survivor. They've won.
Yeah. Yeah, because you still got to be an athlete in Survivor. You know, if you're like a former athlete back in the day and you do all those different games that they play where you have to use your strength and stuff and you don't have much food, some brothers, they could thrive in those situations, especially if they have crackhead ancestors. So like some of the dudes definitely have crackhead ancestors on Survivor. I watched.
It's not like a boxing. You're going through picking who's going to win Survivor. You're like, crackhead ancestors. Like,
hey, they do their homework, Barker.
Like
the combine, you got to do your homework. You know what I'm saying?
It's in their bio. It's in their bio that they show on screen at the start of the season. It's a good bit. Yeah, I mean, I'm glad you guys enjoyed the eclipse, but I'll tell you what, I hate being white today because that sucked. I don't want to be associated with that because the eclipse was about what I expected it to be. It was a dark, cloudy day. Breaking news, we'll have another one next week where it'll be dark and cloudy outside. So I'm here to tell you guys right now that if you really want that, you can just go outside more often and maybe you'll see the sky look like that more often, people. I feel jobbed.
Well, I have to say, those stupid glasses worked. And it was pretty cool seeing the moon move in front of the sun. And for 2 minutes, it was dark outside.
It was dark.
It was dark.
Oh.
And our Beagle, Riggs, even lost his mind momentarily, like they said. Now, the traffic, someone sent me a photo of this is apparently what 360 Remember they said it was going to be bumper to bumper?
Yeah, all the cars on the side of the road just stopped.
All the cars on the side of the road. Here's that. No cars.
Wow.
Zero. That's 360.
Hey, you know what? That gives me some hope for humanity. People actually freaking listen for once.
Yeah.
And stayed off the road.
0 cars on 360. That's right at Old Spicewood Springs.
No one's going to stay off the road when there's ice on the ground, but they'll stay off the road when there's a freaking 4-minute solar eclipse.
Yeah.
White people shit, right?
That's the white people shit.
Y2K, baby. Y2K.
I go run some errands or something. This is great. The roads are clean right now. We had people texting in and commenting this morning like, no one's on the road. Like, there's a time to get some stuff
if
done.
you hustle outside, you can see the end of it. I mean, you can see the end of the moon moving away from the sun.
Oh, we took a break. We played an old Ricky Williams interview. It was about 9 minutes long. So during the zone of total itty, we went outside. So this is not just me like looking out my window saying this sucked. I actually went outside and tried to experience it. But it was dark for 4 minutes. Breaking news: it will be dark in like 5 hours again, guys.
Oh yeah,
for like 8 hours.
for a lot
more like 8 hours
longer than that. Too.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
All right, guys. Well, we know y'all got some Final Four to get into, some Texas softball to get into, some football to get into. So we will get out of y'all's way. Jeff, great show, my friends. And
way to go, Jeff. Way to go, BK. Great Eclipse show. Great Eclipse show.
Yeah.
Thank you, fellas.
See y'all tomorrow.
See you, fellas.
Way to go. Oh yeah. And in the immortal words of Judy Brown, happiness is a choice. We're happy you spent some time with us on an Eclipse Monday. That's right. Chip and Zay holding it down in the midday a little later than usual. We're going 2 to 4 today because, Zay really wanted to see the eclipse. So,
nah, don't put that on me.
Nah, we're just
my wife talking about this.
It's an Eclipse Monday, and so everything's a little cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs today, but
yeah, it was cool. Like, I'm no Bill Nye the Science Guy, but it was cool.
Yeah,
I was moved. You know, I don't take it for granted. I get it. It won't be around till what, thousands of years later, 300 years later. I don't know. We won't be around to see it. So, I try to take it in, bask in everything.
Yeah,
I thought I did a pretty good job of doing that. But I'm not like the Brad Kellners of the world,
Right. Crank some total eclipse of the heart and just get after it, Okay, that would be white people.
That song? What is that?
Yeah, that's a bad 80s song. But Zay, I mean, it was an action-packed weekend. We've got Texas spring football to talk about coming out of the scrimmage. Texas softball. Let's go.
Big time.
Kids. Texas softball took a series from OU for the first time since 2009. So football and softball are breaking some long time, just ending some droughts that needed to be ended. Now, Texas hasn't won a championship. They're not even in first place. OU is still in first place in the Big 12, but that was Texas's first series win over OU softball since 2009. It was OU's first Big 12 series loss since 2011. And how about my man Mike White coming off the win saying we need a new stadium? Hey, strike while the iron's hot.
That's what I'm talking about.
Because let's be honest, Zay, have you ever been in McCombs Field?
Yep, very small.
It feels like a high school stadium.
Mm-hmm.
Is that bad?
Nope, that's right.
Yeah, it feels like a high school stadium. So let's put some real infield seats and put a covered screen over it, like a real stadium. So you get some shade for the fans. But hey, nonetheless, that was a big time win, and it took everybody and everything because we knew runs were going to be hard to come by with all that pitching. Remember, this was the number 3 and number 4 ERAs in the country going at each other. OU's number 1 in batting average, Texas number 2. It was, everything you could want and more. And you had a awesome combined effort from Tegan Kavan and Estelle Check to win 2-1 for the second straight day. And kudos to all the players on that Texas softball team, because it took everything. I mean, this was going to be, and then how about the ending to game 2? Caden Henry, freshman center fielder, throws a rifle to Vivian Martinez, the shortstop, and who rifles it into Reese Atwood for the play at the plate. Otherwise, we're tied and going into extra innings in the top of the 7th. Texas gets the final out on an incredible, combination throw from center field to shortstop to home plate to get the out and end the game. And that was the kind of defensive play that is a turning point in the season. And obviously Texas rode that momentum into the 2-1 win on Sunday. So, Mike White said, look, we didn't win a conference championship, but we needed this. He said this was important for our program. And we talked about how he came on our show Thursday, Zay, and said, I brought up the fact that he said we got to close the gap on OU. He's been saying that since he took the job in 2018, and this is a step in that process.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, kind of like with the Longhorn football team this past season, going into Tuscaloosa and getting that Alabama win, that kind of just changed everybody's outlook on what needs to be the standard for here on out. And when you beat a team like Oklahoma that's been reign supreme when it comes to college softball, I mean, yeah, you should be hype about it. And Mike White, he talked about it with us on Thursday about just the preparation due to the very tough early season schedule that they had for this game. Like, they faced tough pitching, they faced tough hitting, they faced good fielding, they faced everything that you want to play a tough Big 12 and some of the best teams in the country, like that Oklahoma Sooner team that has so many girls hitting over 400. So yeah, I mean, Henry to Martinez to Atwood, that was one of the best plays I've ever seen. Like, that game on Saturday, that was just so adrenaline rush, like that blood flowing, blood pumping, heart pounding. That was one of those games that Longhorn fans will remember for a very long time. So I know a lot of OU fans, which it's a rival game. Haters gonna hate. They talking about, y'all act like I just won the national championship, which I know Longhorn fans are throwing back at them what Danny Stutzman and Brent Venables were rocking with their shirts, beating the horns at the Red River Shootout. So that's what you want. Like, that's the rivalry. It doesn't matter if it's swimming, it doesn't matter if it's basketball, football, baseball, softball. It means something. It means something. And when both teams are really good, like these softball teams are, top 5 in the nation, you're going to get that type of game. You're going to get that adrenaline type of game. And yeah, they came to play. And now when you beat teams like that, you feel like you could beat anyone. And that's exactly what this ball club needs. Very proud of those ladies, but they did just lose a series this past or the weekend before against Oklahoma State, which is, again, Oklahoma State's not the slouch team, but you can get got in this conference. There's a lot of high quality teams, and you just got to stay the course and keep it going. And yeah, hopefully this isn't one of those, okay, Oklahoma needed this to get their eyes open and take it real serious on what they need to do for the rest of the season. I hope that's not the case, but you're going to have to get through that team once again if you want to get to your final goal, and that's winning the national championship.
Right. You may have just kicked the hornet's nest for the,
Oh, yeah, that might be one of the scariest things. Yeah.
For the Big 12 tournament.
Just a wake-up call. Like, we could be beat. Now their coach is going like, hey, we could be beat, ladies. Y'all ain't perfect. Y'all ain't as good as these other teams that we've had these last few years. Step your shit up. And them girls going to be like, all right, we're locked in now.
Yeah, well, that was definitely a highlight from the weekend for sure. I mean, obviously you had national news with Iowa and South Carolina, the women playing their national championship, and the way Caitlin Clark went for 18 in the first quarter, I was like, what is going on? Is anyone going to play any defense on Caitlin Clark? And then, oh yeah, they moved my girl over who picked her pocket 4 times. And
yeah, Raven Johnson.
Woo!
Yo,
that's what Mulkey wouldn't do. I don't know why. She wouldn't move Flage over there.
Yeah. Don Staley don't got time for that. Don Staley's going to make adjustments.
Don Staley's like, she's from the school of hard knocks. She's like not saving her players for offense. She's like, go get it.
Yeah.
Go take care of it.
Her team's so tough, man. They took that game personal. You could tell. I mean, all the hype that Caitlin Clark gets. Even when South Carolina won yesterday, you got sites like CNN putting South Carolina's victory with a picture of the Iowa girls, which makes no sense. And a lot of people had a lot of problems with that. But that's kind of the point of the attention that Caitlin Clark has gotten, which she deserves a lot of it. Like, she's a hell of a player. There are certain things that she does that you're like, okay, you could be a little entitled, but she's still young. She's still learning how to, make it in this world, especially being in the limelight that she is. Hell of a career. She's changed the women's game forever. But you could tell Don Staley, South Carolina team, they took that stuff personal. They were like, hey, we're one of the best teams of all time. We haven't lost. Why aren't we getting this attention? And how deep her team is, like, that's an issue. When you're bringing off the bench girls that could give you 19 and Tesha Johnson and Malaja Fluwali's dropping 9 and getting big-time blocks and putting it behind her back and crossing people over, like, her bench is loaded. They are loaded. So when your first team is struggling like they did in the first half, where they go down 10-0 early in like the first 3 minutes against Iowa, you don't have a coach that's panicking because she knows, okay, I have multiple girls that I could throw out here and try. We're going to see what the best matchup is as the game goes along, while you're Iowa on this other side and you're playing 3 girls 40 minutes plus. Those girls were tired. Caitlin Clark looked exhausted in the second half, while Don Stanley's just rotating girls.
And rightfully so. I mean, Caitlin Clark, I was amazed that she was able to do what she was able to do all the way through, up to this point, but having to play 2 games in 3 days, going up against a team as complete as South Carolina. And I was trying to say, you may already know, 4 players from last year's South Carolina team went to the WNBA.
Yeah, I think they lost their starting 5. Their whole starting 5. I don't know if they all got drafted, but yeah, at least 4 went to the WNBA. Mm-hmm.
So I was looking to see, were these players all on the roster from a year ago, or did they hit the portal? Because like Raven Johnson.
No, they were on the team last year. Again, Don Staley, she plays a lot of those girls, and she had those freshmen, Fluwali and Johnson. Both of those girls are freshmen, and they made their impact on that game yesterday. One of the girls, Pow, I think she's from the transfer portal, but Camila Cardozo, she's been there for a while, and yeah, Chloe Keats, she was a 5-star recruit last season, so she just recruits well. And she has another big-time recruiting class coming up this following season. Saw a lot of her girls in that McDonald's All-American game last Monday night. So, yeah, Don Staley, how can you not want to play for her? I mean, she's just one of those women that you could tell her knowledge of the game. She's won a ton of gold medals. She was a part of the WNBA opening. If you go back to her Virginia days, she was always the player of the year and getting those Virginia teams to Final Fours, even though she didn't make it over the hump. So, yeah, she just does a really good job of, relating to those girls, and they could talk to her at any time. They talked about it yesterday. They were interviewing Raven Johnson, and they were saying, yeah, Coach Staley's like a mother figure to us. We could go to her for anything, and you see her dancing, and you see that she's really tight with her faith and stuff. Like, Don Staley is a hell of a coach, and she deserves to be up there with Gino and Pat Summitt and Vanderveer and Kim Mulkey, all of those greats that have won multiple national championships. Don Staley needs to be in the same talks with those people.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you're right. Pow Pow came from Oregon.
God, she can shoot it.
Yeah. I mean, Dawn Staley knew exactly what she needed to complement this team, and to go undefeated in this day and age with the talent that we just saw in the, in this women's tournament. This may have been, well, it was the most watched women's NCAA tournament of all time. And how about Dawn Staley taking time on the victory podium to credit Caitlin Clark for bringing attention to women's basketball, and how she wishes her well in her next chapter. And I thought it was all, I was not a believer until Caitlin Clark put 41 on LSU, and then even going for 30 yesterday and 18 in the first quarter. I mean, that's just to be ready all the time and just to be on all the time. Credit to Caitlin Clark for being able to get her head right, get up for battle, get ready for competition. And, even though it looks like the scouting report is pretty well defined, like if she's going left, she's shooting. If she's going right, she's going to the basket. Still, for her, I mean, she just extended her range as teams tried to sit on her left side. She just extended her range, and they did a good job of setting screens for her.
Yeah.
Her team, that's about all they were doing for her yesterday.
She wouldn't be this good if her vision wasn't this good. Like, yeah, the scoring pops out more than anything. She broke Pete Maravich's record, but her passing ability separates her from everyone. And that gives her the ability to have all those, just scoring opportunities, because when you have all the eyes on you, you're able to make certain passes, and she's not afraid to make the tough pass or try to find those very short windows, kind of like a quarterback that's, throwing it in the tight windows and stuff and making big plays. She's not afraid to do that at all. And yeah, CB, I saw a lot of women are hating on her, specifically Diana Taurasi. Diana Taurasi's kind of, she's Diana Taurasi is literally a woman's version of Kobe Bryant. Like, when Kobe was alive, he would always say, Taurasi is me in the women's game. And she's definitely played into that. And Taurasi, she could come off of just cold and kind of arrogant. But again, she's one of the toughest and best players to ever play the game. So what she's referring to on hating on Caitlin Clark, she knows that Caitlin Clark isn't going to have that same freedom that she does at Iowa. Lisa Bueller, head coach of Iowa women's, lets her do whatever she wants.
Yeah.
Every time, like, Caitlin Clark is literally breaking the offense to go get the ball. You'll see them in their offense, and you'll see people like coming off screens and stuff. Caitlin Clark will just say F the screen and just go straight to the ball when it's not in her hands. That will not be allowed in the WNBA. It won't. She's going to have to prove it. I'm not saying that it won't happen later on to where she has that Luka, she plays a lot like Luka Doncic. Like, she has that Luka type ability to where the ball's always in her hands and stuff, but she's going to have to earn that. And there's going to be a lot of women in the WNBA that's going to test her. Like, you come across that lane, you're going to get elbowed. I know Taurasi can't wait to do that shit. She can't wait. Taurasi's known for that. I've heard multiple stories and seen multiple WNBA players talk about their first time playing Diana Taurasi, and they were coming across the middle. She got them with like a check in the throat or something like that. And it was just a welcome to the league moment. Like, Taurasi can't wait for this shit. And Taurasi also, like, ESPN, they were it was biased having those UConn women, Sue Bird and Taurasi, have their own program when UConn's in the Final Four. Like, come on. They're going to be biased.
Right.
Like, Gino Auriemma is like their dad. They're going to be extremely biased. And they were, to a fault, to where it was bad for the program. Like, Sue Bird, she's a little bit more relaxed and definitely more classy than Taurasi is. Taurasi don't give a damn. But they were answering questions on who would you take, Caitlin Clark or Paige Beckers. Both of them said Beckers, like this, which is nuts. with
Yeah,
Paige
that's nuts.
Becker's like injury history and stuff like that. It doesn't make any sense, but they're UConn Huskies. They gonna support their Husky girls. They gonna support their alumni. That makes sense. But also, to their point, Paige Becker's, she plays within the offense. So her transition to the WNBA, it might be smoother at first due to her just being a part of the team and knowing that, okay, my shots are going to come within the offense. Caitlin Clark's going to have to adjust to actually playing basketball, like traditional basketball. Again, what Iowa was playing this year, there's nothing traditional about that, especially in the women's game. Like a lot of coaches are going to be like Steph Curry, Mark Jackson was the first one to say, you know what, Steph Curry, I'm going to let you do what you do. You can shoot from anywhere on the court. He didn't know that Steph was going to change the game like this, but when he got with Steve Kerr, Steph Curry ended up changing the game, and it made coaches a little bit more relaxed when it came to shot selection that you see nowadays. So I'm not saying that Caitlin Clark's not going to thrive, but depending on her coaching philosophy or whoever, you know, the Indiana coach is, I don't know who she is or he is, whatever, depending on how they get down and what they call and just what their basketball mind is like, is going to affect how Caitlin Clark is going to excel at the beginning of her pro career, which she's just going to get better and better like most players with her caliber of talent do.
Yeah, I was just trying to look at who the Indiana Fever have on their roster.
They got Aaliyah Boston, who was with Dawn Staley last year. She was their number one pick.
Okay,
so they got.
Because look, she'll that'll help space the floor. You got a big inside you got to pay attention to. We know Caitlin Clark has really good endurance. I mean, she kind of reminds me of a JJ Redick, Steve Alford type, just running off screens, doing whatever I got to do to get my shot.
Damn, Steve Alford, you going back to the Indiana days. I like that.
Well,
I haven't heard Steve Alford on this channel.
I just remember how hard Alford had to work coming off screens to get his shot.
Yo.
And Redick too.
Yo, my pops and we would watch Steve Alford motion tape.
Yeah.
Like him and Bob Knight's motion.
Reverse. I mean, he'd be going hard one direction, reverse, and just every, just constantly trying to shake his man because they always, tried to defend him with tight man coverage and that dude worked all game long to get a shot.
Bob Knight's players were so smart. If they were pushing Steve one way, the one setting the screens, they would flip their screen around and Steve would be coming up to the top of a down screen, and all of a sudden they'll be playing it and then they'll flip it and the person will turn on the screen and Steve will pop out instead of popping up. And they made a killing off of that in '87 when they won the championship, like a killing.
Yeah. So Christy Sides is the coach of the Indiana Fever. So she'll
good luck with that, Christy.
Good luck with that, Christy.
Good luck with that. That's a lot of odds going to be on them this year. That's for sure. Which is good for the game. Like the WNBA doesn't get the same love as women's college basketball at all. At all. And it's kind of it's a weird time that it comes into play because it's like a time where sports fans in a way decompress. Like in the summer, you have baseball and everybody's paying attention to that, but it's kind of like, okay, when September comes around, we'll get serious with baseball, and obviously October. But the NBA just ended. You're gearing up for football season, so you're kind of like in that vacation mode, and WNBA just can be invisible at times. So Caitlin Clark, she's going to be better for the game. And the Phoenix Mercury with Diana Taurasi and them, they're already promoting their game. They know that Caitlin Clark's going to be the first pick. Everyone does. So they have a game on April whatever or May whatever, and it's the GOAT versus the Rook. That's how they're promoting it. Genius.
Yeah.
All this, especially with all this shit that Taurasi's been saying about Caitlin Clark, that's genius. Great marketing for the Phoenix Mercury.
All right, let's get to some Texas spring football. I know we got a lot of headlines to get to. We'll get to them. John Calipari, all that.
Oh my God.
I mean, if I can hold off my man Zay for just a minute.
Yes, but let's talk about something positive. Yes.
Let's get some Texas spring football. It's interesting. I've talked to multiple sources who were in the scrimmage Saturday, watching the scrimmage, and it finished a lot better for the Texas offensive line and the running backs in the red zone area. The offense dominated that final portion of the scrimmage, and there was a lot of praise for Jaden Blue. I'm going to put it to you that way. The guy looks like he's running on a mission and understands it's a contract year. Lots of love for Jaden Blue. Lots of love for CJ Baxter and for Trey Wisner. All three for running hard, doing well in the red zone. They finished with 3 straight touchdowns. There were not a lot of big plays in the passing game, and I'm told that's because the DBs are playing better. Maybe the offensive game planning wasn't, out of this world, and maybe the defense, whatever it was, there wasn't a lot. There was a deep ball pass from Arch Manning to Amari Niblack, a catch and run touchdown there, and another big gain from Quinn Ewers to Gunnar Helm. There was impressive receptions from Jonte Cook and Ryan Wingo, and not a lot else. In fact, one source said that Quinn was not setting his feet on the deep ball, and Sarkisian went off on him and said, screamed, "Set your mother effing feet." And the next time they called the deep ball, Quinn set his feet, and that's the one I think he hit with Gunnar Helm. So, Sarkisian said he's coaching him harder this year because he knows that Quinn knows, and that Quinn's ready to be coached hard. So, thought that was interesting. But I did have, and maybe it was a source who saw that red zone, portion of the scrimmage, said the defensive line needs help. So either they got to get it together, they got to get their heads out of their backsides, or they genuinely need help in the portal, which is.
Are we specifically talking about edge rushers or interior?
No, interior, stopping the run in the red zone. So, Texas had one of the best defenses in the red zone last year. I don't think they had a great day Saturday, and it was at the end of the 2 hours, so guys are gassed and all that, but it was not an impressive showing from the interior defensive line in that red zone portion of the scrimmage, where Texas just kind of ran at will. And the Texas offense, I should say, of course, it was all Texas. But Zay, this is the second time I'm hearing stuff like that. So the depth, you want to see that depth step up. You want to see Jure Bledsoe step up. You want to make sure that Tia Savea is bringing what he brought to Arizona last year, which is run defense. He's not a great pass rusher. He is a better run defender. And that, Alfred Collins, look, they got after the passer. So they went 11 on 11, and then they finished with red zone. I heard David Benda had a sack. I heard Colin Simmons had a sack. I heard Ethan Burke and Barron Sorrell were getting pressure. And that, the way the offense was moving the football was with the run right up the gut. So that's linebackers too. So that's poor run fits. Sounds like there's a lot of communication that needs to happen with the front seven and making sure that the run fits are tight and not people, blowing a gap, and then the linebackers expecting the run to come through a certain gap. If it doesn't, the whole thing breaks down, so you're trying to force the ball to a certain place where you've got help. And so sounds like there's work to be done in the interior of the defensive line.
Yeah, for sure. You knew that with Jalen Ford leaving the linebacker room, as good as Anthony Hill is, it's still a learning process for him, especially with all the responsibility and also with the change from linebacker coach from Jeff Choate going off to Nevada to Johnny Nansen coming in from Arizona. So there's a learning process for a lot of guys. Same with the defensive line, Kenny Baker coming in for Bo Davis off to LSU, and you losing Byron Murphy and Tandre Sweat, which Tandre Sweat, damn it. We'll get to that later. But again, this offensive line for the Horns, with all the experience that they have, they should be winning at times. Yes, that makes you a little nervous for what you've been hearing about the defense, but I still think that these guys just need more reps and more time to figure it out. And it might not be here in April, just, and that's fine. Like, get all the kinks out in April. Work it through in the summer. But once September comes around, everybody needs to be locked in and ready. And now all these guys are coming in with just different responsibilities. Vernon Broughton, he knows what's at stake. Alfred Collins, he damn sure knows what's at stake, especially with all the hype that he's had coming out of Cedar Creek. So, yeah, Tia Savea, he's still trying to find his way and fit into not only what Pete Kwiatkowski wants for him, but just Austin and University of Texas as a whole. And yeah, I think that there's going to be certain situations where, yes, they are going to struggle, but hopefully with what you said about that secondary, which is what I've been thinking this whole time, the secondary is going to take that step up. Even though the defensive line might take that step back, especially in the interior, the secondary is going to make that step up. And that's what you kind of have to bank on and hope for. But yeah, going and looking in the transfer portal for more interior guys. If Sadir Mitchell and Jere Bledsoe's not getting it for you, then hey, so be it. You got to do what you got to do. But you just hope that with the development that we've seen, and again, Kenny Baker's at a really tough place right now. He's at a really tough place right now because at the end of the day, talent's talent. Like, yes, you want to be able to develop guys, but there's only so much you could do. If a guy just doesn't have it, then he doesn't have it. Not everybody has Byron Murphy's motor and just angriness. Like, Byron Murphy doesn't look like he smiles very often. You know what I'm saying? Like, certain guys don't have that. That's hard to come by. And, Vernon Broughton, can he get that? Maybe. Alfred Collins, can he get that? Maybe. We all hope for it. But still, I think that's not necessarily fair to put that on those guys of how good Byron Murphy was this past year and Tandre Sweat. So, yes, that's going to be the biggest question mark from here on out until the season starts. And even in the season, we're still going to probably be questioning the interior linemen. But at the end of the day, it's only April, and with how experienced this offensive line is, I feel like I say this every week, there is no surprise that they kick this defensive line's butt from time to time, especially in spring practice right now.
Yeah. It's so, anytime you get these scrimmage reports, it's a mixed bag because if one side's doing well, the other side is getting taken advantage of, unless you just got outstanding plays that are occurring that are jaw droppers. And it does sound like they were able to get pressure on both Quinn Ewers and Arch Manning. In fact, I heard David Bendis started off the 11-on-11 with a sack. And so, that's good news. The bad news, interior, the defensive line gave up too many running plays to Jaden Blue, CJ Baxter, and Trey Wisner. I had another source say it seems like Savion Red is the odd man out right now. Again, we know he came in overweight. He's going to have to get it under control. He's got all summer to do it. He's got all fall camp. So this is the first impression of the 2024 football team heading into the 2024 season. It's good to hear that a guy like Jaden Blue is totally locked in. And having said that, I also heard that both Blue and Baxter each had a drop in the passing game and that CJ Baxter had a fumble. So You know, it's time to get things tightened up, but some praise for Jonte Cook, some praise for Ryan Wingo, some praise for Amari Niblack, Gunnar Helm, even Juan Davis. Juan Davis out there blocking, trying to make his case for himself as a senior, to maybe have it be a 3 tight end rotation. Who knows? Doubtful, but who knows? But depth. I mean, if one goes down, you got to have the next. And you know, Sark said they're 4 deep everywhere. Well, how good is your 3 and 4th deep? And so, you know, that's the question right now. But interesting to hear, you know, Sark really coaching Quinn. That's good. And the whole team needs to see that. The whole team needs to feel that, because, you know, if Sark's going to get on the quarterback like that, that takes you back to, you know, old boy coaching the Spurs, getting on Tim Duncan. Of course, that was sort of a prearranged deal. Yeah, Pop basically went to Duncan and said, "Hey, I'm gonna coach you harder than anyone. If you're okay with that, that'll send a message to the rest of the team." And Duncan was like, "Yeah, man, bring it." Yeah. So,
I mean, when you have a superstar that doesn't care about anything like Tim Duncan, have you seen his attire? The dude doesn't give a damn about anything. You're yelling at me? All right, whatever.
He's from the Bahamas, man.
Yeah, I'm the greatest power forward of all time. Like, yell at me all you want. I'll be fine.
Former swimmer.
God, he was so good.
So good.
So damn good. But yeah, Quinn, the team needs to see that. And Quinn Ewers, you can't be having mistakes that you had when you were a freshman. That's why Sark was so pissed off. Like, we talk about this all the time. You know how infuriating that is for a coach to go over something for years and years and years. And you know that's been the knock on Quinn Ewers through his young collegiate career. The fact that sometimes his footwork and his mechanics, he could get that happy feet and he could just get completely out of his rhythm because he thinks his arm is God's gift, which it might be, but still, even Aaron Rodgers needs to step in the throws. Even Patrick Mahomes sometimes needs to step in the throws. You know what I'm saying? Like, you ain't there yet. So if you're wasting downs from plays that are possibly open due to you not having the right mechanics or right footwork, yeah, you deserve to get this ass chewing, bruh. Sorry, I don't give a damn how much you make it in NIL. I don't give a damn if you're up for the Heisman this year, one of those guys. You need to understand, with Sark getting paid this money, that's what I like to hear too, Chip. Sark knows I'm getting paid too much money for you to be out here bullshitting, Quinn. Getting paid too much. That stress level, I feel it. Yeah, that's right. I feel that thing. You know what I'm saying? So, no stupid mistakes that we've gone over thousands of times. Those things can't happen, and nip it in the butt now. So we don't have to have those things reoccurring September, October, etc. You know what I'm saying? And then you got stuff like Arch Manning. I heard Arch Manning was slinging that thing a little bit. He making passes to Amari Niblack and stuff. Okay, Quinn, you might be comfortable. Sark says you're the starter and stuff. There's definitely no quarterback battle. But, hey, you have a couple of bad games, bruh. It's all about winning. If Arch is out here thriving, and again, I ain't trying to start nothing. I'm just saying. You said it last week, Chip. Best quarterback room in the nation. So what that means to me is that dude that's sitting behind you, QB2, could come in and win a lot of games. So Quinn, this ain't no time to get comfortable, which he knows that. It was just a mistake. Everybody makes mistakes. But yeah, I love hearing Steve Sarkisian chew out Quinn Ewers for making a mistake. Like, he ain't over nobody. He ain't above nobody. He could get it just like everybody else, just like the walk-on on the team that's carrying the water. Everybody could get it. You know, there's a certain standard that we got to live up to now, and everybody needs to feel that.
Right. And you got to have the players holding each other accountable. coaches obviously have to hold the players accountable, but the players have to hold each other accountable. And my concern is on the defensive side. Who are the voices? I know Baron Sorrell, but with Jalen Ford gone, it's going to be a guy like David Benda. He's not afraid to talk. And it's good that he had a big play to open the scrimmage because that helps solidify him as a guy people will listen to. You gotta have dogs. I mean, Byron Murphy could just look at you and get you to
he
fly
ain't say
right.
much.
Right.
He ain't saying much. He didn't have to.
Right. And Tandre Sweat would get after you. Mo Blackwell is a senior, Jade Barron. Those guys have to be holding each other accountable so that this thing doesn't, so that complacency doesn't set in, because all this good news about Texas can lull you to sleep. Even the 2.5 point spread, Texas being favored by 2.5 at Michigan, favored by 9.5 against Oklahoma. That's stuff that we're going to talk about in the offseason because we don't have games to talk about. So that's going to be on social media. That's going to be on our shows. And those guys listen to our shows and their parents listen to our shows. And
what up, Barry?
What's up, Barry?
What's up, Barry? I saw him tweeting. What's up?
But
there you go.
You can't think, oh man, we won the first conference title since 2009, man. We got our name up in the stadium. It's not over.
Yeah.
Like Alabama, Georgia, they're doing it every year. They're in that championship game every year. They're fighting to get to the national championship game every year. And Sark's trying to establish that too. And it sounds like he's out there making sure guys are accountable and it's early, but hey, you don't want one side to be just overpowering the other. And it sounds like some areas of the defense that were struggling last year are going to be better. And they got to figure out the spine of their defense right now. Those interior tackles and the middle linebacker spot, and then who's going to be taking over for Jaron Thompson at safety. Get that nailed down and then go from there. And that's what spring football is all about. So
yeah, to be honest, that might be Mookie Taft. I mean, I don't know if we talk about him that much, just because vocal leader. It might be him and Jade Barron in that secondary, because Mookie Taft, he's going to fight his heart out, and that he's going to be in the right spot. He doesn't have the athleticism as a Derek Williams or an Xavier Filsaime, but he definitely has the will to put himself in situations that a lot of guys don't get the chance to, just because he's that type of dude. And yeah, I don't know, throughout the team, that's why Jalen Ford leaving is so big, man. Not just on and off the field. Like what that guy brought, just that's tough to lose. It is. So Ant Hill, even though he might be built for it, it's still going to take him some time to really get used to it. And you mentioned Mo Blackwell and David Benda. I expect those guys to be huge this season. Huge. But yeah, you could get complacent very easily when you get used to winning. And everybody starts patting you on the back, and you're starting to get all these free things in the ATX and stuff. And that's what they used to say about, Texas during the Charlie Strong Herman years. Like, oh, these guys are entitled. They live in Austin, Texas, one of the most beautiful cities in the world and stuff. It's not like Tuscaloosa or College Station where you can just focus on football, this, that, and the third.
Well, DeLoss Dodds, the former athletic director, used to tell coaches when he hired them, listen, Austin will make your players soft. So make sure that you keep that edge, because they can just walk to 6th Street. Everything's here for them. So don't let them get complacent. Don't let them get soft.
Yeah. I'm telling you, it's easy.
Yeah.
It's easy. I was about to say, you see Cactus Jack, Travis Scott last week. You feeling good. Everybody's like, oh, man, this is what coming to Texas is all about. No, you got to work. You still got to work, because Cactus Jack ain't coming when you're losing.
Right.
You know, he ain't wasting his time. You don't have those type of collabs and stuff with all these celebrities and, you know, the CMT Awards was at the Moody Center last night and stuff. Like, where Garth Brooks at? I ain't seen no Garth Brooks. That's my dog. But it can get easy. It's easy living here in the ATX. So, yeah, Steve Sarkisian, he feeling it. He feeling it, man. That 10 mil, everybody's like, oh, he got 10 million. Things should be getting easier. Hell no. It gets tougher. It gets harder, more stressful. Yes, everybody needs to know that. Damn, Sark acting different. You know, he is something different about him. Yeah, there needs to be something different about him because you were right there this past season. Right there. Final Four. You were right there. And he knows that was not his best game calling, play calling, game plan. He knows that.
Right.
He knows that. Like, he knows, like, man, maybe I should have ran it here or ran it there or not thrown it here or we should have done this on defense differently. He knows all those things, man. So, yeah, that should itch at you every night. Every night. And it's a long time till September or the end of August, whenever they have their first game. A long time. So, again, knock out these kinks now. See what you're really made of and see which guys are going to be ready. Or see what you need to do to get them ready. Get in that transfer portal, whatever. Orange and white game, less than 2 weeks.
Yeah. Yeah. And a guy who doesn't have a lot of time until his next big job interview is our man, Tandre Sweat. And I don't know how this is going to play. It's not going to help, obviously. Tandre Sweat.
Yeah, so break it down. What happened, man?
Yeah, according to KXAN, Tandre Sweat was pulled over and charged with suspicion of driving while intoxicated. I don't think he gave a breath test, so that meant he had to go, straight to the Travis County jail or Travis County jail.
You hope it's not Williamson County. Yeah. No. You hope it's Travis County. Yeah, don't get caught up in Williamson County, T Sweat. Still be there. Shit.
Look, these cases can go. This is a bad PR move, a bad PR hit is what it is, because he can, with a good lawyer, he can get out of this situation, but the timing, it just looks like a guy who's not on top of his business, coming in at 366 at the combine. And then, he's getting arrested. If teams were hesitant about him, it gives them reason to be hesitant. If a team was excited about him, now the GM and everyone is like, okay, should we be this excited or do we push him down our board? And, we were talking to John McClain last week. He's covering the Texans. He writes for HoustonTexans.com. We know the Texans are looking at interior defensive linemen, and that Tandre Sweat, maybe he now slides to the Texans in the second round. They're picking 23rd, so like 46th. And that might be the case, even though John McClain said Tandre Sweat doesn't really fit the mold of the kind of interior defensive lineman DeMeco Ryans might look for. Look, Tandre Sweat's athletic. If you can get him, if you can connect with him, maybe with Rod Wright working with the Texans, defensive lineman, maybe there's a connection there that could end up, being a good place for Tandre, who knows? But yeah, the timing of this, it's not good. The draft is 17 days away. and now he's got to answer for this, and teams have to decide, okay, how does this change our view of Tandre Sweat? Where does the value now come in for where to pick Tandre Sweat? Have we gone from high second round to low second round? Could he slide to the third round? I mean, this is the Outland Trophy winner. It's always eye of the beholder. You only need one team to fall in love with you. Yeah. But Jalen Carter, driving fast cost him, potentially being. Do you hear that? That's my dog. Do you hear the door clanging? Hold on a second. I mean, he is a spoiled brat.
Oh. Yeah. And Jack, you're right. When you're 18, 28, we've all done dumb shit, but getting pulled over at 2 p.m. on a Sunday, that brunch rush, that's tough. That must be a lot of Bloody Marys too, because again, we be talking about his weight, something terrible. The stuff that he was drinking, $3,000 bond, whew, and that's what scares every GM when it comes to any player. Like that time that you have off when you're not in the season is the scariest time. I talk about it way too much because there's just too much shit that you can get into. Like even though you've been getting NIL, especially if you're somebody like Tandre Sweat, you're still about to get a lot more money than you ever have in your life. That's going to change you no matter what. People always says money doesn't change them. Bullshit. Money changes you. It's just for the better or worse. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, as you said, Chip, this isn't a good look for his team. This isn't a good look for Texas. You know what I'm saying? Steve Sarkisian literally just said the past week, I'm not just going to go out in the transfer portal and get anybody. We've done a really good job of establishing our culture here, and we're not trying to have anybody come in and ruin that. Well, Tandre Sweat's a big part of that established culture that you're talking about. So, yeah, he made a mistake. This is going to cost him a little bit, but man, hopefully this is an example. This is an eye-opener for him where he could say, all right, I really need to get my shit together. Because that video of him with the towel over your head, you're down bad when you got the towel over your head when you walking from the jail cell to your car. That's never a good look. I remember Chris Beer had that thing. That was tough. So T-Sweat,
Sweat is one of the most likable guys you're ever going to meet.
Great guy.
This is like not, I don't know. I mean, we don't really ever know someone. I mean, we cover them, we talk to them in media staged settings. We don't really ever know, but yeah, this was a puzzler because it was like during the day. And so, yeah, Israel saying perfect Dallas Cowboy behavior. Not so much. I mean,
Israel.
Back in the day, yes. But
Israel, that's funny as hell, man.
My thing is always don't cost yourself money. Don't cost yourself money. I'm not going to judge you. I'm not going to tell you what to do, but don't cost yourself money. Because this is such a short-lived window. This is such a short-lived profession. That's why, Caitlin Clark, good for her. Because in 7 years, when she can't run, she will have banked all that money. No, you run out of gas. You're prime.
7 years? You're giving Caitlin Clark 7 years. Diana Taurasi came in the league like in 2004.
Yeah, but her game isn't predicated on just running off screen after screen and trying to get away from people.
Oh, you're wilding.
Well, whatever. I don't care. The NFL, 3.5 years. That's the average career in the NFL.
Shit.
Don't cost yourself money. Now he's going to have to play his ass off, get that second contract. He's going to have to be perfect. And if he does, he'll be fine. But this cost him some spots in the draft. And when you're talking first and second round, the difference between even one spot in the first round is hundreds of thousands. if you fall 8 spots below where you were projected, it's going to cost you millions. So that's where you just don't want to, you just don't want to see it for a guy who has worked as hard as he has, who's had as much success as he had last year. And again, incredibly likable guy. So,
yo, you playing a dangerous game, staying here in the ATX with no responsibilities. Like, you ain't got to go to class no more. All you're doing is working out and getting prepared for the draft. That's it. He was at the softball game. I heard he was wilding at the softball game, starting chants, in a good way, though.
Yeah.
He was supporting in a good way. But when you hear that he was drunk on the next day, you're kind of like, okay, T Sweat, maybe you should have been just laying low and watching the game on ESPN like a lot of us were. But again, you're Tandre Sweat. Any place that you walk into, everybody's going to be like, yo, T Sweat, let me buy you a shot. Let me buy you something. Come party with us. This, that, and the third. Like, it's very easy to say, okay, I'm not going to have this love for long because I'm going to have to go to whatever team takes me. I might be in Detroit. I might be in Jacksonville. I might be in New England later. So I'm going to enjoy the fruits of my labor as long as I can before all that starts. And when it gets away from you, like it did for him, you see what could happen. So,
well, he's supposed to meet with the Tennessee Titans today.
Yeah.
And he's supposed to meet with the Seattle Seahawks in a couple days, according to Tom Pelissero with the NFL Network. So, look, if he can explain it and be convincing and a team is, they believe him, then maybe it won't cost him. But it doesn't help.
Yeah, play victim, man. Say, you know what? They've been really hard on me about my weight. I've been stress drinking. Everybody's been fat shaming me. I've been stressed to lose this weight. That Jack Daniels, it ain't too bad right now. You know what I'm saying? That All-Stat beer ain't too bad right now. Why not? I don't have to think about it. I could drink instead. I don't got to think about this food. I could drink instead, which I'm just being ridiculous, Zay, at the moment. But that hurt. Seeing that, knowing T Sweat, like you said, he's a great guy. This definitely doesn't define him. It's just a mistake from a 22, 23-year-old that a lot of people make. It's just he's in the limelight, so it gets showcased. And, you got to know those things. That's all. He'll learn from it, and he'll be better. And hopefully this is the last time we ever see him in this situation.
Yeah, and when they say arrested on suspicion, it usually means they refused to take a breath test and they saw enough from either the field sobriety test to bring them in. So again, a good lawyer, those cases can go away, but the timing, not good.
Man, instead of making them walk in a straight line, make them get in like a 3-point stance and see his takeoff. If it looks like what Tandre Sweat looks like on Saturdays and what's going to be Sundays, then hey, cool. I wouldn't say let him drive, maybe have somebody escort him home. But come on, man. This is Austin. What happened to the old school days where somebody got pulled over that was famous and then you just called coach and then coach took care of it? Bucky BK did that his whole career here at Texas, getting those phone calls.
Let's get Bucky on.
Yeah, like what happened to those days, man? Who was the snitch? Because it's Tandre Sweat. Come on, not too many guys look like that. He's somebody. You see the license, Tandre Sweat. Hey, look that up. Google that.
Well, maybe he was driving his roommate's burnt orange Mercedes. Remember Jonathan Brooks' Mercedes I showed you?
Don't put that on Jay Brooks. Jay Brooks don't need them problems.
No, I'm just saying.
Maybe
he might be driving too nice of a car at this point.
Oh, so where the attention?
Right.
Yeah, that's not good. But still, you know what he has coming up. You know what I'm saying? Like there's a way. Let's keep this close. Again, hey, T Sweat, we're going to give you the biggest warning possible. We bet not ever see you putting people's lives at stake by you being out here on these streets a little loose. But we know you got a big career ahead of you. Let's put this on the back burner and let's go call.
Well, that's the thing, man.
Nobody does that.
Uber. Download the Uber app, the Lyft app, whatever rideshare app, and just if you're out having a good time, make sure you're planning on getting a ride home. There is no excuse. There is no excuse. So I hope for T Sweat's sake he gets, he's able to explain it to the team or teams that he needs to explain it to. But we'll know because he was seen as a second round pick. If he falls deep in the second round or into the third round, we'll know that it was seen as another reason to be wary of T Sweat. And I hope for his case, he gets, he gets the opportunity that he deserves in the NFL and that he makes the most of it. And, maybe this is the wake-up call, Zay. Maybe this is the wake-up call.
Sometimes you need that wake-up call.
Yeah, maybe this is a wake-up call for him to tighten everything up.
Yeah.
And
this is new territory for him. Like this brief time, you have no responsibilities. You don't have to meet for those meetings with Bo Davis that you had to meet with every week, or Steve Sarkisian on the mandatory practices, or all the classes that you have to take. You're required to take 12 hours plus. Those things aren't a thing no more for you. So now you have all this freedom. You got probably a good amount of money saved from NIL. You have more money coming, so you're already just blowing money because you're like, oh, I got more money coming. I can spend this. I can spend a little bit. I've never lived like this in Austin, Texas before and had this freedom. Who knows where he's staying? So a lot of guys, it could be too fast for them, and they feel like they're in control, but they really not. And they're so young. Like he's only 23 years old. Like that's very young. It's still considered an adult, absolutely. But
and remember what Casey Hampton said to us on the show. He said early in my career, I played at 325, 330. And then he said, as I got further in my career, it was 350. And he said that was too much. And the thing is, Tandre Sweat's such a good athlete that he can move pretty well at 366. He can get around, and dip his shoulder and, like we saw him doing the drills at the combine where he's got to get around those hoops and plant that little rolled up towel right in the, the base of the hoop there. But it doesn't last forever. And that's the part that when you're 21, 22, 23, it's hard for you to see. That's why a guy like Jordan Whittington, who had to deal with the injuries that he dealt with early in his college career and realized how much extra he has to do to prepare his body to be a pro, Jordan Whittington's probably going to be a really good special teams guy, a good teammate, probably in a position to get a second contract because he's going to do whatever it takes to help an NFL roster and do all the little detailed things to make sure his body's right. Did you pick up on Kelvin Banks when we were talking to him last week? Someone said, are you in touch with Christian Jones? And Kelvin said, yeah. I'm asking him what it's like to not have schoolwork.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, this isn't tech. You know what I'm saying? This ain't UTSA.
Right.
This is the University of Texas.
Right.
Some of the smartest people in the world go to this school. So these guys, with all their extra activities off campus, you still got to deal with the schoolwork and stuff. That, like, that decompression feeling of not having to worry about that anymore. If you're a Tandre Sweat or any of these guys getting ready for the draft or anybody that's graduated, that's a different feeling. Way different feeling. So, yeah, that's why you see a lot of these NFL guys mess up because they haven't been able to adjust to that change, especially being that young and having that much money. Like it's crazy. It's
All right,
crazy.
let's get a couple mentions in here before I turn my man Zay loose on John Calipari. Hey, Appalachian, getting you into the car you really want to be driving. That's what it's all about. Look, they're going to lease you any maker model of car, so they don't care what car you pick. That's the first thing that's different about this new car experience. You go into a dealership, they want you to buy their car, whether that car is just right for you or not. Apple Leasing wants you to be in the car that's just right for you. They're going to help you do that. They're going to take you to, test drive different cars. They're going to make sure that you're in the car you absolutely want to be in. And then the beautiful thing, you're not paying for the future trade-in value of that car because you're only paying for the car while you're driving it. And that's the part that's under warranty. It's brand new. You're loving life. The new car smell. It's beautiful. And so, get into the car you really want to be driving. Let Apple Leasing help you. 2-3 years into your lease, you want to change make and model of car, no problem. You lease from a dealership, they're not going to let you out of that contract early. So Apple Leasing, it makes so much sense. It's an Austin original. Give them a call today, 346-9977, or visit appleleasing.com. Check out all the new car specials right there on appleleasing.com. There's an advisor waiting to talk to you if you have any questions. And you can give them a call at 346-9977. Tell them Chip Brown sent you. And of course, the Brain Vault mouth guard, changing the game, making it where your competitor is playing hard but playing safe. The Brain Vault mouth guard, developed right here in Austin by Austin's dentist, Dr. Greg Eckert, Dr. Ueckert, patented, proven to reduce the effects of concussion. So if you have a competitor in your household, whether it's a cheerleader, soccer player, lacrosse, of course, basketball, football, this is the mouth guard that they need. Forget those little pieces of rubber you get at the sporting goods store, throw in a pot of boiling water and then shove it in your mouth. You're getting fitted by a dental practitioner. And all you have to do is go to brainvault.com for a fitting. And if you're the team manager, team parent, they will do group fittings. They'll come to you and do a group fitting. Just go to brainvault.com. All right, Zay. John Calipari. I've always been fascinated by John Calipari because I feel like he's had to work harder than anyone else because his in has always been recruiting high school talent, thanks to Worldwide Wes and his connections. He's like the Kaiser Sose of basketball. He knows everybody. And he always helped John Calipari recruit the best players in the country. So he always had the best freshmen, but oftentimes they were one and done. And then he'd get the next great crop of freshmen. He'd have to start all over again. And when Scott Drew won the national championship at Baylor and said, the key is to be old and stay old, that meant going into the portal, finding guys who were ready to do it your way and having veterans. And John Calipari has been slow to do that, Zay. He's obviously a talented coach, but he hasn't had success in the postseason recently, last few years. And Kentucky fans feel like it's their birthright to be in the Sweet 16, Elite 8, Final Four, winning national championships. And John Calipari, when he got bounced by Oakland in this year's tournament, and they were rumbling, there was rumbling that maybe Kentucky should get rid of John Calipari. John Calipari told his agent, hey, let him know I'm listening. And now he's going to Arkansas.
Yeah. And that Texas-Arkansas rivalry really sucks now in basketball. I thought it was going to be something decent and fun knowing that Eric Musselman, who's a solid coach himself, is off to Southern Cal. And yeah, this is a move that completely shocked college basketball, which kind of like what we saw with Nick Saban leaving Alabama. A lot of these coaches are going to get paid. You know, if you think about Dan Hurley, which his name is being thrown out there, head coach of UConn right now. I think his team is still going to be locked in for the game tonight, which obviously we'll go over, but he's going to get a raise. You know, a lot of these guys, Scott Drew's probably going to get a raise. He better, or I think that would be the number one candidate if I was the great boosters in Lexington for the next coach you need to hire, because that dude, Scott Drew, knows what the hell he's talking about. And you just mentioned that quote. He has adapted to what college basketball and college sport is with NIL and the transfer portal, plus that added COVID season, which I don't think will be available for next year moving forward. But yeah, that's what's hurt John Calipari, Chip. That's what's killed him. Like, this is a guy that's always said, you know what, I'll take talent over experience any day. But that's when the experience went up to 22 years of age. Once the experience got to 24-year-olds due to that COVID season and, you know, transfer portal and all this and that it wasn't the same. So all those freshmen that you get in, even though they're talented and they're going to be really good NBA players like he's put out in these last 15 years. I mean, come on, Devin Booker, incredible. Anthony Davis, guys like Julius Randle, Jamal Murray, Tyrese Maxey, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Like, the list goes on all-star superstars that John Calipari has helped develop, have successful NBA careers to make some big time money. But again, the people at Lexington, they don't give a damn about that at this point. These last 5 years, you haven't made it past the Sweet 16. So when are you going to adapt? And John Calipari's like, look, I love the game. I love coaching, but I'm not going to, there is a narrative with me coaching at Kentucky that is not going to change unless if I leave. And if I'm not wanted, then I'm out. And what Arkansas has promised him, he's going to get over $8 million a year. He's going to get $5 million in NIL to just spread out to guys that want it. And you're going to get the knowledge of John Calipari. So this isn't going to be, Arkansas, they're going to become the new one and done. No, this is John Calipari saying, I just need a new change, a new scenery, and I'm going to be able to adapt with that in a pretty good, underrated basketball program in Fayetteville, which they have tremendous boosters like the Tyson family who created Tyson Chicken. Like, that dude, one of the guys, what's his name? One of the Tysons, one of the owners that owns Tyson's Chicken. Him and John Calipari are like best friends.
Well,
like
Jerry Jones. Jerry Jones
Jerry
is apparently in on this too.
Yeah, John Tyson, like one of the founders of Tyson's Chicken. Y'all know that the chicken nuggets that we get and stuff at the grocery store, they've been around since I've been in diapers. Yeah, those guys, big-time Arkansas boosters, dude's really good friends with John Calipari, so that guy's like going to give him anything he wants, and he's going to get all this love. So, yeah, if you're Rodney Terry, you're kind of like, damn, this sucks. You know, because now you're going to be competing with him for players. I mean, Kentucky was one thing, but competing with him for players that are going to stick around for 3 years and 4 years, and there's always going to be that guy that's just you're going to have to recruit the 5-star. You're always going to have to recruit the 5-star player. But yeah, he's going to take advantage of the transfer portal, and he's a really good coach still. It's just his time at Kentucky, he got lost with the game changing, and I think he's realized that, and he needs a new opportunity. He's got that, and yeah, college basketball, the world is shook.
Okay, so here are the odds on favorites according to Bet Online. Scott Drew,
yep,
1-1. Nate Oates, 3-1. Richard Pitino, 7-1.
Who?
Billy Donovan, 9-1. Stay with me. Mark Pope, 10-1. Kelvin Sampson, 12-1. Jamie Dixon, 16-1. Sean Miller, 16-1. I think Sean Miller, if Scott Drew and Nate Oates turn it down, I could see them ending up with Sean Miller. And then Chris Beard at 18-1.
Yeah, they can't go after Chris Beard. That's too toxic for.
Is it?
Yeah, Beard. They need a way cleaner image. Whether you want to say what you want about Beard, because the Beard was flirting with the Arkansas job for a little bit. Like Beard was flirting with it. And then he was like, you know what? I'm going to stay in Ole Miss and see what happens there. But yeah, Sean Miller, I don't know. Didn't he have some problems?
Yeah,
Where
but
was that? Arizona? Where's
Arizona,
that?
but now it's all legal. NIL
Okay.
is legal.
Yeah. So I don't know. He just seems slimy. It's Scott Drew and Nate Oates for me. Like those are the guys you have to go after. Like Nate Oates is incredible.
But here's the thing.
Team, so good.
Because Bill Self, and I've told you this, this was years ago. This is back when he said the Texas job was the best job in basketball because you have all the resources and none of the pressure.
Mm-hmm.
And, because I told him, I said, you were on DeLoss Dodd's list when you were at Tulsa. And he's like, oh, yeah. He's like, I always told DeLoss when that job comes open, check in with me. No matter what's going on, check in with me. Because here's the deal, Zay, and this is where we are. If it's gotten to the point where the wins are a relief and the losses are miserable, then it's hard to get excited every day, right? And there are a couple of fan bases in college basketball, Kansas, Kentucky, where they feel like no matter what's changed, no matter what NIL has brought, no matter what the transfer portal has allowed, we are the kings. We are the rulers, Duke. We're North Carolina. We're the rulers of this sport. No one can touch us, just like Texas feels about college football.
Mm-hmm.
Texas has been a top 3 winningest program, thanks to guys like Darryl Royal. And that's where you got to have the right coach, man. You got to have a coach who's obsessed. And that's the thing about Chris Beard, man. He's obsessed. Now, if he's in control of his own behavior, this might be a gamble Kentucky's willing to take. They took a chance on Billy Clyde, Gillespie. He was not in control of his own behavior.
Nah, he was drinking.
That place drove him to drink more.
Yeah.
So that when he, ended up at Tech and was kind of a shell of himself, he ended up washing down to, Tarleton State. And I don't know. Yeah. And, CB, I agree with you, Chris Beard. It was the perfect hire for Texas, but he was not in charge of his own behavior. He knew that he was in a toxic relationship. Others had told him that. The chancellor at Tech had told him that. And he wasn't ready to let it go until he was forced to let it go.
Mm.
And if you don't know who you are, if you don't know how you're going to run things, when you get into these kinds of jobs, Texas or Kentucky basketball, those places will eat you alive. You will turn into the worst version of yourself. You'll take it out on your assistants. You'll take it out. It'll be a nightmare. And that's where a guy like Scott Drew would be a great hire because he knows exactly who he is. He knows how he's going to do it. He has a method of getting players. And is that going to be good enough for Big Blue Nation? I don't know.
Yeah, he was getting 5 stars to Waco.
Right. Why do you have to leave?
You know what I'm saying? Like now you got the Kentucky name.
I mean, Florida Atlantic made it to the Final Four last year. San Diego State. like basketball more than any other now with NIL in the transfer portal. You don't have to go to a place like Kentucky. Now, NIL money helps. I mean, John Calipari hearing he's got $5 million. I don't know where you heard that, but if he's getting a $5 million budget for NIL at Arkansas, which I'm sure he is, because Jerry Jones will write that check. So will the Walton family. So will the Tyson family. Arkansas's got a bunch of rich dudes. But if you've got NIL, you don't need to go to Kentucky. But yeah, it's an ego thing too, right? I mean, Nick Saban leaves Alabama. Who's got the cojones to step up and take that job and be the man that follows the man? And I guarantee you, Chris Beard believes he can follow the man.
Oh, hell yeah.
Chris Beard believes he can. Chris Beard knows in his own mind he's going to win a national championship. Wouldn't it be great to win it at Kentucky instead of Ole Miss? I don't know. I don't know how Chris Beard thinks about that.
If they called me, I'd take that call if I was Chris Beard. That's easy, especially in this situation. But if I'm Kentucky, you can't go from Calipari to Chris Beard. That is wild. That's why. Because again, you got to think about your alumni too. Like that was so important for John Calipari, bringing all those NBA guys in all the time and having those guys just talk to the younger players. Like that's how you get all those 5 stars. The problem was you just weren't winning with them at the end due to what I just said before, transfer portal, COVID year, playing against those grown-ass men that couldn't be on their parents' insurance no more due to the age restriction. Like that's what you ran into. Oh boy, Golke from Oakland, man, that dude looking like Dan Aykroyd. He was 24 years old. Grown-ass man, losing hair and shit. Grown-ass man. Reed Shepherd, Dillingham, both of those guys, 18, 19. That was the difference. So, yeah.
Well, it's tough. The difference, I mean, Calipari's edge has always been his ties to William Wesley, Worldwide West, who has always helped him get players. And the question is, can William Wesley help Calipari get transfer portal guys? Because William Wesley's connection is through the shoe companies and he's a connector, and it's always worked for Cal. In fact, when Larry Brown got the SMU job, Calipari told William Wesley help him get players, and he did. Like William Wesley is the Kaiser Sose of John Calipari's career. And Calipari, don't get me wrong, that guy can talk. He can recruit a hungry dog off a meat wagon. But Calipari's been working harder, not smarter, by constantly bringing in the McDonald's top high school kids, trying to get them coached up within 1 year to win it all before they leave. And that's a lot. It's exhausting.
I mean, he had the formula. You look at his 08 Memphis team that lost to Mario Chalmers and them against Kansas. Like, you could bring in one like Derrick Rose to be that 5-star, but Chris Douglas Roberts and Dorsey, all those guys were seniors. So you got to have a good mixture of both. And yeah, I've heard Billy Donovan's name being thrown out there, which Billy Donovan used to coach with Kentucky for Pitino, being an assistant. That might be something there, but because the NBA with Billy Donovan, I don't know. I don't think that's, it's cool and all, but I don't know if he's really enjoying it. And again, the college game has changed a lot since Billy Donovan's days at Florida. So does he want to deal with all those problems? But again, they know him there. He knows Kentucky. He knows that tradition. You said Richard Pitino. Is that Rick Pitino? I know he got like 3 sons.
No, I think that's his son.
Okay, that doesn't make any sense. Where is he at? Has he proven anything besides his last name?
He was he's at New Mexico.
Good grief, man. I know my last name's Collier. It doesn't mean I deserve the Bowie job. Jesus. That's a joke. That's an absolute joke. That makes no sense. Like, that dude is so unproven.
But sometimes you need to change. Sometimes you need to change the scenery. I mean, Rick Barnes left Texas, went to Tennessee, has had his teams in the top 10 in the regular season. Now, I don't think Rick's been to an Elite Eight at Tennessee, has he?
This past year?
Yeah, this past year was his first.
Yeah. Damn. Yeah, Nate Oates. I'll take a look at that. I mean, his buyout, $17 million. I don't know. But Nate Oates is really good, man. And everybody bouncing around the SEC. Damn, man. I was thinking, man, Coach Terry ain't got to worry about Arkansas with Musclemen leaving. And yeah, that rivalry ain't going to be as tough. Things going to be good for RT. Nope. Scratch that shit. It's hell now. Because Buzz Williams, he ain't playing with you either. Buzz Williams' team was tough this past year. They had U of H on the ropes in that round of 32 game. So those rivalries, you might get away from Kansas. You still got to deal with whoever gets Kentucky. They'll still be good. It's like Kalen DeBoer with Alabama. It's like they'll still be good. Kentucky will still be good. They'll lose some recruits and stuff, but they're going to hire somebody that's going to know what they're doing. So, yeah, this is going to be a tougher transition than we thought in basketball for our guy RT.
Yeah, SEC basketball. There's some coaches in that league.
Oh, my God.
I mean, Bruce Pearl at Auburn.
Oh, my God. This league has the best coaches. Easy. It's not even close. Yes.
Yeah.
It's not even close. Oates, Beard, Cal, you just mentioned Pearl, Rick Barnes. It's not even close.
Rodney Terry.
To be determined. I love RT. Still got a lot to prove. All those guys I named been the Final Fours.
Porter Mosier.
I still got a lot to prove. He's been to a Final Four, though. Porter's been to a Final Four.
Yeah. Yep.
So, man. It's getting
all right.
real.
Let's work our way to the commentaries on this special Eclipse edition of Chip and Zay. Hope everyone got their Eclipse on. I know people were saying I was looking like Elton John. All right, let me give it to you, folks. How about audiovisual consultations? When you're ready for the big screen of your dreams, the surround sound, the media room, electronic shades, new lighting, surveillance, AV consultations. Our man, Tom McKay, he's been doing it for 3 decades plus. He's put media rooms in 3 different houses for me and has done it in some of your favorite restaurants like Cover 3, where you can check out the national championship game tonight between UConn and Purdue and take advantage of all the all-night happy hour specials. Look at that. This is a combo for AV consultations and for Cover 3. But when you're ready for that big screen of your dreams, you just call 255-8678 and Tom and his crew will bring everything to you. avconsultations.com. And Cover 3, like tonight's the night, kids. Grab your pals, head over to Cover 3, grab that Sean Adams prime rib sandwich, Parmesan fries, or maybe the buffalo chicken sliders. Those are on the appetizer menu. The buffalo chicken sliders, the crispy shrimp, and that cocktail sauce. It's so good. I love the food at Cover 3. The ruby trout. They got a tomahawk steak that'll blow your doors off. But Cover 3 there on Anderson Lane, up in Round Rock at Old Settlers, and of course, Cover 2 at 183 in Lake Creek. And if you're looking for great seafood, then head over to Salt Traders Coastal Cooking, because it's all night happy hour tonight. And they got the best selection of raw oysters anywhere in Austin. And during happy hour, 3:30 to close tonight, $1 raw oysters. Perfect time to go get your seafood on at Salt Traders Coastal Cooking, the seafood restaurant, brought to you by Jack Gilmore, who also gives you Jack Allen's Kitchen.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, Wifey and I went to Salt Traders on Friday.
Oh, tell me.
It was on point. Slammed. Yeah, she got the oysters. I'm not an oyster guy.
I'm not either.
It looked pretty good, but she got them. Threw some hot sauce on them. Went to town. Fried calamari, on point. Always one of my favorite things. If you have it, I'm going to get it most likely. It was very good. I got the fish sandwich, blackened fish. Terrific. Very
Nice.
good. She got the scallops.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah. The scallops mixed with the mashed potatoes. Yeah. It was good. It was good. Very impressed.
Jesse was loving it.
Oh, yeah. She was loving it. Yeah.
Awesome.
We've been trying to go on more dates, man.
Yeah.
It's been nice. It's been really nice.
Good.
So
good. All right. Let's get into it. Real quick, I'm going to touch on UT softball again because, let's sometimes it's a mark the tape moment when you do something you haven't done, and in this case, you haven't done it in 15 years, hadn't beaten OU in a softball series, because OU is, they're the gold standard in softball. Patty Gasso, 7 national championships, 3 straight currently. She's the best. She's who everyone's chasing. It helps to have the Women's College World Series 9 miles from your campus. But they rolled into Austin and OU won game 1. And Texas bounced back. And big kudos to Texas softball, because they got hit in the mouth 5-2 in game 1, and they didn't shrink. They didn't disappear. They said, okay, now you have our attention. We are ready to fight. And it took an incredible relay from center field from freshman center fielder Caden Henry, the Big 12 leader in stolen bases, to Viviana Martinez, the shortstop, who then related to Reese Atwood, the catcher, who got Maya Bland out at home plate for the final out in the top of the 7th to protect that 2-1 lead. So Texas wins game 2. And kudos again to Citlali Gutierrez, who pitched all 7 innings of game 2. 1 run, gave up 1 run on 6 hits. Incredible performance in a razor thin margin for error. And then in game 3, it's all on the line. The series is on the line, and you've got your freshman, Tegan Kavan, out there, and she gives up 1 run on 3 hits through 3 2/3 innings. And Mike White sensed maybe, she was getting a little fatigued. So she goes to her ace lefty, Estelle Check, who finishes it off 3 1/3 scoreless innings of relief. And Texas squeezes out a 2-1 win thanks to the bat of freshman first baseman Katie Stewart, who hit a 2-run homer right after Viviana Martinez was hit by a pitch. So small mistakes can lead to the L in games where the teams are this competitive, this closely matched. And Texas, which had struggled with errors that had led to costly runs in losses this season, losses to Oklahoma State, losses to Houston, did not have an error in either of game 2 or game 3. They played solid. They did everything you want them to do. Let's see, Zay, if this is the mark the tape moment for this team to raise their game up a notch, raise their belief up a notch, because this was a good learning experience for Tegan Cavan to go 3 1/3 and only give up 1 run against OU. And when you have veterans like Citlali Gutierrez and Estelle Check, they've been in this before. Estelle Check was in the World Women's College World Series Championship Series against OU 2 years ago. So let's see if this is that, mark the tape moment where Texas softball can elevate. I mean, Mike White sure thinks so. He said we need a new stadium.
Yo.
No time like the present to get that drum beat going right after you beat OU, literally in the post-game press conference. Someone asked him about the environment, asked the players, everyone about the environment. And they were like, oh, we've never heard our fans this loud. And Mike White's like, yeah, we need better seating and more seating to accommodate the fans because we'll keep them entertained. So kudos to Texas softball.
Yeah,
I know you're probably going to hit on the big game tonight.
That I am.
I'm going to say, let's go to the right call with my man, Zay Collier.
Let's get it. Before the right call, though, shout out to Covert BK, the Coda Automotive Dealerships. I've been serving the greater Austin area for over 100 years. And go check Dan and the family and crew at the beautiful 42 acres in the Hill Country. 7 terrific brands to choose from: GMC, Ram, Jeep, Dodge, Chrysler, Cadillac, and Buick. Go to covertbk.com for all the latest specials and inventory. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. All right, Chip, the right call today. National championship game. Men's. It all comes down to this. 2 best teams, arguably all year long. I think Houston would have a little bit something to say about it if they had a healthy Jamal Shed. I think if Jamal Shed was healthy in that Duke game, they would go on to beat Duke, and then it would have led them to play Purdue, and I thought they would have beaten Purdue, but we will never know. Shout out to Jamal Shed, Maynard alum, for getting that Defensive Player of the Year. But, yeah, Purdue, UConn, I mean, this is what you want. 2 juggernauts, 2 teams that can win in multiple ways. One of the best 3-point shooting teams in the nation. And Purdue gets one of the best defensive teams in UConn. We know Purdue.
Okay, real quick.
Go ahead.
Can you give me a little breakdown of your thoughts on Purdue beating NC State and our boy?
Yeah, he's just too small. Like, even as big as DJ Burns is, he looked miniature compared to Zach Edey. Zach Edey was still able to get to his spots, and just the shooting that Purdue provides. I mean, they were making Burns move, and when Michael O'Connell got hurt, like he had kind of lost his footing, and his leg got stuck when he was trying to make a fast break play. North Carolina State's point guard, that kind of just changed the whole vibe for Kevin Keatts' team. Because I told you last week, I thought he was their 3rd best player. After DJ Horn and DJ Burns, Michael McConnell was their next most important player. And he didn't light up the stat sheet, but when it came to just being solid and having everybody in sync like an old school point guard, he did that. And him not being able to come back and be 100%, that was a huge problem. That was huge, man, for North Carolina State. And it kind of just, they ran out of gas, like the team that was very lively all year long, especially in the postseason. You could just tell they were a little fatigued. And shout out to Matt Painter and his crew. They did what they had to do to win that game. I mean, I thought Fletcher Lawyer was solid and had some big-time moments. Lance Jones, he was huge. He had some big-time threes to extend the lead, especially in that second half. But at the end of the day, it always revolves around Zach Edey and his 20 and 12. That was the difference maker. So
he only shot 2 free throws in that game.
Yeah, they did a good job on him. They did a good job not fouling.
Refs didn't take over the game. There was only 10 free throws taken by Purdue. There's only like 6.
Oh, so the refs didn't take over the game like they did for UConn and Iowa in the women's game on that bullshit fucking.
He did take over. Right. That was bullshit.
That was such bull. I'm so mad at that. Again, it's a moving screen. Absolutely. 100%. You don't call it at the end of the game.
Right.
It's a double standard. I know. But hey, if that's the case, let's call Michael Jordan's push off on Brian Russell. Let's call Reggie Miller's push off on Jordan in the Eastern Conference playoffs in '98 before he hit the game winner. There's just some stuff you got to let roll.
Let him play.
Let him play. If it has nothing to do with the actual ball in someone's hands, let it play. Like, there's a million holding calls in football. You can't call every one. There's a million illegal screens in basketball, and that's the one you call. But I digress a little bit. We're talking about the men's tonight. They played good D on Zach Edey. UConn's going to play great D on Zach Edey because they could play him one-on-one. Donovan Clingan, this is going to be the toughest matchup that Zach Edey's had all year. Easily. Donovan Clingan is a projected lottery pick. He's 7'2". He doesn't have the mass as Edey, but he's quicker than Edey, and he's going to make him work on the offensive end. Like Donovan Clingan, what Dan Hurley runs is ridiculous. They have the best offense in the nation for a reason. Like the X's and O's, it's nuts. And Nate Oates, I can't knock him for the game plan that he tried to perform defensively by letting Stephon Castle just shoot the ball on the perimeter. He was kind of sagging off of the freshman in Castle and was like, okay, freshmen in the Final Four, you beat us. UConn is this freaking good to where Dan Hurley was like, okay, we'll take it because this freshman's going to be a lottery pick too. 21 for that ass. 21 for that ass. A guy that Nate Oates is out here saying we're going to make him beat us because we don't really have much to say about their team. They're that good. We got to take something away. So let's think the guy that's 18, 19 years old, let's put all the responsibility on him. And what does that dude do? Give us 21 points. Like, that's how good this UConn team is, which is terrifying for any opponent. But again, Purdue, they're going to be able to slow the game down. If I'm Braden Smith, every time I get the rebound, I'm walking it up. We're not pushing anything. We're going to get in our offense. We're going to get the ball to big man and hopefully slow the game down as much as possible so UConn doesn't run. Because when Newton and Spencer and Karaban and Castle and Diarra, when they're out running, they're terrifying. Like Alex Karaban, that shot's so pretty, and he doesn't care where he catches it. He's locked in to shoot it. Cam Spencer, that dude is just solid. He doesn't make many mistakes. Like, he's like the greatest YMCA player of all time. That's how he plays. He plays like an old-ass man. He shoots it from behind his head. It's money. He's out here getting rebounds. He's getting the crowd up and stuff, but he can't jump over a phone book. Like, he's not the most athletic at all, but it works. Tristan Newton just got point guard of the year, won that award. You know, he didn't have the best game either, but he's still 6'6". He still had 9 assists. Like
9 assists.
That's what I'm saying. They're just loaded, man. And now you got to deal with Clingan on the offensive side and just their offense, how they run it. Like Zach Edey, he'll be pretty tired tonight. That's why it's going to be such a focal point for them to slow the game down, because when they get into their offense and they start doing all of those screens and setting flare screens at the top of the key, which you don't see that very often. You usually see it on the wing, and then like they'll have a double down screen and the person that's setting the screen, they'll fake it and then he'll come off the screen instead of setting it. They'll like pick and choose when to do that. It's just, you don't really, there's nothing to really prepare for if you're Matt Painter. You're just kind of guess. That's what Nate Oates was like, okay, let's just take this away and see what happens, because nobody's played them like this before. And then again, your freshman gives you 21 points. So I don't know what you do with them. You just hope they have a good bad game. That's why it's only one. It's not a 7-game series. You just hope and pray that they have a bad game, but I can't see UConn losing tonight. But if any team were to dethrone them, it would be this Purdue team, because they have enough guys that can shoot from the outside, and Lawyer and Jones and Smith and Gillis coming off the bench, and Zach Edey. He could have a really good game. As good as Clingan is defensively, he still should be able to get what he wants, just not all the time like we've seen with these other teams he goes against.
Well, Purdue's going to have to play the game of its life. And like you said, they've got the personnel to do it. But they've got to play the game of their lives.
Yeah.
Because UConn, we talked about this last week, they break your will about halfway through the second half. Because Alabama was beating UConn in the second half. They lost by 14.
It's nuts.
They just break you, man. And I think UConn wins by 12. And it's a good game. I think it's a good game for 30 minutes.
Right.
I think it's a back and forth good game. Maybe it's a 4-point game either way. And then when they hit that 30-minute mark.
Yeah. It's rare when you could play through anybody on your starting five. Usually you only have 2 players you can run your offense through.
Like Texas fans are thinking, oh man, we only had Max Asmus and Dylan DeZoo.
Yeah. After that, you were like, where's the points going to come from? Dan Hurley could say, where's the points going to come from, and feel comfortable with that, knowing how the game is just going to flow. Like he could see within the game, okay, Alex Karabin isn't getting this much attention. Let's start running plays for him. Let's have him coming off of these screens. And I'm going to mention to him, hey, look for your shot a little bit more now. And he did that. In the second half, he started looking for a shot and driving and stuff and hitting threes on fast breaks. And, you know, Newton started getting his men involved on different cuts. And they bring in that New York point guard Diarra off the bench, and he's making nasty passes. Like, Zach Edey is going to struggle guarding these guys, and they're going to have any mid-range jumper they want. Newton, Spencer, they're going to have any mid-range wide open shot they want, because when Klingon sets those ball screens, Zach Edey's not going to come up. He's going to be in drop coverage, which means he's going to be kind of waiting for them to get to the rim. So if they turn that corner and decide to keep driving to the rim, they're going to run into Zach Edey. Instead of what they should do is when they turn that corner, instead of running into Edey, they're going to be able to stop and shoot that mid-range jumper. Because if you're Matt Painter, you can't go under screens. Newton and Spencer are just too good of a shooters from outside. Now, again, that's why Nate Oates was like, let's see what Castle does, because he's not the best shooter. He's capable, but he's not the best shooter, so let's see what happens. But then Dan Hurley counters that and puts Castle on the baseline and just has him in perfect cutting positions to where when Alabama had the double-team Klingon, he was able to dump it off to a cutting Castle, and they would get wide-open dunks and stuff, or Castle would be able to catch lobs. Like, they're so unguardable, it's a joke. It's a joke. And Dan Hurley, not only is he going to probably win another national championship back-to-back, he's going to get a bigger raise because these Kentucky people are going to come calling. Which, to CB's point, winning their 6th national championship since 99, why aren't they a blue blood? Like, they're always considered, that's probably because of what Gino Auriemma has done with the women's team. When you think of UConn, you think women's basketball first. But, yeah, that 99 team with Rip Hamilton and Elamine, they were solid. 04 team had Ben Gordon and Villanueva and Emeka Okafor. They won it all solid. Kimba, 2011 with Lamb in them. The 2014, they had Sebastian Napier and stuff. And last year, they had about 3 NBA guys with Hawkins and stuff. Like, yeah, they need to get that blue blood love. They do. It's just that women's team is always going to be, you know, those teams that have 6 undefeated national championship teams. Like when I saw that yesterday where they were talking about Don Staley and Kim Mulkey's team and a couple of others that have been undefeated and won national championships, it just said UConn's done it 6 times. And I was like, good gosh, Gino.
And Gino's done it 11.
Yeah, he's won championship 11 times, but went undefeated 6. That's nuts.
Yeah. Okay, let me ask you this. How much do you believe in Purdue's shooting? Braden Smith, Fletcher Lawyer, Mason Gillis.
I believe in it, but in the second half, where are their legs going to be from chasing UConn around? Like Painter doesn't play too many guys at that guard spot. He really trusts Smith, Lawyer, and Jones. You know,
and on you know, in a situation where you're having to play twice in 3 days.
Yeah. Like they shoot well, but they rely so much on Edey. And Edey, we might see the box score with Edey with 30 points and 15 rebounds. And like you said, they still lose by double digits just because nobody else is able to get going. And UConn's D, like, they'll get you in a chokehold because, again, Newton and Spencer and Castle, all of those guys are just so physical. Like Cam Spencer's an asshole. Like he hit a 3 to ice the game to put him up by 14 or whatever, and he was saying mother F this. They put the camera on him, and he's talking about mother F love this and that. I'm like, yo, this dude is a complete douchebag in the best way possible. And you need guys like that, you know.
Well, Castle 6'6", Caravan 6'8".
Yeah.
Newton's 6'5", and he's, you know, Cam Spencer 6'4", and he's the shrimp in the group.
Yeah.
Like they're so long. And then you have Klingon sitting there waiting for you at 7'2". I mean, Zach Edey's not used to seeing guys who can come anywhere close to going eyeball to eyeball with him.
Yeah. Right. They gotta hope they get Klingon in foul trouble early to get him out the game. You know, because their offense is different with Klingon on the bench. But then they'll bring in Johnson. Like Johnson, he's no punk.
Right.
That dude, like when he rolls to the basket, look out because he's looking to dunk on your head. And he's not as big as Klingon is, but he's going to make life tough for Zach Edey. So that's Purdue guarding UConn. That's going to be the game. If they could slow them down somehow and force them to take bad shots and waste time on the clock, because they're all such good passers too. Like Newton and Spencer, man, they just drop dimes and they do really good job of using the screens off ball. And since their screens are placed like off ball screens that they do, they're putting awkward situations. Like a flare screen at the top of the key is really rare. It's rare to see that. It's rare to see a guy make a pass from the wing and then come off a flare screen to the top. That's just different. And they do stuff like that to where as a defender, your mind is telling you, okay, this isn't right, but I'm having to guard this. So what's coming next? Because they're going to do something else that's different. And then you got somebody cutting on the other side and nobody's there because nobody's used to guarding that type of stuff. And when you do that for 40 minutes, you might feel good the first 20 in the first half, but when those legs start to go, it becomes more and more difficult to guard. And they're in such good shape. Dan Hurley, who's also kind of an asshole, like if you see him, he's throwing up 3 on the sideline. I'm like, dude, you're a coach, bro. Like, I mean, that's the new wave. That's what these kids love. But
it's like Tom Herman's.
Yeah, like Tom Herman doing the Drew Lock stuff. Like he has a little douchey in him, but you know.
Okay, so CB brings up a good point. This game's going to tip at 8:20 Central, 9:20 Eastern. They're playing out in Glendale, Arizona. How pissed are UConn fans back on the East Coast that this game's not tipping until 9:20?
I mean, tough titty. A lot of those fans or Patriots fans and Red Sox fans and Celtics fans, they'll live. They'll freaking live. I'm not trying to hear that. Those New Englanders, they've had it so good. They've had it so good.
And they're going to have it good again tonight.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not trying to hear that. I'm not trying to hear that.
Stay up late. You're not going to be sleeping anyway, right?
Yeah. I'm pissed off that Alabama made the Final Four. All those wins that they have in football, do they really deserve this? Nate Oates, please leave. Please go to Kentucky so I don't have to deal with these football schools winning in basketball. This makes me so mad. It's ridiculous, man.
Well, we'll sign it off here for the Texas Sports Unfiltered special edition Eclipse shows today. I hope everyone had a great Eclipse Monday. Hope you made the most of it because you won't have it again, probably in this lifetime. But make sure that you tune in tomorrow, bright and early, 8 a.m. Zay and I will be back at our usual time, 1 o'clock. We'll have updates from Texas Spring football from Steve Sarkisian and so much more. Thanks, everybody, for listening. Keep it here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Tell your friends and enemies, set an alarm in your phone for, 8 a.m., but 1 p.m. every weekday. We're here for you. Cheers.
Y'all be cool.
Happy Eclipse.